The K.C. Warlock Weekly, Book 1, Accused. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Nicola Hamilton. Dedication. To my sibling, you inspire me to be a better person. Chapter 1. Saturday, noon. All right, Levy. Let's take this again from the top. The burly counselor loomed over me, so close I could smell what he ate for breakfast. His face looked like it had been chiseled out of stone by an amateur mason, and his rippling muscles were visible even beneath the dense cotton robes of his uniform. He was a professional loomer. The wizard cop could have picked me up with one arm, and he made sure that I knew it. Even pretending that I wasn't cuffed to a metal table, and ignoring that he was wearing a tactical vest, decked out with a Glock 22, pepper spray, and a trio of brass wands, there was no question which of us would win if it came to blows. He could do whatever he wanted to me, and not a soul in the world could stop him. Nobody knew where I was, except myself, my thuggish companion, and his partner. And there was a rock in my shoe. I wanted to give the man my full attention. I really did. Though that was mostly just because I didn't want him to think that he wasn't being intimidating enough. If he thought that, he might try to up the ante with actual violence. I'd gone through more than my fair share of roughhousing in the past 24 hours, and I hadn't much enjoyed the experience. But as much as I wanted to appease him, it was hot and humid, and that little rock was driving me up the wall. From the top? I asked, wiggling my foot to try and move it around. There's a few things I'm not clear on, the huge man said, his palms planted on the table. He leaned in, showing teeth. The expression wasn't a smile, though. It was more of a grimace. So let's go through the story one more time. Under normal circumstances, I could have taken off my shoe and removed the hard lump, but my hands were cuffed down, and I didn't have the range of motion I'd need. Yeah, whatever you want. How far back do you want me to go? He moved in closer, and I heard his knuckles pop. Why do I feel like you're not taking this very seriously? Oops, he noticed. I leaned back, trying to put enough space between us so that I wouldn't be able to smell the cheap coffee he'd been drinking all morning. I'm taking this seriously, I said, trying to placate him. It's just hot. Apparently, he didn't want to be placated. Eyes narrowing, he put his face even closer to mine. He was just inches away. I expected to feel body heat, but instead I got a little waft of cool air. Do you have any idea how much shit you're in? I stared back, my eyes focusing at a point on his forehead. Why are you cold? He blinked. I'd asked a question that he hadn't anticipated, and the gears in his head ground to a stop as he tried to catch up with my train of thought. If he'd had a little more time, he probably would have decided that being aggressive was the appropriate response. But he was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. Davis. The voice was soft, calming. His partner had been leaning in the corner, watching from a few paces back. I guess after all the intimidation, she must have decided it was finally time to intervene. She was as tall as Davis and as athletic, though she was built for endurance more than raw strength. Even their haircuts matched, both trimmed to a short, practical length that wouldn't get in the way. Let's take a little break. The space around us fell deathly silent, save for a slight scratching noise as the notepad on the table transcribed our conversation automatically. After a half-second, that too fell silent. "He's about to confess, Murray," Davis finally said, speaking through gritted teeth. "I just need..." His partner's voice wasn't harsh, but it was solid. "We've got time. We'll take a break." I wasn't totally clear if Murray was in charge or if Davis just didn't want to argue with her. Either way, he leaned back and the cold air around him was replaced with the stifling, still heat. "Fine. But we're not done here." "Of course not." Looking at me, Murray said, "Our robes are set up with a climate control charm. It's easy to forget how hot it is when you're not in one of these. Do you want some lemonade?" I wanted a cold shower and a nap, but lemonade would have to do. "That'd be nice." She checked her pocket, pursed her lips, and gave a small shrug to her partner. "Do you have any cash?" He searched around his robes and came out with a few old dollar bills, passing them over. Murray counted the money. "Thanks. I'll be right back." Turning, she walked away from the park gazebo, skirting around a kid playing hopscotch and strolling casually towards the lemonade stand set up on the other side of the swing set. Illusions were wild. I'd been there for a couple hours, cuffed to a table, while two counselors interrogated me, and not a soul in Dietrich Park had noticed. I guess when you have access to that sort of magic, you don't need black site interrogation chambers. Any old table will do. The illusion cut down on sound from outside the gazebo and blurred the outside world ever so slightly, but I could still get a good sense of the rest of the park. The kid finished skipping over the chalk boxes and looked my way. Giving him a half smile, I lifted my hand as far as the cuffs would allow and waved, doing my best to appear friendly. He smiled, waved back, and started skipping backwards the way he'd come. "Don't bother calling for help," Davis grumbled. I raised my eyebrows, trying to express surprise. "I wasn't even thinking about it. I've seen your whole illusion shtick." "What would they hear if I started shouting anyways?" "Depends on the straight. Whatever their brain decides normal seems like, really." He looked out at the park, gaze lingering on a family singing Happy Birthday around a picnic table some 10 paces away. "Why'd you get mixed up in this?" I leaned back, trying to project casualness. "I didn't do it. That's what I've been telling..." "Don't give me that shit. I'm not talking about the body. Before Kat gets back, I just want to know why you got your project started to begin with. It's clearly not for money." Davis looked back at me. For just a moment, it seemed like he wasn't trying to terrify me. As best as I could tell, he genuinely wanted an honest answer. That was more unsettling than the intimidation. I sidestepped. "Kat?" "Catherine's her first name," Davis explained, standing back a few paces. "Call her that on the job, though. She'll hex you 6 ways to Sunday. Counselor Murray, if you like your teeth." "I can't confess without teeth," I pointed out. He eyed me. "You're gonna confess, then?" "No, just making a point." I pursed my lips, thinking about it. "Unless you've got a spell that'll let me talk without teeth, then I'd still be in trouble." It was the wrong thing to say. I pieced this together by reading Davis's body language. Though I'm not an expert on reading people, I could infer by seeing his hands ball up into fists the size of Cornish hens and his face turn bright red that he was probably upset. Reaching to the side, he tapped a finger on the magical notepad that had been transcribing our conversation. The pen fell still. "You think this is a joke?" he demanded, stepping closer to me. "Not at all." I raised my hands, palms facing him in a placating gesture. It made the handcuffs rattle. It didn't do any good. Well, I've got a newsflash for you, reporter. This isn't one of your little stories. I snorted. It was the wrong thing to do. He slugged me. Before that point, I'd had a theoretical understanding that Davis knew how to throw a punch. Theory and practice were two very different things. God damn, did he know how to throw a punch. His fist hit so hard that I would have been thrown backwards off the bench if my hands hadn't been chained to a metal table. In fact, if the table wasn't bolted to the ground, I might have brought it down with me. My body was knocked to the side, with enough momentum and force that it broke the skin on my wrists when I jerked against the cuffs and fell out of my seat. I ended up hanging from the table, flopped halfway off the bench, blood trickling down my arms. "A woman is dead!" Davis roared, stepping up to me. I think he wanted to kick me, but given that I'd fallen onto the other side of the bench and underneath the table, he couldn't get a good angle of attack. I pushed up so I could wipe my mouth on the shoulder of my shirt. The fabric came away bloody. Yeah, well, I didn't kill her. The kid playing hopscotch was staring at me. Idly, I waved again. He smiled and waved back. I wonder what he's seeing. Before I had a chance to ponder that question, a massive fist seized the collar of my shirt, dragging me up into a heavy backhand that felt like it was going to leave a bruise. If there was enough of my face intact to bruise by the time Davis was done with me. "Tell me why you did it!" he shouted, spittle getting in my face, forcing me to blink and wince away. "I didn't," I started, but he shook me so hard I had to stop. I thought he was going to hit me again, but before he could, there was a ripple in the air and Murray stepped back into the gazebo, juggling 3 plastic cups of hazy lemonade. She looked from me to her partner, sighing with her shoulders. "Put him down, Ainsworth." Ainsworth. I'd heard that name before. "Piece of shit," Davis started, presumably referring to me. "He's trying to con us." "Let's make sure we've got the story straight first," she said, setting down the drinks and sliding one onto the space in front of me. "If you're still not satisfied, then you can bounce him off the table." Davis let go of my collar and I slumped down onto the bench, watching him as he walked around to the other side of the table. The rock in my shoe hadn't moved. "Here's your change," Murray said, passing him a few quarters. He nodded, dropping them into a pocket. "Did you get a receipt?" She stared at him for a moment, but didn't bother with an answer. Slipping onto the park bench across the table, she crossed her arms and waited. After a second of frowning, Davis parted his lips in a little silent, "Oh," grunted and sat down next to her. She waited until her partner got settled before saying anything, and when she did, her smile was broad, with crinkles around her eyes. It was an attempt to look sincere. I knew that she wasn't. "I'm sorry about that. Maybe we can just clear some things." "No, you're not." I wasn't in the mood for being lied to. She blinked. "I'm sorry?" "No, you're not," I repeated. You knew he'd do that. Do you think I've never seen a detective show before? I know how good cop, bad cop works. The 2 counselors shared a glance and looked back at me. Murray looked like she was about to respond, but I beat her to it. "Wait, no, you're counselors. You probably call it something else. Subtle cop and quick to anger cop?" That got me blank stares, so I clarified. "Tolkien? Is that too on the nose?" Davis began to growl. A little part of me questioned the wisdom of antagonizing the woman who just saved me from a beating. Not to mention the man who was still more than willing to deliver that same beating. My mouth kept running while my brain considered whether it was a good idea. Point is, I know the game you're playing, and it's... I made a noise like... and stopped talking as my throat started to fill with fluids. It was as though I'd tried to talk in the middle of a drink, but when I coughed, I found only more liquid pooling around my windpipe. I was being drowned by my own spit. It couldn't have helped to clutch at my throat, but I tried to anyway, pulling against the handcuffs. Davis's expression only hardened, and while Murray glanced between him and me with concern, she didn't stop him. I gasped, doing an impression of a fish, mouth opening and closing as I tried and failed to get in any air. "Ainsworth," Murray said, touching her hand to his arm. "That's enough." I agreed, but he wasn't convinced. "You hear how he talks. He's rubbing our noses in it." "If he passes out..." "His face isn't even purple yet." "But if..." "If he does, I'll wake him up. I'm better than you at field magic." Davis kept his eyes locked on me. His stare was probably necessary to maintain the spell. Murray pursed her lips, but she didn't argue the point. I continued to choke. Spots started to appear in my vision. Those spots turned into a dark haze, creeping in from my peripherals, until... air. Gasping, I sucked in the sweet, humid summer air, filling up my lungs and watching as my vision returned to normal. "Are you ready to start talking?" "I've been talking. You just haven't liked what I've said." For once, possibly because I was still gasping for oxygen, I managed to stop the words before they could travel from my brain to my mouth. I just nodded. "All right. Then talk." I panted, but I was able to speak again. "What do you want me to say?" Murray cut in before her partner could bluntly demand a confession again. "Let's start with the victim, Andrea Hills. When did you first meet her?" I tapped my fingers on the table, thinking about it. Meet her or hear from her? Whichever came first. Murray tapped the notepad, and with a sparkle of magic, it started writing down our conversation once again. "I want you to start from the beginning." That I could do. It would stall for time, and if I played my cards right, it could even get some information. I already knew most of the story, but there was one piece that was still bugging me. One of the counselors sitting across from me had murdered Andrea Hills. I just had to figure out which one. Chapter 2. Friday, 11 a.m., the day before. At my last job, when someone called in ranting about seeing a monster under the Buck O'Neill Bridge, I'd probably have dismissed it as a crank call and hung up on them. I missed those days. "Yeah." I nodded into the phone, scratching down a tally mark on my notepad. "Yes, we've gotten some calls about it already. I talked to the folks at Cryptid Control. They're going to get someone out there next week and relocate the poor guy." "Yeah, they think it's a troll." "Uh-huh. Thanks for calling." Setting down my phone, I leaned over my laptop, looking over layouts for next Sunday's paper. I still lacked a story for the front page, but that was all right. I had all day to turn something up, and if nothing particularly flashy got uncovered, I could rearrange which stories went there and type up a lifestyle piece to fill the gap. What bothered me more were the empty ad spaces. I could fill those in with generic content too. There was always a story somewhere that could fill a page, but fluffy lifestyle stories didn't pay the bills. Ads did. The paper was still young. I'd find some advertisers soon. Or I'll go belly up. One or the other. For both problems, I had time. Stories could be dug up, advertisers could be persuaded. It was just a matter of putting in the legwork. I sipped my coffee and made a face. Bitter. Next time I was at the store, I needed to buy milk. My phone rang. The caller ID didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyways. It was probably spam or possibly someone calling about the bridge troll, but I couldn't exactly ignore it. Even if only one call in 100 had a story behind it, I wouldn't be doing my job right if I didn't field them all. Levi Lawson, the KC Warlock Weekly, I said, pronouncing my name clearly with a long E sound at the end. How can I help you? Levi? Despite my prompting, he still pronounced my name wrong, speaking with a thick rural accent. This that newspaper I'd heard about? Yes, I said, smiling into the receiver. I'd been told people could hear when you smiled, and I didn't want him to know that I thought he was stupid. The KC Warlock Weekly. How can I help you? He didn't seem to notice anything. Yeah, well, my name's Manolis, Mike Manolis. I wanted to report a theft so you could run a story about it in your little paper. That caught my attention. Have you gone to the police? The police won't do nothing about it. I heard something like an exhalation before he continued. And it's too small time for the counselors, even if one of them's in town. There's a counselor in town? I paused, moving the receiver away from my head so I could open an app. I'd lost count of how many times I'd asked this question, but it was the best way to start any interview. Mike, do you mind if I record this conversation? By all means. Opening the recorder, I pressed the red button and watched to make sure it had started to run. And for the second question, I'd asked more times than I could count. All right, why don't you tell me what happened? There was a pause. Based on the breathy sounds, he was probably smoking while we talked. So, you know Maggie's place, right? The magic shop over near Martini Corner? I cradled the phone against my ear, pulling up a couple notes I had on the place. That's the one. I bought a full dozen pathfinding stones from her, and then the minute they actually showed up, she went and gave them to someone else. Pathfinding stones. I tapped a finger on my temple, trying to think. Remind me what those do? He paused again, breathing out another puff of air. You know ley lines, yeah? Roughly? Roughly. He wheezed in a way that sounded a bit like laughter. How are you running a magic paper and you don't know about ley lines? It's not about knowing everything, I explained as I pulled up my notes with a couple keyboard shortcuts. Anything I'm not knowledgeable about, I research before I write about it. Fair enough. Do a lot of research then. Less now than I did a few months ago. I looked at what I'd written, skimming the highlighted portions. Anyways, okay. Ley lines. Conduits that magic can travel down, connected by spiritual forces. That's them, Mike said. Ley lines, lifelines, spirit lines, they're all the same. Like conductors for power. You put a pathfinding stone on a ley line, and it'll tap into it, like putting a turbine in a river. All right, fair enough. It was a mixed metaphor, but I'd gotten his point. I tapped out a few notes, reminding myself to pick up a book on the subject. How much is one of those worth exactly? Well, that's the thing. Pathfinding stones are a bit like lobster. I stopped taking notes. What was that? I don't think I heard you right. Lobster, live in the ocean, tasty. Okay, I did hear you right, but I'm confused. He chuckled over the line, and I had to wait for him to take another drag before he explained. You ever eat lobster here in town? It's expensive, yeah? Yeah, I said, but it's good with ketchup. What? Never mind. You were saying? It's expensive. And what we've got here in KC ain't half so good as the stuff you can get for $1 if you live on the coast in Maine. You're not paying for the quality, you're paying for the shipping. That made a little sense. And they don't make pathfinding stones nearby, I take it. Another chuckle. God, no. Nobody in town's got that sort of equipment. And even if they did, you'd either need to pay to get someone in Chicago to bounce you the juice you'd need, or you'd have to wait until one celestial event or another to finish them off. All right, so they're expensive to make and expensive to ship, I clarified. And they've got to be tailored to work geographically. Further off you go from where they're designed to work, the less good they'll do you. These ones were especially built to work in the Kansas City area. Took the dealer 2 months to build them. He sighed. It's a damned crime, what Maggie did. So you need the stones urgently? I asked. Damned right I did. Can't run my business without them. I asked a few more questions so I could fill out the article, made sure I had his name spelled correctly, and hung up. I'd swing by Maggie's later to get her side of the story, then type it up and have a decent half-page filled. As I wrote some things down on my notepad, I said, Computer, remind me to go by Maggie's before my date. My virtual assistant, who I'd renamed to something more fun, responded cheerfully. All right, setting a reminder. I glared down at my layout. I can swing by Bucks. Maybe he'll... My train of thought was interrupted by a fuzzy head bumping into my ankle. I reached down, scratching my cat between the ears. Hey, Worf, I said. Are you hungry? Worf sat down and looked up at me with big eyes, mewling loudly. I glanced up at his automatic feeder, but I'd reloaded it the day before. Just attention, then, I said, giving him another scratch before I returned my focus to the topic at hand. There was a comment that Manalis had made that didn't sit right with me. While my kitty snaked around my ankles and curled up for a nap on my shoes, I punched in a number and called up Kennedy. It rang 7 times before picking up. Levy, what do you want? Kennedy, how's my favorite council agent? I smiled into the receiver just to make sure it came across. I even showed my teeth. I had a question for you. Damn it, Levy. I am not your own personal press release, Kennedy said. I could hear them shuffling papers on the other line, multitasking as they chewed me out. It's not my job to help you with one of your stories. I never said anything about a story. It was technically true. Kennedy wasn't buying it. Then what's it for? I'd been hoping I wouldn't get asked that. Just give me a 30-second answer and I'll leave you alone. There was a sigh and a short pause before they answered. Promise you won't make me hound you about your paperwork this month. Last time it was a week late. 6 days, I corrected. Another sigh, even more breathy and drawn out than the last one. Levy? Sorry. I promise. What's your question? Straight to the point. There was no reason to waste the Commonwealth's time. What's a counselor doing in Kansas City? Nothing, Kennedy replied immediately. The council doesn't have any agents dispatched to that area. I frowned. Mike had no reason to lie about it, though it was always possible he was just mistaken. Are you sure? Levy, I process all our warrant orders for that region. Yes, I'm sure. Nobody's there on official business. That was that. I expected them to hang up, but instead they asked, Why? What did you hear? A follow-up question was rare coming from them. Just that there was a counselor in town. Maybe one of our people is there on a personal trip then, but they're not acting on behalf of the Commonwealth. Kennedy shuffled a couple papers. I'm not sure who it'd... My phone started to ring again. Hey, I've got to let you go. Let me know if you hear anything. Sure, but there's nothing to hear. Do your paperwork. I hung up on them, answering the next call. If this is about the troll. Putting on a smile, I said, Levi Lawson, the KC Warlock Weekly. How can I help you? They're going to kill me. The voice on the other line was cold, quiet, light. It sounded feminine, though I couldn't be sure. Whoever it was, they believed what they were saying. It was no crank call if my judgment was anything to go by. All right, stay calm. Can you tell me your name? Andrea Hills. You have to listen. If you don't, then the fishwife is coming for me, and I'm not tall enough to get away from her. Saturday, 12:15 p.m. Hold it, Murray cut in, interrupting my telling. Andrea called you yesterday morning? That's right. I nodded my head, pausing to sip the lemonade I'd been given. The ice had melted a little, but it was still cold and refreshing in the midday heat. It would have been around 11:15. At the time, I had no idea who she was. Davis furrowed his brow in thought. Given his features, it was a surprise to see his forehead move that much. And she was ranting about a fishwife. I'm getting to that. At least they were listening. Listening was better than pummeling. Can I continue? Murray sat back, crossing her arms. Go ahead. Friday, 11:10 a.m. I raised an eyebrow, puzzled by what I'd just heard. Maybe this was a crank call after all. I'm sorry, who is the fishwife? The fisherman's daughter, Andrea exclaimed. She works down by the docks. I think she knows I found out about her boat, and she's not happy about it. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. A year ago, I would have thought magic was a bunch of ridiculous claptrap. Maybe the fishwife was real too. All right, start from the beginning. Can I record this? No, she said quickly. I don't want you to do that. If I don't record it, I started to say. Then don't. Recording is not fine by me. All right, if she didn't want to be recorded, I wouldn't argue with her. But you want me to write a story about this? Or help you get somewhere safe? No. Then what do you want? I want to give you something. That way I'll be immune and she can't get to me. All right. Ma'am? I paused to see if she would respond, then continued. Ma'am, I'll do what I can, but I'm really struggling to follow what you're telling me. No, Andrea said, frustrated. Her carps. She must have fed you her carps. That's how she works. She's not a fishwife. She's just a fishwife. The more I listened, the more I was certain she wasn't totally straight in the head. Maybe she was high. Maybe she just needed a professional's help. Either way, it wasn't the job of a reporter. I couldn't just hang up on her, though. All right, ma'am, where are you right now? At my house. I live next to the museum. It's pink. Not the museum, my house. Is that the Nelson Atkins Museum? I clarified, making a note. That's right. Okay, I think you should probably stay there. Do you have a friend you could invite over to check up with you? I don't want to put any friends in danger. But you're willing to put me in... I shoved down the thought. I think you should just stay there. Lock the doors and get some rest. If you still have this problem tomorrow, call me back, and I'll see if I can help you. Hopefully, whatever she was on would wear off, and I wouldn't have to deal with her. If not, though, I'd have to figure something out. That was a problem for tomorrow. She sounded uncertain. But the fishwife can get through locks. I'll look into it. Don't worry. It's going to be fine. The safest thing you can do is stay put. All right, I'm going to stay here. And you'll check up on it? Of course, I lied. Stay safe, ma'am." "Okay," she sighed in relief. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "You're welcome." I hung up. I didn't know it at the time, but I'd just signed Andrea's death warrant. I could have gone to help her right away, or sent for aid, or done any number of things. Instead, I told her to stay put and wait for assistance that I had no intention of giving. Before I would realize my mistake, she would be dead. And then I smiled, content at having done a good deed. I took a sip of my coffee, dismissed the whole conversation from my thoughts, and bent to pet my cat. By the time my phone rang, I'd all but forgotten about Andrea and her fish wife. Lovey Lawson, the KC Warlock Weekly. How can I help you?
Did you know there was a troll under the bridge over by the airport?
Rolling my eyes, I sighed, adding a tally mark to my notepad. Chapter 3. Friday, 12:04 p.m. Finding a place to park on 39th Street in the early afternoon was never easy, especially not on a warm, sunny weekend. But I managed to find a spot that would fit my motorcycle with only a little searching. Dropping the kickstand, I started down the sidewalk. The street smelled like good food and bad exhaust. Kansas City's restaurant alley. There were restaurants lining both sides of the street, interspersed with occasional other shops, including one particular store that I had in mind. The bookstore I was going to had a sign on the door claiming that it was comprised of 3 floors of books. That wasn't entirely true. A more accurate sign would have said they had 4 floors of books, but one of them was off limits unless you knew the password. I didn't know the password. I did know the owner of that floor, though, which was the next best thing. I waved at the guy behind the register as I came in. "Buck's upstairs?" He confirmed as much with a nod, and I navigated between the tall, half-organized shelves to the back stairs. It was an old building, and it smelled like knowledge. I could spend hours there, perusing the stacks or just finding a corner to sit down and read. I had done that, in fact. Buck didn't own the whole bookshop, just the 4th floor. From what I understood, it was a common arrangement. The magical community in Kansas City was only about as big as a small town, and stores either needed complex illusions or some sort of front so that they wouldn't be visible to straights. For Buck, it was cheaper and easier to sublet a spot in an existing store than to build something from scratch. The 3rd floor, the highest I could go without being granted access to the hidden stacks of magic books, was more casual than the ground floor and more sunny and open than the basement. There were chairs and enough space for author readings or other events to take place. If you wanted to take a book, relax, and read for a while, it was a great place to do it. "Buck," I said, waving to him as I unslung the backpack on my shoulder. He was in one of the easy chairs, engrossed in a book until I caught his attention. "How are you?" "Getting by," Buck replied, looking up from his novel. He was a little heavier set than me and dressed casually, but he still managed to make it look clean and professional. "Here for some chess?" His tone suggested it was a joke, so I laughed. "I'm here to sell you some ad space." Buck sighed. "Levy, I told you on the phone, I'm not really interested." "You said you'd think about it," I pointed out, taking my laptop from my bag and setting it on the small side table by his chair. "Just hear me out." He checked his watch. "How long is this going to take?" "I can go over the basics in just a couple minutes." "Fine." I'd worked on this pitch a couple times. Buck wasn't the first to hear it, but with a little luck, he would be the first to take me up on it. Pulling up the layout for Sunday's paper, I waited, watching the loading screen. To cover the awkward pause, I added, "Sorry, software's kind of old." "I don't mind." The screen finally loaded, and I gestured to the page with a blank spot where an ad could go. "Right now, business for you is slow, but there's a way to fix that." "Ads in your paper," he suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Well, yeah. You aren't currently doing any advertising because up until now, you've had no good platform. Mine is the first community newspaper for the Kansas City magical scene, so it's your first chance to get in and start getting your name out there." I tabbed over to an alternate layout of the paper, letting a simple ad copy for his part of the bookstore load. I could put this in and it'd go out on Sunday. "Levy," he sighed. He wasn't looking at the ad I'd put together. "Yours is the first newspaper because we don't need one. There's not a lot of us, and we talk." "That's just gossip." I waved my hand dismissively, then pointed back to the ad. "Here, if you just—" "On top of that, I don't need ads because everyone knows I'm here. Most of my sales are direct orders. People looking to buy spell books that you can't get online." He crossed his arms, sitting back. "I told you this when you were getting started." "And I still think you're wrong," I said. "When you hear a story from a friend, you can't know how much of it is true, if he's telling the story right or embellishing, how much got lost in a game of telephone. I get the facts straight, and I'm thorough, and I'm working to ensure you hear everything you need to know about what's been happening." "Okay, so let me take a couple guesses here." He leaned back, rubbing his chin. "This Sunday, you're going to run a piece about the troll under the bridge, but you're not sure if it's a troll because cryptid control hasn't had a chance to go there and deal with it yet. Nobody's done anything about the pixies by the plaza. There'll be a story about that. If you're lacking content, you'll write a story about the planetary conjunction in a couple weeks and how that'll lower everyone's magic bills. You'll run that advice column that Katrina's been sending in and nobody reads, and that crap about getting robbed that Manolis was going on about. Then you'll pad things out with some letters to the editor and a half page of funnies. Am I missing anything?" He was wrong. Not about the content. He'd pretty much nailed my layout. But he had to be wrong about the viability of my paper. In frustration, I tapped a couple fingers to the side of my head, trying to think of how to rebut him. I haven't finalized anything yet. I'm still chasing down leads, and I'm going to make sure I have all my facts straight before I print anything. Buck smiled, and I interpreted that to mean he was satisfied. But he leaned in anyways and spoke in a lower, softer tone. "Look, I don't mean to piss on your parade. It's just better to get this over with early. How much have you invested in this already?" "I've got some money left," I deflected. "And how's your circulation numbers?" There wasn't a good way to deflect that. I knew the answer. I'd checked it just that morning. "A few, 100. "A few. 2. He sat back in the easy chair, sipping his coffee. He probably thought he'd proved his point. I continued tapping a finger to my temple, concentrating, thinking of how to respond. "I'll run the ad for free," I said finally. That caught him off guard. "How's that?" "I'll put it in for a month, no cost to you. When your sales pick up, you can pay me to keep them going." I stuck out my chin defiantly. It was a gamble, but it wasn't like anyone else was paying me for that ad space. He sighed. I wouldn't make you do that. I'm offering it anyway. Pressing his lips into a line, Buck looked at me, then finally leaned towards my computer so he could read the ad copy. I didn't know what that sound meant. If you think it's terrible, it's not. How much would you normally charge? That's a half-page ad, so $300 per issue, I said, lowering my hand. Discounts for a larger contract. Why? I'll give you 50 per if you run this for the next 4 issues, Buck said, sitting back. I don't let people work for free. I shook my head. You've made it clear you don't think an ad in my paper is worth the cost of ink. I'm not running a charity. When you see your sales pick up, you can pay me, but not a second before. Closing his eyes, Buck shook his head and let out a breath. Levy. I shut him down fast. I'm building this business myself. I don't need help. If you think it's a valuable product, pay me. Until then, I'm not taking handouts. He gave up on arguing the point. All right, fine. Knock yourself out. I gave him my best grateful smile. Thank you. Do you want to change anything about the ad before I run it? He picked up his book, set down his coffee, and shook his head. All right. Are you happy with the placement on page 6? He didn't look up from his book. Mm-hmm. Apparently, he was done with the conversation. I paused, then asked, Do you sell any books on ley lines? He shut his book, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. I thought you weren't licensed to do magic. I shook my head emphatically. I'm not going to. It's an academic curiosity, not a practical one. Ley lines for dummies, if you have it. He got up from his easy chair, making it creak. Wait here. Friday, 12:45 p.m. Maggie was underneath a truck when I showed up at her garage shop. It was a smallish place, smelling of oil and auto paint, and a baseball game was playing on a radio next to her feet. A couple cars in various conditions were parked inside, and I'd seen a couple more lined up on the sidewalk. The auto mechanic side of her business wasn't just a front. From all reports, she did good work. The bell over the entrance jingled as I walked through the door, and I noticed a little security camera watching me. Maggie's legs lifted, and the roller seat she was on skittered as she slid out from beneath the pickup. She had a bandana wrapped around her forehead to wick away sweat, and there was a large grease stain over her cheek. I'll be with you in just a moment, she said, taking off the pair of heavy-duty rubber gloves that were covered in engine grease. Help yourself to some coffee. I followed the direction of her gesture and noticed the old Mr. Coffee by the door. Ceramic mugs on a shelf next to it. Never one to turn down free caffeine, I poured myself a mug, added a packet of powdered creamer, and took a sip. Bitter. That reminds me, I need milk. Reaching over, she turned down the volume on the radio all the way, though I could still hear a tiny whine coming from the speakers. Getting to her feet, Maggie walked over, tossing the gloves onto the floor by her roller, finally giving me a good once-over look. All right, how can I... Oh, hell, not this again. So she recognized me. Hey, it's fine. I'm not here looking for a story. I put my hands up defensively. You're here about the pathfinding stones, yeah? Walking past me, she poured the rest of the coffee into a mug, then bent to get new grounds so she could make a fresh pot. Well, you can tell Manolis that if he wants his stones so much, he could at least grow a pair of his own and confront me personally instead of sending another gopher. I raised my eyebrows. So you would still give them to him? Oh, no. She poured Folgers into a filter and pressed the button for the machine to percolate. I already sold him, but some basic respect would be appreciated. I don't talk to middlemen. No offense. None taken. I'm not a middleman. I sipped my coffee as she crouched a second time, digging around in the small cupboard. I'm not planning on reporting back to Mike about this. I'm just here to get your side of the story. She came up with a small flask. If you say so. I took out my phone, pulling up the audio recording app. The first question of any interview. Mind if I record this so I can quote you? Yes. Tipping the flask into her mug, she added 2 shots of what smelled more like paint thinner than whiskey. All right. Pocketing my phone, I pulled out a notepad. I always had a backup. Is this okay? She glared down at the paper, but nodded. That's fine. I clicked my pen and got ready to write. Great. So, from your perspective, why don't you tell me what happened with Mike? He's a lying piece of crap, is what? Maggie said. Those pathfinding stones weren't ever his, and now he's going around telling the whole town that I'm some sort of thief. I jotted that down as quick as I could, already forming the follow-up question in my head. He didn't order them? He asked me to get them shipped in, but he never paid me. $100 a pop just for the shipping fees out of my pocket, and he expects I'll just sit on him until he can scrape the money together. Do I look like I'm rolling in cash to you? She gestured with her arm at the garage to emphasize her point. I don't see any cash, I said, jotting down her full quote. So, you had a verbal agreement, but he didn't pay when the stones arrived, is that correct? That just about sums it up. I don't get enough business to keep everything you would ever need in stock. I've got your basics, but for anything bigger than a dowsing rod, I've just got dealers who I keep in touch with. It's not like I've got a whole warehouse just to keep parts lying around. She gestured again, taking a sip of her coffee and giving me time to hurriedly note all that down. Mike's done business with me before. He knows that. But then he expects me to just sit on products for weeks at a time whenever it's inconvenient for him to pay for what he ordered. My pen started to run dry on the last few words. I sucked on the tip to draw out more ink and doodled a few loops in the corner of the pad, but it didn't do any good. I'm sorry, do you have a pen I could borrow? Here, keep it, she said, pulling a pen from her pocket and passing it over. It had Maggie's Mechanics written on the side with a phone number and address, and the ink was bright red. They're better than business cards. Thanks, I said, clicking it a couple times and making a test mark on the corner of my notes. So, who ended up buying the pathfinding stones? I couldn't tell you. I paused, glancing up at her. You don't know who bought them? That's not what I said. I couldn't tell you. My client asked that I didn't go running their name around, which makes sense since Manolis would probably go babbling their name around if I told him. They paid cash and 20% above asking price. That's all I really care about. As we were talking, my phone buzzed. I paused, took out the device, and checked the number. Fishwife lady. It was probably nothing, but before I could decide if I would ignore it, the call ended prematurely. Maggie eyed me. Am I interrupting something? Just spam, I replied, pocketing my phone. She set down the mug and began untying the knot that held her bandana in place. I was just about to go take a lunch break. Do you have any more questions? I tapped the pen to my temple, considering it for a moment. Do you work on motorcycles? Now that we were talking business, her shoulders relaxed and she smiled, giving me the sense that her air of hostility a moment before had been performative. Tucking the bandana under her belt, she said, I have in the past. You need something done? Not right now, but I'll keep you in mind next time something goes out. I blinked, only now noticing the tips of her ears. They were pointed. Come on, it's rude to stare. Before I could stop it, a question passed my lips. Aren't you repelled by iron? How do you... Rolling her eyes, she gestured over to the gloves she'd been wearing. It's just an allergy. As long as I don't rub my skin all over the metal all day, I'm fine. Right. I hesitated, getting my train of thought back into place. My last guy, he was always trying to upsell me on one thing or another when I just needed a basic tune-up. It got old. Gesturing with a nod, she said, "Well, give me a call when you need me. You've got my number now." "Thanks," I said, stuffing my notepad back into my pants pocket. "I've got to get going here in a minute anyways." "And Levy?" she added before I could walk away. "Yeah." She lifted her lips and showed her teeth, but it didn't really seem like she was smiling. "If you publish a smear article about me, you'd better watch your back." Chapter 4. Friday, 2 p.m. I got to the cafe right at 2. A few people were milling about, but nobody that I recognized, so I ordered a drink and sat down. A minute passed, and I checked my phone. I didn't have any messages. Just in case, I opened up Matchbook and refreshed it. Nothing. He's probably running late. It's fine. The barista called out, "Lenny?" And when nobody else claimed it, I stood up and stepped towards the counter. "Is that an iced coffee, extra cream?" The barista glanced at me, nodding. "Yeah, that's yours." "Right." I took the cup, scrolling on my phone as I navigated with my peripheral vision towards a table. It was nice enough that I could have sat outside, but I said I'd be sitting inside, wearing a black motorcycle jacket, and that's where I'd be. Sitting down, I looked around the shop to make sure my date still hadn't arrived. Then I opened up a document on my phone and started working on the new article. It pretty much wrote itself, just filling in the facts of the dispute and the relevant quotes. I put in placeholders for the quotes so I wouldn't have to play back the recording in the cafe. The store's owner, Maggie Cartwright, objected to accusations of theft, saying, I knitted my brow and looked over the text, tapping with my finger to select a section and delete it. The store's owner, Maggie Cartwright, had this to say on the matter. That felt better. I frowned over the next line, sipped my coffee, and considered how to continue. Levi? I looked up, surprised, putting down my phone. It's pronounced Levy, like Chevy, but yeah. You're Benjamin? Pulling up a chair, Ben nodded. He had on a t-shirt and jeans, so I didn't feel too underdressed, though he'd put something in his hair to make it stand up, while mine was still tousled from wearing a helmet. Whatever was in his hair, it smelled nice. Nice to meet you in person. I didn't see you come in, I said. Did you already order? Yeah. He was smiling. He had a nice smile, but there was something beyond that, and I tried to interpret the expression. Eyebrows raised, brow furrowed. It was like he knew something I didn't. Levy Lawson, right? Oh no. I hadn't put my last name on my account, which meant... You Googled me? Not a lot of reporters named Levy in the city, Ben pointed out. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Sipping my coffee, I started preparing an excuse to leave. His smile didn't falter. Can I ask you about it? You already are, I pointed out, checking my phone. If I had a text or email or something, I could use that. Sorry, I have to go follow up on an article. Was a poor reason to go away, but it was at least a reason. Do you believe all the stuff you wrote in that article? And there it was, out in the open. He'd come here to gawk. There was no reason not to be honest with him. No. His face fell, disappointment clear. It was probably harder to ridicule me if he didn't think I was a crackpot. Then why'd you write it? Good news for him, then. I didn't. That story was gibberish. The real article, the one I wrote, got scrambled by a communications hex. Oh? His smile came back as I gave him something ridiculous to latch onto. How does that work? I sighed. You want the whole story? Absolutely. He sat forward to listen. I really want to hear this. Before I could start, someone called his name from the bar, and he looked over his shoulder. That's me. Just a second. He went to get his coffee, and I eyed the door. Ben had just come in to get a couple laughs. While he was gone, I could leave, block him on Matchbook, and get on with my day. I tapped a finger to my temple, thinking a moment, then leaned back and committed to waiting. At this point, whatever fiction Ben was inventing in his head would be just as worthy of mockery as the truth. Might as well give him what he came here for. Sliding back into his seat, Ben rested his elbows on the table, leaning on his hands to listen. All right, you said it was a hex? I'll get to that. This all started about 1.5 years ago. Have you ever been at a party and someone you don't really know starts spinning a yarn about some conspiracy or another, and it sounds so convincing that you're just about ready to believe them until the next morning when you're sober and you've got a clear head and you realize it's all a bunch of malarkey? Ben bobbed his head in agreement. I don't know if I've ever used the word malarkey, but go on. This all started something like that. A couple colleagues were having a board game night, and some woman started talking to me about magic. At first, I thought she was talking about the card game, but the more she went on, the more I realized she was serious. She had good excuses for stuff, too. She said you couldn't read about it online because there were warlocks who make sure it all stays secret. It's sort of a secret society thing, I guess, to prevent anyone from just throwing magic around willy-nilly. They're called the United Commonwealth of Wizards. I had to admit, it was kind of fun to tell the story to someone who hadn't heard it before. So, you started digging, Ben supplied, and found out that magic was real? More than that, I started digging and found out all sorts of stuff is real. You wouldn't believe how much has been covered up. I took a sip of my drink, preparing the next line of my story in my head. I started by staking out usual places, spots that seem magic adjacent. You know Noir, down in the West Bottoms? He nodded. I've heard of it, I think. Turns out they're not in on it, but it let me overhear a couple things. And then I started staking out bookstores. This one had a chess table set up, so I made an excuse about learning to play, asked if I could use it, bought a couple books on theory, and then started watching. I paused for dramatic effect to draw him in. How'd that turn out? I upped my rating up to 1400. I grinned. The joke didn't land. Ben just looked confused. I kept going. And I saw people buying books that weren't on the shelves. Books about magic. Once I got that, I knew I was on the right track, and the rest was a matter of legwork. I tracked down a couple people I'd seen buying books, convinced one of them to let me interview him anonymously, used that to put together the whole picture, and the rest, well, I shrugged. I was convinced that I was going to win a Pulitzer for uncovering secrets about the universe, right up until I hit publish. Then the shit show started. He nodded, ready for the callback. The hex. The hex, I confirmed. I had sources, I had everything double and triple checked, recorded. I'd shown it all to my editor. He agreed to publish it as a headline piece. We got an image, had it ready to go, and when it came out, it wasn't my article. Everything had been jumbled, made to sound like nonsense. That's what I read then? Ben asked, raising his eyebrows. It's what everyone read. unless you got to the article within the first 5 minutes of publishing. I sighed. This part of the story wasn't as fun. It went live how I'd written it, and then before I knew what was going on, it changed. My written sources all disappeared from company servers. All the contact info I'd been given vanished. I looked like the biggest conspiracy theorist this side of a hollow earth. He knew this part of the story from the public information, at least. So you got fired. Sort of. Officially, I got fired for submitting and publishing a fraudulent story, but that wasn't really it. If it was just that, our fact-checkers and editor would have been on the hook too. Frowning, I took a sip of my coffee to buy myself a moment. I got fired because I disappeared for a month. Off chasing fairies? In a mental hospital. Oh. He took a sip of his own drink, clearly because he felt as awkward as I did about it. Nominally, anyways, I added. Really, I got picked up and arrested by magic cops. That sounds exciting. He perked up, leaning forward. Getting hunted down by wizards, on the run from the law? That had to be a thrill. Not really. A couple folks from the council showed up at my apartment and asked me to go with them. I complied. Ben deflated, then tilted his head as he caught an apparent contradiction. Wait, council? I thought you said it was a commonwealth. The council is a section of them, I explained. It's like the judicial branch. Courts, law enforcement, prisons, all that is the council. Point is, they arrested me, and then they had to try and figure out what to charge me with. I'd basically thrown their whole way of life into chaos for about 10 minutes, but since I didn't know about their laws, there wasn't really much that would stick. When they let me go, they contacted my job and said I'd had a meltdown and got institutionalized for a month while they gave me treatment. His smile faded, giving way to an expression I wasn't totally sure I could read. I guessed it was uncertainty. Even if this was all just a kooky story that I was just making up, responding with laughter would probably have been inappropriate. Sorry to hear that. Oh, it was fine. Magic jail's actually not much different than being institutionalized. That time he did chuckle until he realized I wasn't joking. And then there was a longer, even more awkward silence. I kept the story moving. But in the long run, it all worked out. They decided since there was no malice behind my publication, I could just get probation. My old job knew I couldn't technically be fired for having a mental break. Not since I'd disclosed my diagnosis on the hire paperwork. So they said it was the article and kicked me to the curb. I got a decent severance check, at least. Ben looked uncertain, and this time I knew what he was thinking. It was an expression I'd seen before, and I knew it well enough to know how to respond. I'm on the autism spectrum, I added, rolling smoothly past that part of the story. Anyways, I'm on parole as long as I don't break any more council rules. They let me start my new paper as long as I only distribute it to certified wizards who've been sworn to secrecy, and as long as I fill out a disclosure form on what I'm writing about every week. It's better than getting my work hexed, and I don't have to worry about being fired since I'm the editor-in-chief. A local paper, Ben commented. That's kind of a dinosaur, isn't it? Kind of old. I don't really see that being a growth industry. It works, I shrugged. Wizards can't use the internet to talk about spells openly. It's barred by the Commonwealth. I even have to list my paper as a variety satire publication online, and I can't post what the content is out. A print paper provides utility they can't get anywhere else. And there's enough wizards in Kansas City to justify a local paper like that? I didn't particularly want to answer that question, so I sidestepped. There's enough people with a magic license anyways. Most of them just use it for the occasional spell here and there, It's enough. You need a license to do magic? Ben asked, raising his eyebrows. I nodded. He sat forward, intrigued. Can I see yours? I don't have one. I blushed, rubbing the back of my neck. I took a couple local courses, but things didn't go so well. When I tried my hand at using a sending stone to deliver a message, it blasted feedback and blew out the windows in the classroom. I don't really have a use for magic anyways. Since I'm on parole, I'd have to submit paperwork for any spell I tried to cast. It's just an inconvenience. Saturday, 12:44 p.m. This is ridiculous, Davis declared, crossing his arms. Why do we need to hear about this crap? It's my alibi, for one, I pointed out. And it's relevant to the story. You said you wanted me to tell you everything. This is everything. I wiggled my foot, trying to get the rock to shift to the side so it wouldn't be so obnoxious. It didn't move. Murray frowned, looking me over. Your alibi? It'll make sense in a minute, I said. But yeah, Ben can corroborate my story and tell you where I was before I called 911. Glancing at her partner, Murray said, Right. I'll check on that. Davis, play nice. Getting to her feet, she took her lemonade with her, walking out through the magical partition that separated our little gazebo from the rest of the park. Oops. I hadn't meant to make her leave. If I was going to be alone with Davis, I was going to have to be very, very careful with my wording. He looked at me, his mouth pulled into a tight smirk as he read my expression. Sitting forward, he commented, You can, you know. Either he was being obtuse on purpose, or I was deeply missing the subtext. I can what? Showing his teeth, he said, Confess without teeth. No spell needed. I swallowed. Being alone with him was going to be seriously dangerous. Then again, it was also an opportunity. Friday, 2:23 p.m. So, hold on a moment, Ben said, chin resting on his hand as he thought about it. If they can do this communication hex to keep you from spilling the beans, how come you could just explain it to me now? It was a fair question. It's a matter of closeness. You and I are fairly close right now, see? I gestured to the distance between us. You could say that. He smirked, though I didn't get the joke. And we're talking to each other in person, with no steps in between. That makes it really hard to disrupt. Maybe if my case officer was in the cafe actively keeping a spell running, he could muck things up. But that's not really worth their time unless I'm running around with a megaphone. That makes sense. He nodded along. So, with your article, it was easier to disrupt because it was far away. More like it was easier to disrupt because it was indirect. When we're working with something that's written down, especially something that gets transcribed or copied a couple times before it gets delivered to its destination, it's easy to make anything sound like authentic gibberish. A personal letter might be harder, and a phone call would probably take some kind of active effort to... The penny dropped, and my spine went cold. What's wrong? Ben asked. I have to go. I looked at my coffee. It was mostly full, but there was no time to drink it. Do you want this? He stood with me, looking around the cafe as though he expected to see something shocking. No, thank you. What's going on? I think... Danger, I said, trying to process the words to explain while a train of logic was steaming through my head. There was a communications hex, and... I could be wrong, but... No time. I have to go. Well, it was good to meet, Ben started to say. No time for goodbyes. I have to go, I repeated, slinging my backpack over my shoulder, unclipping my helmet, and running out the door. Andrea Hills was in danger, and I might already have been too late. Chapter 5. Friday, 2:30 p.m. I raced across the city, driving 5 over the speed limit and blasting through yellow lights whenever I could. It's probably fine. It's probably nothing. You don't need to worry so much. If I was wrong, I'd have worked myself up for nothing. If I was right, though. Andrea Hills lived in the pink house just by the Nelson Atkins Museum. I didn't know the house, but I knew the museum. The campus was fairly large, but most homes were on the north side. Rolling by a stop sign, I throttled the gas and started circling the campus. Pink house, pink house, pink. It was hard to miss. A 2-story thing, bright, sunny, and picturesque with a flower garden to match. Andrea was wealthy enough to hire a fairly expensive landscaper, or she put in the time and love to keep the exterior well maintained. There was no driveway, and the street parking was totally occupied. I slowed for a moment, cruising past looking for any sign of trouble. Nothing was obvious. There weren't any screams, and the windows and doors were all securely closed. I had time to park. Circling, I found a spot a block up, dropped the kickstand, and pulled out my phone. Bringing up my call history, I tapped Andrea's number as I started running towards the house. She's okay, she's okay, she's okay. It rang in my ear, seconds stretching out as I hurried down the sidewalk. Hi, this is Andrea's phone. Andrea, I shouted. Are you... You missed me right now. The recording kept playing. But leave a message after the beep. I'll hit you back when I can. It beeped. I hung up and called again, throwing open her gate and running up to the door. As the phone continued to ring, I hit the doorbell, pressing the button 6 times. Andrea! Andrea! I panted for breath, waiting a moment, listening. She said she would stay home, so she had to be inside. Maybe she was in the shower or taking a nap, or... Hi, this is Andrea's phone. I hung up and tried the door handle. It was locked. I moved over to the front window, peering through the blinds. Oh, no. No time to be subtle. I looked around, ran to grab a rock from the flower garden, and threw it at the glass. At the same time, I hung up, dialed 911, and waited for it to pick up. I crouched through the shattered window, listening as I walked over to the body. Not to the body. To Andrea. My thoughts were starting to fog. I couldn't focus, except to look down at Andrea. 911, what's your emergency? I need an ambulance. I'm at, it's a pink house on Rock Hill and 44th, 45th, just north of Nelson Atkins. There's a woman here. She's not moving. There's a lot of blood. What's your name? Levi Lawson. Okay, Levi. Are you in any danger? No, I don't think so, but she's... Can you tell me what number you're calling from? Yeah, 816-555-0162. She needs an ambulance, bad. Is she breathing? I don't think so. Her chest isn't moving. Do you know how to check her pulse? I do, just hold on. All right, an ambulance is being dispatched. Okay. Have you checked her pulse? I don't... There's so much blood. My hands are slipping. I can't... Her wrist, it's... Can you tell me what happened? She called me. I came by and her phone was ringing. In the window, I... Stay on the line. Help will be there soon. Do you know how to do CPR? Yes, I took a class. Okay. I want you to administer CPR. Don't hang up. Just set down your phone while you do it. Okay. Okay. She's still not breathing. All right, the EMTs will be there soon. Please stay on the line. She's cold. Sir? I hung up the phone. It left a bloody fingerprint on the touchscreen. She was dead. I didn't need an EMT to tell me that. Sitting next to the body, I scooted away until my back bumped a wall. My phone started to ring. The 911 dispatch. I let it go to voicemail. I'd talked to her just a few hours ago. I told her everything was fine. I had blood on my hands and the front of my jeans. I drummed my fingers to the side of my head, venting stress, trying to get myself together. She hadn't just died. Someone had killed her. Before they'd killed her, they'd put a communications hex on her phone, and I'd missed it. I'd assumed her ramblings were just that, and I hadn't considered any alternatives until they were staring me in the face. Andrea had called me, begging for help, and I'd blown her off. Her death was premeditated, pre-planned, and whoever had done it had access to magic. The cops weren't going to be able to do anything to touch them. I got up. I had a problem to solve, and that was enough of a lifeline to keep me focused. As long as I was working, I could bottle up my feelings, keep them contained until I had a chance to decompress. I focused on my breathing and on my thoughts, fighting back the panic that threatened to rise from somewhere deep in my chest. It's a puzzle, not a crisis. Solve it. What happened? Surveying the room, I couldn't immediately piece together the order of events. The door was locked, the window was smashed in, but I'd done that. I looked around, took a guess, and navigated to the kitchen. Leftover barbecue was on the table in a styrofoam takeout box from Arthur Bryant's. The remains of a meal Andrea would never finish. I pumped out hand soap from a dispenser shaped like a squirrel, running hot water up to my elbows, trying to get them clean. Using a roll of paper towels to dry off, I focused my attention back on my goals. My phone rang again. I hung up and instead dialed Andrea's number. It started to buzz somewhere nearby. Listening, I realized it was in her pocket, knelt, and took it out. The screen was shattered beyond the point of functionality, and it didn't even light up when I hit the power button. But it was something. I slipped it in my pocket, then started taking photos with my own device. I only snapped one picture of Andrea. I didn't want to see any more of that than I had to. But it felt irresponsible not to at least get a single image. With the whole scene documented, but disturbed as little as possible, I turned to head up the stairs. My phone rang again. The 911 dispatch was continuing to try and contact me. I ignored them. Without an idea of what to look for, I started checking doors. A briefcase with clues written on the front would have been ideal, but I didn't have any such luck. The bedroom was as pretty and neatly organized as the front garden, and had a big picture window overlooking more well-maintained greenery in the backyard. I took a couple photos of the bedroom and one of the backyard where plants and stones were arranged in concentric circles to make for a sort of Zen garden-style arrangement. It might be relevant, but at first glance there was nothing that would explain why she'd been killed. Shutting the door behind me, I walked back into the hallway. Checking the next room, I found an office. There was a plain wooden desk resting in the corner, and some electronics arranged to the side, but the majority of the room was taken up by a large digital display on the wall and a table in the center. A roll of graphing paper was on one end, with holders for pens, pencils, and other artists' tools on the other end. I checked out the desk first. There was a laptop's power supply, an Ethernet cable, an HDMI cord to go to a bigger monitor, and a mouse. But the laptop itself was nowhere to be seen. I took a photo and moved on. There was nothing on the table except a couple pens, and the edge of the graph paper on the roll was torn rather than cut. I took a photo of that too. It wasn't much to go on. It was possible I was overlooking something or that there just wasn't anything left to find. Either way, my options were running thin. A noise came from downstairs. Someone was at the front door. The EMTs must be here. Why didn't I hear the siren? I moved to walk towards the stairs, then a thought struck me. What if it's the killer? With that thought rattling around in my head, I suddenly felt very trapped up on the second floor. Moving my feet carefully so the floorboards wouldn't creak, I backed towards the bedroom. The door rattled as someone tried to open it against the deadbolt. There was a pause as I shifted my feet without lifting them off the floor, sliding along and avoiding any loose boards. A second later, the deadbolt clicked, unlocking. As the figure came inside, there was no accompanying jingle of keys on a ring. Magic? Heavy boots echoed as they walked in, looming over the body, wordless and silent. Definitely not an EMT or a cop or anyone else that would have showed up because of my call. Probably not a friend either. A friend would have reacted with shock or horror. I was more and more confident that whoever it was, I didn't want to meet them. Either they would think I had killed her and would attack me on sight, or, more likely, they had killed her and would attack me on sight. I didn't want a confrontation. It was only 2 more paces to the bedroom. If I could get the picture window open, I could jump down to the first floor, and they would be unaware that I'd even been there. Grasping the handle tightly, I turned it, slow, barely moving the door. The hinges didn't creak, and an inch at a time, I got it open, giving myself a gap I could silently squeeze through. My escape was imminent. My phone rang again. Shit. Below, I heard a surprised cry that was followed quickly by footsteps pounding hard towards the stairs. No time for stealth. I darted into the bedroom, slammed the door, and pressed the button on the handle to lock it. Crossing the room, I prayed as I put my hands on the frame of the picture window, wishing that whatever deity was up there would ensure I could get it open. A shoulder hit the door, cracking the cheap wood. The interior door wasn't designed to resist a home intruder. It wouldn't survive another hit. I got lucky. The window slid to the side easily, and without a second's hesitation, I vaulted over the edge. The drop wasn't far. As a kid, I'd jumped down from treehouses that were higher up. I wasn't a kid anymore, and the landing sent a jolt of discomfort through my legs. But I was up and scurrying around the side of the house in moments. I got to the sidewalk clean. Nobody had followed me out the window, and they hadn't made it back to the front door in time to intercept me. Now that I was on the street, I could hear the ambulance siren's whine as it rolled onto the road, followed closely by the wailing of a police cruiser. I kept walking at a normal, if slightly clipped, pace. Just a pedestrian out for a walk. The ambulance buzzed past me, followed by the cruiser, and neither slowed down to confront me. When I was almost around the corner, I finally let myself glance back at the house. Just for a second. When I did, I saw a figure on the porch. It was too far away to make out any details. They were tall, maybe 6 feet, dressed in dark clothes that made their silhouette indistinct, and they were facing me. I looked away and kept walking before they could get a good look at my face. My motorcycle was around the corner. Putting on my helmet, I hopped into the seat, revved the engine, and sped away, putting distance between myself and the crime scene. My heart was pounding in my chest, and it took me a minute to realize that I'd accelerated to well past the speed limit. I slowed down as fast as I'd sped up, following side roads. The last thing I wanted was to get pulled over and have to explain the bloodstains on my clothes or why I was fleeing a crime scene. Do I go to the police? The cops would be able to trace the 911 call to my phone. It was attached to my name. Heck, the phone number was on my website. Once it was clear that I'd fled the scene of the crime, they'd definitely have questions for me. There would probably be a cop waiting for me as soon as I got home. Whoever had killed Andrea, they had enough resources to put a communications hex on someone. That wasn't an easy enchantment to cast. Given that my DNA was all over Andrea's body, I had no doubt that they could just as easily tamper with police records and get me convicted. So I couldn't go home. That was fine. I'd have to approach this from the magical end of things. If the real killer was apprehended by wizards, I could go to the police later and work something out. Or, if I got lucky, the council might decide that for the secrecy of the Commonwealth, they should just make the records of the crime disappear. In short, I had to catch a killer with access to magic, and I had to do it before the police caught up to me. At least I knew where to start. Chapter 6. Saturday, 12:56 p.m. "This is bullshit," Davis said, throwing up his hands and standing up from the table. "You expect us to believe you just walked in and found her like that?" "It's what happened. Once Murray gets back, she'll..." "She'll what?" Murray stepped back into the gazebo, pocketing her phone. "Ainsworth, are you telling stories about me?" "He's telling stories," Davis shot. "His account of finding the body is asinine." "Ask Ben, then," I said. "He can prove I wasn't around when she was killed." "About that." Murray shook her head, sitting down next to her partner. "I just talked to Ben. He says he showed up at the cafe, but you weren't there, so he went home. He never saw you." I blinked, but it wasn't a total shock. The killer knows some pretty heavy-duty magic. They must have gotten to Ben and erased his memories. "Likely story," Davis scoffed. "More likely than you'd think. The killer was able to hex Andrea's phone. Why couldn't they erase Ben's memories?" Before Davis could make another cutting comment or really start picking apart my admittedly flimsy excuse, I butted in with a question that had been floating around in the back of my head. "She said your last name was Ainsworth, right?" Raising an eyebrow, he leaned in. "That's right." "Any relation to Gerard Ainsworth, the industrialist?" I raised my own eyebrow in response, watching his face for an uncomfortable moment. He grunted. "Yeah, he's my uncle. Why?" I did my best to look flippant, but I couldn't help letting out a nervous laugh. "I was just curious how much it costs to buy a job as a counselor. The newspaper business has been slow lately, and I could use a fallback." Leaning forward across the table, he extended a meaty hand to grab the scruff of my shirt. A cough from Murray stopped him. He took a breath, leaning back. "I'm going to look forward to your trial." "Oh, hey, I get a trial," I replied. "Will a lawyer be provided for me, or do I need to provide my own?" His glare deepened. "Funny. We'll see what jokes you're telling when..." It took me a moment to recognize the tiny, barely noticeable jingle that was playing in his earpiece. Had he been a foot or two further away, I might not have heard it at all. Tapping his ear, he started walking away to get some privacy. "Ainsworth, what have you heard?" He stepped too far away from the park gazebo for me to hear, leaving just me and Murray. Between the two of them, I was much happier to be alone with her. "So," I said, watching the thuggish counselor leave. "He's just lovely." "He didn't get under the force through a family connection," Murray said. "He's not just muscle, either. That man's better at glamours and aura tracing than anyone on the force. Way better than me. Spent almost 6 years just practicing, learning from the masters before he even applied. I continued gazing in the direction he'd gone. No gap year? She tapped the pen, stopping the scribing spell. You know why he spent that time learning? Why he wanted to join the force to begin with? I wasn't too worried about Murray hitting me if I got too flippant. So he can beat false confessions out of people? Because his brother died. I didn't have a smart-ass response to that. She paused to let it sink in. An accident with a faulty construct. He was working with some engineers to open a stable portal between Denver and Paris. Someone had tampered with the grounding runes. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Did they figure out who did it? They had someone for questioning straight away. Someone his brother had fired from the work site the day before. A repairman. He had the tools to make it look like an accident, a motive, an opportunity, but he stonewalled for 2 days. Didn't do anything except confirm his own name, and we had to let him go. When no new evidence turned up, the sabotage got chalked up to a manufacturing defect, and the killer went free. Davis managed to get his license pulled, but besides that, he's still walking free to this day. I took a drink of lemonade. How do you know it wasn't a manufacturing defect? All the constructs being used were manufactured by his uncle's company. He wasn't going to sell his own nephew bad parts. Murray sat back, crossing her arms. He's the most meticulous counselor I've known. He doesn't leave a stone unturned. You might not like him, but he's gotten more criminals out of our community than you could count. I can count pretty high, I pointed out. We sat for a moment in quiet thought. I rubbed at my wrists where the metal cuffs were digging into my skin. Are we waiting for him to get back? I asked. We can continue if you'd like, Murray replied, tapping the pen once again. Friday, 2:57 p.m. The first thing I did was hit an ATM. It cost me $3.90 in fees, and I withdrew as much as it would allow, taking out $500. I didn't know if the cops would freeze my card, but I didn't want to risk getting caught without a penny to spend. Next, I went to buy some help. I pulled my bike right up to Maggie's shop, then reconsidered and rolled a block past it before parking. Paranoia was in season, and if the cops were looking for me and had my plates, I didn't want to leave my bike right beside the building I was in. Clipping my helmet to my backpack, I moved as quickly as I could without it turning into a full run, speed walking to the auto shop. Part of the speed was to get things done as quickly as possible, but it also worked as a stress outlet. As long as I kept moving, working towards a goal, I wouldn't have to process anything. Maggie, I called, storming inside, the bell above the door jangling loudly. I need your help. She was underneath the same truck as before and swore loudly when she heard my voice. Rolling clear, she shouted back, her voice muffled by the breathing mask she wore. Damn it, I don't have all day for your... Is that blood? You're Faye, I said, slipping off my backpack and rummaging for Andrea's phone. She sneered, pulling off her mask. You noticed? So you can sense when someone's lying to you, and you have to keep your promises, I continued. Right? Yes, that's true, she said, the sneer slowly fading away. What do you want? I had rehearsed what I would say a couple times while I rode here. A woman named Andrea has been murdered. I didn't kill her, and I don't know who did it, but I think it was a wizard. I want to pay you to help me and to promise you won't tell anyone about this. Maggie took a step back. What? You've got magic stuff, I continued, finally finding the phone where it had settled at the bottom of my bag. Can you, do a tracing spell to find out who put a hex on this phone or something like that? Hold up, Maggie said, raising her hands. Andrea's dead? I didn't have a tactful answer to that. You knew each other? Her response was as much a confirmation as just saying yes. She looked a little paler than she had before, even beneath the engine grease. We did some consulting together. She was good people. I'm sorry. Shifting my weight from foot to foot, I added, I had nothing to do with it, but I need to find out who did it to her. If a wizard's responsible, you need to go to the counselors, she pointed out. You're hardly the person to take down a murderer. That's the thing. I don't have any proof, just a vague description, and I've got a rap sheet. I can't risk getting arrested without a solid lead to show I didn't do it. I gave her a brief recap of my flight from Andrea's home, skipping a description of the body and focusing on the figure at the very end. So, you didn't see a face? I only saw them for a second, from a block away, I said. Dark clothes, kind of lightish skin, I think. That's not much to go on, she conceded. I shrugged. I'm not exactly on the Commonwealth's good side. I don't have any solid evidence, and basically anything I do risks hitting up against my probation. If they even think I might be guilty, I might spend another couple months locked up, and I can't afford that. It'd destroy my paper. They might still get you for not going to them right away, Maggie pointed out. Bureaucratic bastards love a catch-22. I'll help you. What do you need? I raised Andrea's cracked phone screen. I need you to, run a scan on this phone, and I need you to promise not to tell anyone about this. However much it costs, I'll pay it. I can't do that, she said, pulling off her bandana and running a hand through her hair. Which? I raised my eyebrows. Either. First off, I'm a dealership, not a practitioner. I know some basic spells, and I've got the old magic. But what you're asking for would take someone with 10 times my experience and some heavy-duty ritual supplies. She counted on her fingers, listing off information about the problem. Maybe I could put together a circle to detect magical auras with supplies on hand, but you'd need someone else to operate it. And that'd just confirm that a communications hex had been cast. You'd need to leave the phone with me, too. Why's that? The more it travels with a mortal aura around it, the more the magic's going to get diluted. You're going to be looking for traces of a spell that hasn't been active for hours. If you keep driving around town with that in your pocket, those traces will get scrubbed away. It's in my backpack, I pointed out, in case that would help. Maggie stared at me for a moment, blinking twice before she continued. As for the promise, my word's only as good as yours. There's no such thing as a magic, unbreakable promise. I raised an eyebrow, looking at her ears. But you're the subject of far too many works of fiction. Maggie rolled her eyes. No, we don't hoard gold. We can't detect lies. We're not made out of glitter. I gaped for a moment, feeling silly. Wait, why did you believe me if you can't detect when people are lying? You thought I could, she pointed out. All right, I might have an idea of how to help. I stood up a little straighter. Yeah? You don't need any aura tracing. There's an easier way to get the info you want. How's that? I asked, taking out my notepad. If it was a phone hex, that requires either a pretty massive ritual setup from very far away, or else you've got to be closer with a smaller ritual circle. If we don't count the big communications rig that the Commonwealth runs up in Chicago, then I only know one guy who's got the sort of equipment you'd need and the geographical proximity to kibosh her phone calls. She reached into her tool belt and came out with one of her labeled pens, reaching to take my notepad. He's got a workshop up by Worlds of Fun. I'll write down the address for you. What's his name? I asked, mapping out a plan in my head. I don't think I've met him. Garrett. He and Andrea go way back, so you might work on a more tactful way to let him know what happened. Noting down the address, Maggie passed the notebook back. I pocketed it. How much do I owe you? For a recommendation? I don't charge for that. That was good news. One more question, then. Do you have a place I can get cleaned up before I go? I asked, looking down at myself. The blood on my jeans was still tacky and damp. I wasn't sure if anything would get the stains out, but at least if I rinsed them off, it wouldn't be quite as obvious at a glance. Maggie pointed around the corner. Yeah, follow the wall around back, there's a bathroom. If you see the tool bench with my stock of spell catalysts, you've gone too far. Towels are under the sink. I followed the directions, finding a little bathroom with a sink that only ran cold water and a gallon tub of orange pumice hand scrub. I locked the door. Orange pumice hand scrub, as it turned out, wasn't very good for bloodstains. Doing my best, I managed to get my jeans to the point where it could be mistaken for old oil stains or just general wear and tear from regular manual labor. That would raise the question of why I, without a callus on my hands and with a frame of someone who chronically skipped exercise, had signs of regular manual labor on my jeans. But hopefully nobody would be sizing me up that closely. As I wiped the last remains of blood from my pants, I had to stop and take a breath. Don't think about it. Getting the denim as dry as paper towels would allow, I washed my hands, took a breath, and reached for the handle. Out in the garage, the bell above the entrance jangled as someone walked into the shop. I hesitated, put my ear to the door, and listened. "Officers," Maggie said. Her voice raised enough for me to easily hear, though it could just as easily be a slightly over-the-top greeting. "How can I help you?" The cops found me? That was fast. A voice I didn't recognize spoke. It was polite, professional, and on the feminine side. "We're trying to find someone. Would you mind answering a couple questions?" Maggie's voice was clear. "Yes." "Great. We found this—" Maggie cut her off, still speaking loudly and clearly. "I'm sorry. You misunderstood. I would mind answering questions." There was an uncertain pause. "If you'd prefer, we can take you to our embassy and handle it there, but—" "You see my ears?" Maggie cut in. "I am a sovereign being. You've got absolutely no authority over me." I frowned, puzzling out those last couple comments. Talking about embassies and ears. They weren't cops. They were counselors. Another pause, though this one felt more tense. "Look, we're just trying to find a murderer. We found a pen with your address on it. We think one of your customers must be involved. Could you just—" "I am not answering any of your questions." I suddenly felt very trapped in the little bathroom. There was only one way in or out, and absolutely nowhere to hide. If the counselors started poking around, they'd find me, washed out blood still on my jeans, the victim's phone in my bag. "Ma'am," a rougher voice said. Davis, though I didn't know it at the time. "Is there someone else in the building?" "Absolutely not." Saturday, 1:01 p.m. "Ha!" Murray barked, sitting back with satisfaction. I knew she was full of it. I had no idea he was there, my ass. I raised an eyebrow. Should I continue? Hesitating, she took a sip of her lemonade and puckered. "Please." Friday, 3:15 p.m. "Not," Maggie insisted. "Unless someone snuck in through the back door." There's a back door. I turned the handle slowly so it wouldn't creak. "She's under duress," Davis said. "The killer's in the building. They've got something on her. Spread out." On it, Murray confirmed. I'll take point. I have not given consent to a search, Maggie objected. You will not. Hey! The counselors ignored her and started their search to find me. Chapter 7. Friday, 3:16 p.m. I got the hell out of the bathroom. It was hard not to break out into a noisy run, but that would have given me away in an instant. I settled for speed walking to the back, keeping my footfalls soft. At least for a second, they were moving methodically and taking their time, which bought me precious seconds. The door was up ahead, but I didn't want to flee out the back just yet. Running for it wasn't an option, not when they had magic to bind me down. It would only take one moment where they had line of sight to pick out my aura and hit me with a spell and end the chase. Even if I got free, they might be able to trace my lifeline for miles. I needed something to throw them off my scent. Lucky for me, I was in a garage stocked to the gills with magical catalysts. I spun, facing the tool shelf. Neatly organized, labeled, and categorized bins of simple runes and conduits were stacked on top. Parts to build anything from a summoning altar to a magical workshop, at least so long as it was on a small enough scale. Scanning the labels, I looked down the row of shelves. Maggie's methodical sorting made it easy to find what I was looking for. Perfect. Pulling open the right bin, I grabbed half a dozen rough, lopsided cleansing crystals. Cleansing crystals were designed to cleanse a space of outside ley lines, lifelines, and other trace magical background energy. The magical equivalent of an air freshener. They were so easy to use that even I couldn't screw it up. And, if I didn't have any lifelines surrounding me, they couldn't hit me with spells that relied on aura tracing to pin me down. At least, that was my theory. On a whim, I yanked open a second drawer and took out a sending stone, turning it over in my fingers. Nodding to myself, I said, "Okay, this'll... Freeze!" I turned to face the female counselor, Murray, though I didn't know her name at the time, who had out a copper wand and was pointing it in my direction. I was about to obey when I realized she hadn't been giving a command. She'd been stating what was about to happen. I froze. There was no pressure on my body, no physical force. My body just stopped responding to instructions. I wanted to walk forward, but my legs didn't comply. I wanted to activate one of the cleansing crystals, but my hands wouldn't move. It was the mother of all executive dysfunction, imposed on me by whatever spell Murray was using. "Careful with this one," Murray said as Davis approached me. His own wand raised in one hand, a pair of plain steel handcuffs in the other. Putting all my will into trying to move, to resist the magic. My fingers twitched. That was all. There was nothing else I could do. Then, like a fey guardian angel, Maggie rounded the corner behind Murray. She had her fist raised, a glowing runestone gripped tightly, and she shouted, "Run!" Light flashed and my body kicked into sudden motion. There was a moment of physical lag as my limbs tried to obey all the commands I'd sent them in the past 20 seconds. Then my rational control took over and I broke out into a sprint. Murray spun and hit Maggie with an open backhand. The attack disrupted Maggie's counterspell, but she'd bought me the time I needed. Fishing into my pocket, I came out with one of the cleansing stones and twiddled it between my fingers to align the crystal with the lifeline on my palm. I squeezed, and the crystal grew warm in my hand. I couldn't turn to see how Maggie was faring. There was no time. The back door was unlocked. I threw it open, sprinting in the direction I'd parked my motorcycle, and I heard Davis bellow out a word in a foreign tongue. The air grew suddenly dry and static, like the inside of an airplane at cruising altitude. A bell tone tolled, and the crystal in my hand shattered, crackling against my palm. Behind me, Davis swore loudly as I fumbled for another cleansing crystal. I didn't stop to watch. Hurrying around the building, I scrambled into the alleyway, sprinting a path that was perpendicular to the street my motorcycle was parked on. As I ran, I fumbled with the carabiner clip on my backpack, slinging the helmet onto my head. When I tried to look over my shoulder, I realized I'd put the helmet on prematurely. My peripheral vision was terrible, and I had to spin almost completely around to see the two counselors barreling down the asphalt behind me. Murray raised her wand, flicking the copper rod with invisible power. A line of force began to glow around me as the power built up a static charge, fighting the cleansing crystal, tangible heat building up in the air. With another brassy toll, the crystal in my hand shattered. Murray winced, dropping her wand as the magic recoiled down her wand and made it buck and discharge. I had to grin beneath my helmet at foiling their magic. Great and powerful cosmic forces meet a journalist with spare parts. I'd run out of crystals sooner rather than later, but for now... Davis reached into his robes and came out with his Glock. Jumping in alarm, I ran sideways, cutting through someone's property to get to the street. A shot cracked out behind me and missed, but he held his fire once I got deeper into the yard. He didn't have a clear line of sight and wasn't willing to let bullets travel into the homes behind me if he missed. I came out onto the street, only a few long paces away from my bike. Jamming my key into the ignition, the engine roared to life and I twisted the throttle for all it was worth. In my rear view, I saw the counselors come out onto the sidewalk behind me, but I was already a block away, and I turned to get behind a building before another spell could be thrown at my back. I had a second's reprieve. Slowing to a more manageable speed, I took another cleansing crystal from my pocket and squeezed it, activating the magical properties before any sort of aura-seeking spell could come my way and blast me out of my seat. "Computer," I spoke in my best ship captain's voice. "Make a call." My voice assistant beeped cheerfully. "All right. Who do you want to call?" "Ben." "Calling." A digital dial tone played in my ear for a moment before he picked up the phone. "Hello?" I cut straight to the point. "You want proof?" Levy?" I nodded, though he couldn't see the gesture. "Yeah. Do you want proof that magic is real?" "I mean, Levy, your story was fun, but you've got nothing to prove. I don't have a lot of time. Either you'll get to see real magic in action, or you'll get a great story out of it." I paused, then added the real prize to my offer. "I'll pay you $100. That got his attention. "What's going on?" "I need a ride from someone outside the community. You already know more than anyone else I could call, and you've got a car. How soon can you be at the downtown airport?" "Like 5 minutes. I live by the river market." "Meet me there. I'll call you when I'm close." "Okay, but promise me you'll meet me there. If you can't do it, I'll need to call someone else." A couple seconds passed. "I promise. And if you want to see magic, just watch the bridge. See you soon." I hung up the phone, pulling onto Grand and checking the mirrors. A black SUV was speeding behind me, a couple blocks away but gaining ground fast. The windows were tinted and it didn't have front tags. Either it was a hell of a coincidence or the counselors had found me. I twisted the throttle, putting on more speed, squeezing the crystal into the rubber grip on my handle. The counselors weren't going to take out their guns and start peppering me with gunshots on a busy road, but that only took away half their arsenal. Crackling static power rippled into the ground, lashing out from the direction of the SUV and outlining the circle around me that the cleansing stone was warding. That circle of power followed me, closing in, growing tighter and tighter, until the crystal shattered in my hand with a loud, ringing tone. Again, the feedback bought me a brief stay of execution. As I careened down the road, blowing through a red light, I barely had time to dig out the fourth crystal, and before I could activate it, the front tire of my bike hit a pothole. The handle jerked as the tire was bucked sideways, almost sending me to the ground. Grabbing the controls with both hands, I overcorrected, swerved, and got the bike straight. The crystal slipped out of my hand, falling to the ground and cracking on the pavement behind me. Crap. We were going through the crossroads, coming up on the Power and Light District. Even with no shows today, it was going to be crowded. I had to cross my fingers and hope they wouldn't go for any magic that was too visible in such a populated area. They were 15 feet back and maintaining their pace, and for a moment, no spells were flying. What are they doing? I only had to wonder for a moment. A pulse of energy flashed, radiating out from their car, but it wasn't directed at me. Energy rippled away, less like an earthquake and more like the light from a laser projector as it spilled out onto the street around them. Though it was impossible for me to see from the inside, I knew what they'd done. An illusion, hiding our chase from anyone who might look on. So much for getting somewhere public to keep their magic restrained. Now there was nothing to stop them from bringing out the big guns. I went for the next crystal, squeezing it before I even got my fingers back on the handle. All the fumbling made me swerve, and it saved my life. From the hood ornament on the SUV, a concentrated beam of pure fire burst out towards where my head had been a few seconds prior. Unlike the last few spells, it wasn't following my aura. It was pure, unfiltered power that could strike indiscriminately in a constant, unbreaking stream of flame. It was a massive expenditure of energy, but it completely circumvented my rather paltry defense. And as the spell followed me, I had to duck and pull into the oncoming lane to keep a hole from being burned through my back. An oncoming semi-truck bore down on me, and the driver didn't even tap on their horn as I turned sharply to avoid getting transmuted from a person to a splotch of red jelly on the pavement. The lance of fire fizzled out to keep from cutting through the semi as it blew past me. Twisting the handle, I straightened out, taking a moment to catch my breath as we rolled over the highway and into Power and Light. I was running low on crystals, and they had more than enough power to keep blasting at me until I either took a hit or crashed into something more solid than myself. The only hope I had was to lose them. So as we passed through the entertainment district, I leaned into a turn, jerking the handle as sharply as I dared. My leg nearly scraped asphalt as I oriented myself perpendicular to the road, twisted the throttle, and jumped a set of stairs rolling through the central square. My bike and I dropped 5 feet, hit the ground, and kept rolling. Tires squealed behind me as the counselors were forced to stop. But their SUV was too bulky to survive a jump like that. I checked my rearview mirror and saw with satisfaction that they were driving away. There was another set of stairs in my way before I got back to a real road, and I had to swerve to avoid a pair of startled pedestrians before I could lean into the jump. The shocks on my bike bucked hard from the landing, but everything stayed in one piece and I kept moving. Revving my engine, I continued snaking through downtown. My ringtone blared in my ears, and I answered it before checking the caller ID. "Ben, is that—" "Please hold while we connect you to a representative." I blinked, too caught off guard to hang up as I blasted through a yellow light. "Hello, I'm calling for Levi Lawson." I'm a little busy right now, but..." "This is Neighborhood USA Bank. We're calling regarding some suspicious activity on your card for KCWW LLC. We noticed..." "The cash withdrawal? That was me," I snapped. "This is a really bad time. Can you call me back, like, tomorrow?" "All right, sir, but are you aware that you've almost maxed out your line of credit?" Shit, when did that happen? "Yes, I'm aware. I've got some money coming in soon to help cover that." "All right.
I'm going to mark this transaction as reviewed. If you have any other questions.
The SUV pulled up in front of me, tires squealing on the road as it swerved and lined up, driving to match my pace 20 feet ahead. The hatchback opened and I saw Davis kneeling in a firing position, his Glock raised. Shit! Sir? Computer, hang up! The phone call ended and I swerved hard, pulling out of the way of Davis's line of fire just as he squeezed the trigger. Leaning far into the turn, I juked onto the next street over, Broadway, and pulled behind a bus. The maneuver got me free of their line of sight just as a bolt of electricity arced over the top, blasting down towards my head. The crystal in my hand shattered and I let it go. I only had one left, and though I'd momentarily gotten away, they were only seconds behind me. I had to lose them for good. Slowing, I reached into my pocket and grabbed the specially crafted node. Holding it against the handle, I gave a silent prayer. Please work. There was no more room for tricky maneuvering. I twisted the throttle as far as it would go, leaning forward and building up speed, rolling down the median so I wouldn't have to weave around cars. I was cruising at almost double the speed of general traffic as I blew across the overpass, and I only slowed a little as I came up on a busy intersection that led onto Buck O'Neill Bridge. Once I was on the bridge, it'd be a straight shot over the river with no side roads, no alleys, nowhere to escape to. A direct confrontation would be inevitable. The SUV appeared in my mirror, not far behind, and I squeezed my hand tighter around the handle, pressing the little stone to my palm. Running another red light, I weaved around a car, trying not to stare into the mirror as I drove onto the bridge. The counselors had gotten wise. They didn't know how many cleansing crystals I had, and continuing to throw spells directly at me wasn't going to cut it. So they threw a spell in front of me. A block of pavement lifted up out of the ground, a sudden speed bump at the front of the bridge that completely shredded the front tire of my bike. The motorcycle flipped forward and I was thrown clear. There wasn't much time to think through my situation, so I relied on instinct. I knew not to try and catch myself. That would only break my arms, and I needed my arms if I wanted to come out of this alive. Tucking my head and keeping my legs bent, I flipped through the air and landed on my back, rolling a few times, my leather jacket keeping my skin from being flayed away by the hot asphalt. Whatever illusion was keeping me hidden, it didn't cover high-speed motorcycle accidents. People stopped on the road behind me, slamming their brakes, creating a barrier between the SUV and myself. I groaned. My back ached, and my whole body felt like I'd been rolled through a tumble dryer. Looking around, I spotted my bike. It was mostly intact, but the front tire had practically disintegrated in the crash. There wouldn't be any escaping on that. I sat up, limbs shaky, looking around. Counselors were moving towards me, guns out, hands off the trigger, and pointed at nothing as they moved to get a clear line of fire on me. One of them shouted, "Stay on the ground." I had no plans of standing, at least not until my head stopped spinning. Flopping back onto the pavement, hurt and exhausted, I listened and prayed as the counselors approached. Once they were 20 feet away, I made a tight fist with my left hand. The smooth, polished sending stone was still in my grip, and I did my best to channel my energy into the stone. I failed successfully. The sending stone began to whine, sending out a high-pitched shriek that went far above the realm of human hearing. The mirrors on my bike shattered as the resonant frequency matched the glass, and my ears began to ache from the sound of it. More importantly, beyond the noise, it was sending out pitches on a spiritual wavelength. From beneath the bridge, loud enough to shake my bones, a creature that had no business existing on the mortal plane began to roar. Chapter 8. Friday, 3:25 p.m. I'd never seen a troll before. In my head, I'd built up a picture of what they looked like, but it was mostly built on vague pop culture references. I'd imagined something built with the frame of a silverback, but bigger, with a flat face and sallow skin. Logically, I knew that Peter Jackson hadn't based his design off of any real-world example, but I'd just assumed that he was somewhere in the right ballpark. The creature that slung up from beneath the bridge was more like a nightmare. Unlike the creature from my imagination, I couldn't tell you the color of the real troll's skin. I couldn't see its skin, because its whole body was coated in layer upon layer of mud and lichen that clung unnaturally to its frame, crackling but refusing to slough off as it moved. Something between branches and tusks jutted out from its face, tapering to a razor point, thorny bark covering them to the tip. It was bigger than I had expected, too. 12 feet hunched over, and if it had stood straight up, its massive arms could have reached 3 stories high. What I remember the most, though, were its eyes. They were bright yellow, seeming to glow beneath the layers of muck clinging to its body, and they were furious. And they were pointed right at me. Great plan. It bent over and roared across the bridge, spittle flying as the bellows made my knees go weak. Then it crouched and began to charge my way. In a panic, I flung the still humming sending stone to the far side of the bridge, but it was too little too late. The troll knew it was me who'd come to its home and challenged its authority, and like a tiger fighting to defend its territory, it wanted to make an example of me. To my side, gunshots barked in a steady rhythm, little pops of sound next to the rumbling, thunderous cry of the troll. It flinched, turned, and rounded on the counselors, who'd taken up firing stances a dozen paces away. It didn't seem to do much more than annoy the troll, but that annoyance probably saved my life. Rounding on the counselors, the troll charged, building speed as it loped towards them, surprisingly quick for a creature of its size. I only barely noticed that Davis wasn't actually shooting. His gun was up, but the slide on his Glock wasn't moving, and his lips were parted in a silent chant as he prepared a spell. The counselors knew what they were doing. Just before the troll could lunge, Davis shifted his weight, and a golden lasso of magic shot out from the ground, wrapping around the beast's ankles. Caught in the middle of preparing to jump, it flopped forward, crashing to the ground with several tons of mass. Where its tusks hit the ground, pavement cracked and bits of the bark chipped, revealing pearly white ivory beneath. Davis was on it in a second, flipping through the air like a character in a kung fu film, landing on the creature's back. One hand was raised to the side to call power, but with the other he finally made use of his gun, putting 6 rounds into a space the size of a playing card on the troll's back. It roared again, thrashing, legs kicking against the energy binding its feet. The spell snapped, but Davis had already leapt away, reloading as he skidded to a stop. It was Murray's turn. Her fingers were bent like claws, and she slashed them through the air, laces of hard fire spraying out from her hands that made the beam she'd thrown at me look like a sparkler. The heat was so harsh that I had to shield my face, and where it splashed on the troll's muddy hide, it left a black char in place of lichen. The magic was an impressive display of power, but as the troll rose to its stumpy feet, it seemed little worse for wear. It reached down, prying up the slab of asphalt that had taken out my bike, and flung it at Murray like a softball pitcher with a grudge. She ducked and rolled, barely avoiding the projectile. The chunk of asphalt smashed into someone's car, crushing the hood and totaling the engine. That was enough to scatter the gathering pedestrians. I hadn't really been paying attention to the ongoing illusion, but there were people standing around taking photos and recording whatever it was they could see. When the car alarm started blaring, all but the most determined onlookers broke, pulling their cars away and retreating to a safe distance. Davis, meanwhile, had reloaded. When he took aim and fired, though, it wasn't a bullet that struck the troll in the back. Instead, there was a deep thrum, like an electric bass, and the troll flinched as something struck it between the shoulder blades and began to resonate. The mud and plant matter dried and hardened as the projectile buzzed, and after a second it shattered, falling away in brittle clods that smashed into the ground. Its true hide was gray and mottled like an elephant, and given how the troll reacted, having its flesh exposed was the first thing that had properly scared the beast. It spun and roared, facing Davis with terrified fury. Murray was on it in the blink of an eye, drawing a spectral silver blade that looked to be almost 4 feet long, but that she held in one hand like it weighed nothing. Lunging in, she slashed at the troll's ankles, 2 quick cuts that failed to get through the muddy armor, then gave up the light attacks and went for the kill, propelling herself upwards and driving the blade into its back. The sword sank to the hilt, sticking in place as Murray kicked away, and the troll screamed. It spun, swiping at Murray, but she was already gone, dancing back and away to draw its attention. Meanwhile, Davis slammed a fist to the ground and channeled power towards the beast, making it stumble and spin back to face him. Murray came in then, flicking a wand that sent little electric butterflies towards its patch of vulnerable skin. The scene was like 2 wolves menacing a grizzly bear. When it spun, the counselor it faced would dance back and avoid its swipes, while the one to its back would come in with an attack, making the enormous creature yowl with pain. I don't think either of them saw the glint in its eyes as the troll figured out the game. I only noticed it for a heartbeat, and it took me a little longer to realize what it was doing. The troll faced Davis, lunging forward and swiping with its tusks, missing by a wide margin. Murray aimed her gun and took a couple shots, making the beast spin, swiping a hand at her, while Davis prepared a lance of crackling force. It swung at Murray, sending up chips of pavement where its fists came home. She danced away, easily hopping from side to side to avoid the comparatively slow monster, and Davis launched his attack at the beast's heels. As soon as the lance struck home, the troll roared and started to spin once again to face Davis. Murray already had a wand out, fire spinning around its tip as she built up an attack, no longer ready to dodge. I tried to shout a warning, but I wasn't fast enough. The troll continued to spin, moving past Davis, wheeling on Murray while she was focused on her spell. Unprepared for an attack, Murray didn't have a chance to dodge out of the way. The troll lashed a bulbous arm at Murray, catching her in the belly. It hit like a pro baller taking batting practice, the power of the impact sending her into the air and over the edge of the bridge. Davis reached out a hand, screaming, "Catherine!" But any magic he had wasn't enough to catch his partner. Somewhere far below, a little splash echoed up from the river. The troll rounded on Davis. Hurt, angry, but no less dangerous, it eyed the counselor and lumbered sideways, closing slowly on the man. Its back was vulnerable, blood trickling where the sword was still stuck, but Davis had no easy access to it. The game had changed. Davis was forced to back down the bridge, raising defensive wards that slowed the troll's implacable advance. I was forgotten for the moment as they moved past me in a slow, deliberate dance of war. Then, with a burst of energy, the fight accelerated. The troll lunged forward, fists pounding down towards Davis. An invisible barrier lit up around him where it made contact, light and energy sparkling. Davis visibly staggered, but he gathered himself and raised a hand, holding a warding rune and channeling his will through it. Changing tactics, the beast struck the shield from the side, sending Davis rolling like a hamster in a ball. The counselor caught himself, stabilizing the shield and readying for another assault. I got to my feet. Watching the fight for a second more, I began stumbling away. Even if I'd had the inclination to fight, there wasn't much I could do against the troll. I had no weapons, no magic, and if I tried running up and punching the beast, it would do about as much good as if I started up a song and dance routine. I glanced towards the end of the bridge. Most of the cars had pulled away, fleeing from whatever it was they could see. Spotting a shimmer, I had a thought. Davis is still maintaining the illusion. From within the spell, I could see the little telltale signs of magic, blue ripples of energy projecting around us from where Davis stood. In the middle of a fight for his life against a monster 10 times his size, Davis was still giving his time and attention to maintaining the illusion. I could run away. No, that's not true. I could stagger away. Davis knew what he was doing, and the troll was injured. He could probably win on his own. But if he couldn't, I'd be responsible for his death. So, instead of stumbling to the exit and trying to get a hold of Ben, I shuffled across the bridge, scanning the rubble for the sending stone I'd thrown this way. It was only a little bigger than a quarter, and it blended in with the bits of concrete and rock that had collected by the side of the road. But I needed to make a distraction. Damn it, why didn't I just grab 2? I checked how Davis was doing. He didn't look great. Every time the troll struck his shield, he seemed to sag a little more, running out of strength by the second. I returned to my search to no avail. Wherever the stone had landed, I couldn't find it. I needed something else, something bigger, something... Looking over to the side, I started shuffling towards the counselor's SUV. My body was still stiff and sore, but I was able to pick up a little speed, half jogging towards the black vehicle. The door was unlocked. I opened the passenger side, leaning in to check what they had in the back. Bingo. Runes, tools, weapons I couldn't identify. I didn't know how to use most of it, and I didn't trust myself with almost all of it. There was one tool that was more powerful than anything else combined, though, and I knew exactly how to use it. Reaching to the dash, I grabbed the radio. Hello? There was an uncertain pause. Who is this? My name's... Never mind. Your counselors are in trouble. There's a troll loose and they can't stop it. Hold on a moment. The radio clicked and a couple seconds passed. I looked up, checking on Davis. He was in bad shape. Sweat sticking his hair down to his face, barely able to dance around the troll and keep it busy. Please say again, who is this? I can't tell you that, but if you don't do something in the next few seconds, the big guy is going to get splattered all over the road and a bunch of pedestrians are going to be next. Can you send in, like, a magic missile strike or something? Another pause for half a second. Where are you exactly? Buck O'Neill Bridge, the south side. Hurry, The radio crackled, and a gentle, warm breeze rolled past me. In the back of the van, magical tools began to rattle or glow, and when I checked on Davis, his expression flashed from confusion to satisfaction. Raising his hand, he redoubled the shield, making it so strong that it was a completely visible dome. Another attack from the beast glanced off without the shield so much as wavering, and Davis responded to the attack with a raking slash of his hand. Power, raw and barely contained, struck the troll like a cannonball. It flew back, staggering, one of its tusks shattering from the blow. Another attack of similar force followed, striking it in the belly, dropping it to the ground. Panting, Davis stood tall, raised his hands, and brought down raw energy that had the power of a lightning strike. The troll, sensing its demise, lunged away. Going for another attack would only have bounced it off his shield, and it knew it. So it jumped for the edge of the bridge. Electric power boomed, burning through its muddy hide, but it wasn't a lethal blow, and the troll flopped over the edge of the bridge, falling down to the river. A couple seconds later, the warm surge of power in the air faded, and Davis sank back exhausted. The radio crackled. "All right, whoever you are, stay put. We've got some questions for you, and..." I was already walking away, shuffling down the bridge. The headset in my helmet was still connected. "Computer, call Ben." It rang once and he picked up. "Are you here?" He hesitated. "Yeah, what was that explosion?" "I'm at the end of the bridge. Meet me here fast. Please." I looked over my shoulder. Davis was catching his breath, looking around. I didn't have much time for a disguise, but I at least had a couple options. I took off my helmet, shucked out of my backpack and jacket, and stuffed the garment into a zipper pouch. My plain blue t-shirt was a lot less identifiable, and when I reached the line of spectators who had gathered far away from the melee, I sank into the crowd. Reaching into my pocket, I took the last cleansing crystal, squeezing it in my hand so that I couldn't be tracked with a spell. A moment later, Ben's truck rolled up. The driver's side window rolled down, looking out for me. I waved, and he called over. "Are you okay?" I shrugged. "I'm fine. I'll explain everything in a second. First, we need to get the hell out of here." Chapter 9. Friday, 3:32 p.m. Ben spun his truck around to drive away, looking me up and down. "Jesus Christ, what happened to you?" The contrast between us had to be intense. He was still looking as fresh and handsome as he had during our date, while I was ragged, scraped up, bruised, and stained with old blood. "A couple counselors," I said, groaning. "A motorcycle accident, a troll. What did you see?" "Huh?" He looked between me and the road, almost blowing through a stoplight. Drumming a hand against my temple, structuring my thoughts, I explained. "On the highway, there was an illusion. What did it look like to you?" At first, it looked like a semi had fallen sideways, and something was on fire," Ben explained. "But at the end, it just all went away? The semi disappeared, and there was just a guy up there in a lab coat. It was a robe, not a coat, but..." I tapped a finger to my head in thought, then looked down at the crystal in my hand, still working to dispel and diffuse magical energy around me. "Well, that's handy." "What is?" "I think I dispelled the illusion when I came in here." Setting the crystal in a cup holder, I continued. "What you saw at the end there, that was real. The semi, the fire, that was all crap to cover up that a pair of counselors, magic cops basically, were fighting a troll." Ben shook his head. "Why were you fighting a troll?" "I wasn't." Squeezing the back of my neck to work out some of the stiffness, I turned on the seat heater. It was warm outside, but the heat would help ease some of my aches. "The plan was it'd distract them for a minute or two so I could get away and meet up with you. Then my bike got totaled, and the damned thing was just bigger than I'd expected, and, well, yeah, it got out of hand." Taking deep breaths, Ben looked into the rearview mirror a couple times, shook his head, and gripped the steering wheel tightly. "I know it's a lot to take in," I said, fishing in my pocket for my wallet. Withdrawing $100, I extended it to him. "Here." "What's that?" "The cash I promised you." He frowned, but took it and stuck the money in a pocket. "I've got questions." "Ask then." "Why were the magic cops chasing you?" That was easy enough to answer, even if it'd take a while. I gave him a basic explanation of how my day had gone, starting with my realization at the coffee shop and continuing up until he'd picked me up after the battle on the bridge. I didn't leave anything out. He listened, occasionally asking for clarification on a detail or for an explanation of how some facet of magic worked. I did my best to explain that, though I was by no means an expert myself, and some of my information was pretty hazy. When I was done, he asked, "Do you know if Maggie is okay?" That wasn't what I'd been expecting. No, I've been running around so much I hadn't really had a chance to wonder about her. I can't risk calling her anyways. They might be watching her phone." "How do you know they're not watching yours?" That was a good point. Taking out my phone, I turned it over in my hands as though I might be able to see a spell if one had been used. The cleansing crystal should have purged any magic on it. Ben nodded, glancing over at me. "You look pretty rough. Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I'm fine," I said. "Just a few aches and pains. I don't think anything's broken. I just need to get this story put together and clear my name. Then I'll worry about my health." "You don't think?" Ben raised an eyebrow. "If you're not sure—" "If anything's broken, I can't feel it," I clarified. "I've been hurt a lot. I know what it feels like when something's broken. It's only like a 6 right now. Until the pain gets to an 8 or 9, I'll just deal with it." Ben looked at me, his expression unreadable. After a moment of trying to parse what he was thinking, I took the easy route. "What's that face?" "I'm worried about you." Ben tapped his blinker, looking away from me for a moment as he shifted onto the highway. While I pondered how to answer that, I dug in my backpack, taking out my laptop so I could look it over. It had come out pretty much unscathed by some miracle or another. Like I said, I'm fine for now. Once this is all over, I'll crash for a day or two, put myself together. It'll all be good. Not just that. Ben frowned but shook his head. It's not important. Where's this place we're going to? Sort of a magic workshop, I guess. Maggie could only give me the basics before I had to leave, but this guy will know if anyone was doing big-scale magic in the area. I shrugged, returning my computer to its slot in the bag. If he can't help me, then I really don't know where I'll go next. "I don't think Cuba extradites," Ben suggested. "The Commonwealth follows their own rules, and they're not too concerned with borders." I tried to remember what I'd read on the subject. I'm pretty sure there are a few countries that have explicit treaties with them, but I don't know which. Ben glanced at me again. "That was a joke." "Oh, right. Sorry." Saturday, 1:15 p.m. Murray was glaring at me. Her glare lacked the steely undercurrent of Davis's more practiced stare, but if anything, that made it more intimidating. It wasn't a practiced look to make me afraid. It was genuine anger. "Look," I said, pausing the story. "I'm sorry I got you tossed in the river. You got out all right, didn't you?" "I was unconscious," Murray said, her tone low. It seemed embarrassing for her to admit it. "Our robes are enchanted to let us breathe in inhospitable environments. If that hadn't kicked in, I would have drowned." Oops. I bent forward and tapped a finger to the side of my head, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to make that much trouble. I didn't think a troll would be that dangerous." "Is that supposed to make it better? That you unleashed a vicious predator that could have killed someone as easy as blinking and it was an accident?" There was no good response to that. She was right. My stunt on the bridge had been reckless and stupid. Had I known then how dangerous it would be, I would have come up with a different plan. "What was that breeze I felt anyways?" I asked while I had a moment. "The council bounced in energy from Chicago," Murray replied. "Not through ley lines. It was a direct current. That 10 seconds of power cost $250,000. Oops. I didn't have a response to that either, except to deflect again. It let Davis really pound on the thing. I kind of felt sorry for it at the end there. It was just trying to protect itself. Her glare didn't exactly soften, but it did change a little. Her brow set, and I interpreted that as a shift from, "You enormous asshole," to, "You stupid asshole." You don't know the first thing about trolls, do you? Just bits and pieces and what I observed on the bridge, I admitted. Don't they eat goats? They eat kids. Murray let that hang in the air before adding, they especially like to work up some fear in their victims first. They feed on the psychic energy as much as the meat and bones. I didn't even know how to deflect from that. During this lull, Davis walked back into the little gazebo. There was a wavering of magic as he penetrated the illusion, but that only lasted for a moment before the false reality solidly reasserted itself. "Everything all right?" Murray asked, looking up to her colleague. "They're just getting a status report," Davis replied. "I assured them that we have the suspect off the street and in custody." "What did I miss?" "He was just telling me his version of what happened on the bridge," Murray explained. "So far, his account of what happened matches up with what we knew. Apparently, he got a ride from a straight." "I don't know if I'd call him that," I pointed out, interrupting Murray's recap. "Well, not now that you've told him everything, but we'll get to that later," Murray replied, missing my joke. "Anyways, you were saying?" Friday, 3:39 p.m. The GPS on Ben's dashboard beeped, telling him to turn left onto an access road. We had arrived, more or less, though all I could see at the destination was a section of forested terrain. Turning off the directions, he pulled onto the gravel path that led through the woods. "What are we looking for?" "I told you everything I know about this place. If we see someone, I guess we'll ask if he's Garrett." Tires crunching on the driveway, we kept driving forward until we came up to a no trespassing sign hanging from a latched metal gate. Ben stopped, and I got out of the truck. Slinging my backpack over my shoulder, I approached the gate. "Hello?" Nobody answered, which wasn't a surprise. I couldn't see anyone up the path. "I'm not sure what to do from here, but you don't have to stick around. You did what I asked." Walking up to the gate, Ben put his hands on the top and vaulted it with an athletic jump. Once on the other side, he shuddered but quickly tried to hide the reaction. Waving at me, he said, "Come on. This is way too interesting for me to bail now." Rather than trying to replicate his athletic motion and most likely face planting, I walked around the gate, stepping through a muddy puddle on the side of the road. Immediately, I got the sense that something was wrong. Something was watching me. Something deep in the trees that I couldn't quite see. "We should be careful," I said, glancing down the road. He looked back at the gate, nodding. "Yeah. How much do you know about this guy, did you say?" "His name is Garrett," I said, shrugging. We walked forward, looking around cautiously. "You don't have to come with me. I just needed the ride." "Yeah, right." He didn't turn back, which was a small comfort. My ears twitched and I stopped, listening carefully. "What?" Ben asked, turning around. "Did you hear breathing?" I asked, looking back and forth. The woods were still. Not even a bird or a squirrel pittering between the trees. Ben listened, but shook his head. "No, that's just the wind." "Are you sure?" He paused. What would be breathing? The question hung in the air, and I shook it off, walking forward again. Whatever was watching me, I could feel its eyes burning a hole in the back of my neck. I felt like prey, like I was being hunted by something I couldn't even see. I stopped again a few paces later. I definitely hear breathing. He frowned, tilting his head. Okay, maybe it sounds that way, but our ears are playing tricks on us. There's nothing out here. Regardless, we walked a little closer together, eyes on the tree line. Garrett? I called, raising my voice. Garrett! A little further down the path, a trench had been gouged into the road, marking the space where a tree had fallen. The log was still off to the side, and deep claw marks had ripped out chunks of bark and branches. Chuckling nervously, I asked, "What kind of tool do you suppose made those marks?" "A tool," Ben agreed. "I'm not sure, but yeah, some kind of tool." The breathing was so close that I could almost feel it on the back of my neck. There was definitely something close by, watching, waiting, hoping to rip my throat out and drink the blood. I steeled myself, shut out the fear, and kept walking, checking over my shoulder every few seconds for the predator that was following. Finally, we came up on a clearing. A couple vehicles were parked out front of two large structures. The first was a 2-story house with a side garage wide enough to fit half a dozen cars. It was old, as evidenced by the colonial windows and general style of construction, but it was well maintained. The second structure was a steel cage, with a circle of complicated runes built around it, set into cement. The cage was empty, and the gate was open. "That's," Ben said, looking at the cage in alarm. "What would you even keep in there?" My thoughts flashed back to the troll. This cage would be a little tight, but it would hold it. Or something else that was equally big and strong. I don't think I want to know. "Okay, I definitely hear breathing," Ben added, spinning. "What the hell is that?" "Maybe if it can turn invisible, we wouldn't even know if it was right behind us." I turned in a circle, looking at the ground around us, watching for footprints from nowhere. "There," Ben pointed, taking short, sharp breaths. "The ground just moved, right there." I looked, but the creature had already moved, circling us, ready to pounce at any moment. Our only hope was to run. "On my count, we're going to get out of here," I said. "How fast can you run?" "Did track and field in high school, but I haven't kept up," Ben whispered back. "Do you really think we can outrun this thing?" A feeling in my gut told me we could. If we sprinted for the exit now, we'd be safe. I frowned. Heart still pounding, I stepped away. "We're being played." "Huh?" Ben looked at me like I was speaking nonsense. "Levy, we need to get out of here before that thing gets us." "What thing?" My gut was screaming at me that he was right, that we needed desperately to flee, but I forced that fear down. Raising my voice, I called, "If there are any monsters out here, come kill me now." Nothing happened. A few moments passed, and Ben stared at me incredulously. If there was a monster here and it were following us, it'd be blocking the way to the truck. Our impulse should have been to find a place to hide, not to run in the direction of the danger. The breathing was still right behind me, the sense that something was about to strike. I ignored it. "There's no monster. We're safe." The door to the house opened and someone spoke behind me. "That's only half true. Who are you?" I spun, surprised at the sudden new figure. She was about my height, maybe a little taller, certainly a lot more fit. She was glowering at us. Clearing my throat, I did my best to explain quickly. "I'm Levi, a reporter. This is my friend Ben. Maggie told me to come here. I really need to see Garrett." "We don't take walk-ins," she said harshly. "Whatever you need, call and make an appointment." It's not a work thing, I said, shaking my head. It's... Do you know Andrea Hills? Yeah, I know Annie. Her eyes narrowed. I couldn't tell if she was just naturally scary or if the mystical fear had just centered around her since there was no other tangible threat to focus on. Why? I still didn't have any bedside manner, but I tried my best. You might want to sit down. I've got bad news. My intent was to build up to it, but she was too quick on the draw. Raising a hand to her mouth, she stepped back, her head shaking unconsciously. Oh no. No. What happened? I found her body. I'm trying to figure out the rest. I really need to see Garrett. She stared at me blankly for a moment, eyes growing wet. Then she shook her head a couple times as though she were trying to shake something off. Reaching inside the house, she fiddled with a switch, and a moment later, the fear in the air vanished. I let out a sigh of relief as I became palpably more calm. The woman looked between us, shook her head one more time, and said, I'll be right back. Chapter 10. Friday, 3:50 p.m. We waited in an easy silence while the woman closed the door and disappeared inside. How'd you know it was an illusion? Ben asked. We were making too many leaps in logic, I explained. Even if there was a monster, my instincts were screaming at me to do something that was strangely specific and not very smart. Running back to the truck would be a bad idea, but that was our first impulse. It makes for a hell of a security system. Ben looked around as though checking for whatever had broadcast the fear signal. Scared the crap out of me. And if you don't know magic is real, that just makes it all the stronger, I said. Probably keeps kids from poking around where they aren't supposed to, when the no trespassing sign isn't good enough. The door opened, and a young man stepped out, dressed in shorts and a terry cloth bathrobe. Which one of you is Levi? I am. I stepped forward, extending my hand. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Did she tell you? Andrea passed. We traded grips, and I breathed a bit easier, knowing that I wouldn't have to break the news again. Thank you for coming to tell me in person. She was a good friend. I didn't just come to tell you, I said. I need your help. I can pay. He looked me up and down and then back at Ben. Who are you? Just a friend, Ben said. Levi needed a ride, and I was in the neighborhood. Garrett sighed, then gestured to the garage. Come with me. I followed him to the garage door, Ben a few paces behind me, as Garrett fumbled in a pocket and came out with a fob. The nearest door started to raise, and he stopped and faced me as it did. Whatever you need, I can't help. I wish I could. I tilted my head, looked past him, and blinked. The inside of the garage had been trashed. No, that wasn't right. The inside of the garage had been demolished. I could see the remains of what had once been impressive magical constructs, but now were nothing but twisted scrap, shattered crystals, and broken branch cuttings. A metal ring set in the ground had been ripped up, twisted into a pretzel, and tossed aside. The floor looked actively dangerous to walk on, what with all the broken glass and shattered gemstones scattered about. Jesus, I muttered, stepping inside. What happened? Your guess is as good as mine, Garrett said. Lydia and I were in the city 2 mornings ago running a couple errands. When we came home, it was like this. I took it all in. This amount of damage had to be expensive. I couldn't gauge how many hours of labor had gone into building it all, but the cost of raw materials alone probably ran into the tens of thousands. Did they take anything? Near as I can tell, no, Garrett said, looking particularly tired as he surveyed the damage. It's hard to do an inventory when so much of it is smashed to powder, but the most valuable stuff, the gemstones, were shattered and left in pieces. They broke into the house and destroyed all the spare parts I keep in the basement, too. But they didn't break anything else, and the runes around the cage weren't even scuffed. It's strange. I finished the thought. Someone's trying to put you out of business. Do you know anyone who's mad at you? He shook his head. That's the thing. My business is going to be fine. How's that? I looked at him, tilting my head. The damage is insured. He shrugged. I got the best coverage money could buy. Some of this stuff is pretty volatile, and... Garrett looked to his side, then shook off whatever thought had troubled him. Point is, it's all covered. I'll even get compensation for the days I can't work. It'll be an enormous hassle, and we'll be down for a few months while we ship everything in and rebuild it. But the only real inconvenience is I won't be able to take advantage of the planetary conjunction next month. A question. Ben stepped up, looking back at the cage. What do you keep in there? Garrett shook his head. Nothing. It's just there to scare off trespassers. Spooked you, didn't it? That shook a thought loose in my head. Wait, if all your magical supplies were destroyed, what kept the fear spell going? Oh, that's powered by a rune table in the dining room. Garrett shrugged. It can also project positive vibes if we're having a barbecue. So they broke everything that was related to your business, but didn't lay a finger on anything else, magical or otherwise, I surmised. Garrett nodded. That about sums it up. So, whatever spell you needed, it's going to have to wait. I shook my head, stepping inside. I really don't need a spell. I just wanted to know if anyone had come by to use your rig this morning. But I suppose this kind of rules out that possibility. Garrett shrugged. I'm sorry I can't help you more. Well, that's not strictly true, I said, shaking my head. Can I use your phone? Friday, 3:52 p.m. Garrett left me alone, going to do some work in the basement while I made the calls. I could have used my own phone, but I didn't want my number showing up on the caller ID. I also didn't want to leave a message, so when the ringer stopped and I heard a pre-recorded message, I hung up and tried again. In total, I called them 4 times before I got an answer. Who is this? Kennedy sounded a lot more worn than they'd been that morning. It was almost as though there had been some sort of recent public crisis that would increase their workload. Hi, Kennedy, I said, smiling into the receiver. My paperwork's going to be late. A moment of silence passed before they responded. Levy, holy shit, what did you do? Nothing that I'm being accused of. They're saying you set a troll on one of our counselor teams. I paused, frowning just in case Kennedy could hear my expression. Okay, maybe some of what I'm being accused of, but I had a good reason. Are they okay? They both came out alive, barely. We had to bounce in a damned power surge from Chicago. Do you know how expensive that is? Did you know that overages like that shit come out of my budget? Kennedy seemed awfully mad about the paperwork and the budget, which made me think they hadn't heard about the murder. That was good. It meant I wasn't wasting my time with the call. Look, Kennedy, something big is happening in Kansas City. I'm still putting together the details, but this story stinks. All I'm asking is that you hear me out before you finish tracing my number and tell the counselors where I am. There was a moment of silence as the keyboard on their side of the line stopped clacking. You've got about a minute, then. I tilted my head to pin the phone to my shoulder, pulling out my notepad. It takes that long to trace a number? No, that's pretty much immediate. I traced you the second I heard your voice. It takes that long for the fax I send to leave the queue and get printed out over at Council HQ. Once that's sent, you're up shit creek without a paddle. You still use fax machines? Levy, the clock's ticking. Right. Focus. Someone used a communications hex on Andrea's phone. I figured it out and went to her place, but she was already dead by the time I arrived. The only workshop that could have cast that spell locally is trashed. Hold it. Someone's dead? Yeah, Andrea Hills. Why did you think the counselors were after me? I heard keys clack and Kennedy's voice dropped. I'm listening. Did you stop the fax? Yes. So they didn't tell you about the murder, I said, more a statement than a question. All I heard was you were wanted for unlicensed use of magic and then for resisting arrest and cryptid endangerment. Kennedy sounded genuinely unsettled. They weren't even swearing. I was going to ask you for any information you had about the murder, I said, so I could try and piece together what happened, but someone's intercepting council paperwork. With our firewalls, that's some serious talent. I don't even know who could do that without tripping our wards. Kennedy didn't seem willing to take the Occam's razor route and assume that it was an inside job. Point is, the council's being led around by the nose, and I'm their bait, I said. Can you help me? A few seconds went by, and the keyboard began clacking again. There hasn't been a communications hex directed at the Kansas City area in the past 24 hours. You said it was Andrea Hills, right? Kennedy asked, redirecting their question. I think I recognize that name. If she's got a license, I can check the documents on her. Can I reach you at this number? I checked the time. How long will that take? I'm not going to stick around all day, but I can wait a bit. Give me an hour. Be careful. If whoever's behind this finds out you're poking around. Levy? Kennedy interrupted flatly. This is my turf. Nobody navigates paperwork like me. Don't worry. Fine. Talk to you soon. I hung up, hanging the corded phone back on its receiver. How much of that did you hear? Behind me in the kitchen, Garrett was pouring a cup of coffee for himself. You need to loiter here for an hour, and the council's involved in covering up a murder. Pretty much. Is that okay? He nodded, thinking about it. The counselors don't know where you are? They won't chase you here? That's right. Kennedy knows where I am, but they won't rat me out. And you're sure they can't trace your phone? Yeah, I cleansed it with a crystal earlier, so there's no way they're tracing my cell line with a spell. Sure. Garrett frowned. Unless they just have a contact within the regular police who can tap phone lines, Ben pointed out. Oh, crap. Will turning it off, fix that? Just take the SIM card out. You should be fine. I did that and dug Andrea's cracked phone out of my bag, popping her SIM card free as well. Putting both cards into a side pocket on my backpack, I checked my phone and sure enough, it didn't have service. Okay, now they definitely can't trace me. Taking out another mug, Garrett started pouring more coffee. How do you take it? Sugar and milk if you've got it, but I'm not picky. What's your Wi-Fi password? I got set up on the kitchen island. There was an outlet for my laptop, and Garrett told me to help myself to the coffee, which I gladly took him up on. I was already feeling the exertion of the day wearing on me, and I wasn't going to have any break soon, so I drained most of the pot over the course of 15 minutes. Ben and Lydia got back a little later. She'd gone to unlock the gate for him so he could park his truck by the house. Lydia walked over to the empty pot, scowled, and started brewing more while Ben excused himself to the bathroom. That left me alone with Lydia as she waited for the coffee to brew. I'm sorry about your friend, I said. I'm not great at breaking bad news, and I don't want to talk about that with you, she said. Okay? Okay. The air between us felt still and intensely awkward. To fill the silence, I asked, So, how long have you known Garrett? She shrugged. Since we were teens. Our parents both homeschooled so they could teach us about magic and keep, well, they thought public school wasn't a good option for me. There was a local parent group for witches who were doing that, and we met through there. That sounds nice, I said. It wasn't. A few seconds went by as I tried to think of how to respond to that. Thankfully, Lydia filled the silence while I was grasping for words. So, you've got that newspaper for our people? Yeah, I brightened. Have you read it? She looked back at the coffee pot. I skimmed an issue at a friend's house. We don't have a subscription. I tried not to take that too personally. I'm not sure if my printer even delivers this far north. We just don't really have a use for it, to be honest. Another awkward pause as she waited for the pot to fill. A good 30 seconds passed, and she asked, So, the Commonwealth's giving you shit over stuff that's not your fault? Yep. She nodded. Bunch of assholes. At last, something we could agree on. There was more silence, but it was comfortable now. I continued my work on the article, and she checked her phone, letting the moments slip past. A minute or two passed, and Ben got back from the bathroom, walking over to see what I was doing. Peering over my shoulder, he asked, What are you writing? I'm just arranging my thoughts. I gestured to the writing software I had up, with bullet points and a loose introduction written out. The facts I knew, the questions I had, and the places I could get information were written out. The last item, with potential sources, was pretty sparse. It's what I do when I've got half a story and I don't know how to continue it. I write out what I have, and it shows me where the holes are. He skimmed my notes. Seems like there are more holes than story. I nodded, tapping a hand to my head as I thought about the problems. It's just a start. I think if we knew who or why, most of the rest of it would snap into place. At this point, it's a matter of poking at it from different angles until I can learn more. So, now what? Now I wait for my contact with the council to call me back and figure out where to go from there. I sighed, downed the last dredges of coffee in my mug, and eyed the slowly filling pot on the counter. If they can give me any inkling as to what's going on, great. If not, I find somewhere else to start digging. Logical deduction can get me pretty far if it has to. Ben took a seat next to me, scratching his chin while he thought about that. Do we know for sure that the killer is acting logically? I blinked. I don't know why they wouldn't. What are you thinking about? Well, we're assuming they have the same information we do. About Garrett's insurance policy, for example. What if they didn't know about it? Our killer has contacts at the council and the resources to cast a powerful hex, I pointed out. I don't think they're going to overlook something that major. Everyone's got blind spots. Lydia. He raised his voice, turning to face her. How was the stuff here insured? Was it through a magical agency? Art insurance, Lydia said, drumming her hand on the counter as she waited for coffee. As far as they're concerned, Garrett makes abstract sculptures. So, Ben finished, maybe they're hot stuff with magic, but they're not so good with old-fashioned accounting. It's a possibility. I hadn't considered that. Running through the possibilities in my head, it made sense. It made a lot of sense, in fact. Pressing a hand to my cheek, I nodded to myself as the pieces snapped into place. Andrea and Garrett worked together. Someone must have been upset over a project they did, and they wanted revenge. It fits. It makes sense. Smiling enough to show teeth, I looked Ben right in the eyes. You're a genius. I'm just asking questions, he said, though his smile made me think it was false modesty. Is that enough to get the counselors to listen? Tell them to look for someone with motive against both Garrett and Andrea? I shook my head. If they get me, I'll explain it, but I'd rather come to them with everything. Lydia, do you know anyone like who we're talking about? I stay out of his work when I can. Lydia shook her head, pouring the fresh pot into a mug. He's in the basement, seeing what he can salvage if you want to talk to him. Down the hall, door at the end, light switches on the wall. Taking the opportunity to refresh my own drink, I smiled, feeling excitement from the momentum in the research. Thanks. Ben, if the phone rings for me, can you come get me? Ben nodded, staying behind in the kitchen as I followed Lydia's directions, taking my coffee with me. I navigated down the homey little hallway, found the right door, and went down the creaky wooden stairs to get to the basement. It was pretty basic as far as these things went, just a cement frame with exposed boards and nothing in the way of decoration. Boxes were scattered on the floor, their contents smashed or bent in the same way as the parts in the garage. Garrett was sorting it, looking for anything that he could salvage, but it didn't seem like he was having any luck. It felt awkward to stand there and watch him work, so I set down my coffee, picked up a broom, and swept some of the refuse away from the landing. You worked with Andrea. Can you tell me about what you did together? Garrett sighed, nodding. She was an architect, a good one. I think she mostly did home renovations for straights, non-magical stuff. But I contracted with her when someone needed an installation done. A few home seance additions, an astrological observatory, that kind of stuff. She'd work out the structural information. I'd handle the magic. He shut his eyes for a moment. After a pause, he shook his head. We made a good team. She didn't use magic herself, then? I asked, making a pile of old crystal shards. No, I'm not even certain that she was licensed, Garrett replied. Or if she was, she barely practiced. Her mom was a witch, that's how she knew about the community. Time for the million-dollar question. Was there any job you did where the client was mad enough to kill? Garrett stopped what he was doing to think about that one. I don't think so. You get the usual angry customers, people complaining about this or that, but to kill her over it, I don't know. If it had to be someone you both knew, though, could you take a guess? I picked up my coffee to let him think about it. It might not be logical, something you were blamed for unfairly or that wasn't your fault. Shaking his head, Garrett said, Maybe Mariah? Have you been to her brewery? I shook my head. I don't drink much, but I know the place. The place flooded about a year ago. One of the cauldrons failed, spilling what she was brewing all over the place, wrecked the whole setup. She had to close for 3 months, barely kept the bar from shuttering. You installed it? I asked, taking out my notepad. Andrea inspected the place, drew up the specs. I did the work. Garrett's chest puffed up a bit, a gesture of pride. And it was good work, too. The only way that cauldron failed is if she wasn't treating the equipment properly. She gave you trouble over it? I asked. Something to make you think she was mad? No, she didn't even talk to me about it. Garrett deflated and he shrugged. Went completely silent. Hired someone from out of state to fix the place up. I assume she's pissed, but she didn't confront me about it directly. I nodded. It fit. There was motive, and if she had magical equipment at her place installed from out of state, she might even have the means to put together a solid hex. She might have decided to confront you about it indirectly then. Anything? The door opened above, and Ben called down after me. Levy, your friend's calling for you. He sounds scared. Chapter 11. Friday, 4:33 p.m. I hurried up the stairs, taking the receiver from Ben and pressing it to my ear. Kennedy? Levy, Kennedy said, you need to turn yourself in. What's going on? In anticipation of danger, I put my hand over the receiver and whispered to Ben, start the truck. You're screwed if you don't turn yourself in before sundown. I can put you on the phone with a high counselor. Tell them where you are, wait for them outside with your hands up and no weapons. They'll take you peacefully. Slow down, I said, walking quickly to the kitchen so I could put my bag together. Why am I in danger? I got away from the counselors once already. Are they sending in more? They're not sending more counselors. After that shit you pulled with the troll, you're considered too dangerous to send regular personnel after. Shutting my laptop with one hand, I asked, so what are they sending in? A vampire. I almost dropped my computer and barely managed to juggle it back into my bag. What? Like a real? Yes, shut up. You can't tangle with this thing. It can make the troll look like an angry puppy. You don't have a choice. You said sunset, I pointed out. The vampire can't come here until then? Vampires lack their strength during the daytime, but once the sun goes down, it'll track your scent like a damned bloodhound. I checked the clock on the microwave. It's only 4. I've got time. No, you don't. Kennedy, that's almost 4 hours. The sun doesn't set until super late here, and... Levy, I faxed in your location. Just surrender peacefully, for God's sake. They're going to get you either way. I hung up, spinning to run back towards the basement. Garrett! He was at the top of the stairs, frowning. He must have known something was up. What's wrong? Is there another way off your property besides the main entrance? He put together the implications of that question fast. Shit. Counselors are coming? Here? Yeah. Kennedy ratted me out. They thought it was for my own good. I looked around. If you don't have something, then I need to get out of here fast. It doesn't sound like they're interested in going easy on me, and I'm out of cleansing crystals. Running both hands through his hair, Garrett spun in place. You don't know what you've... You can't leave. I faced him, blinking. Why not? Because if you go and the counselors decide I was helping you, then I'm screwed. You know what kind of crap you've dragged me into? He looked from side to side, working himself into a panic. Lydia! Light footsteps echoed from the second floor as she came down. What's going on? Counselors found out I was here, and they're on their way. I spoke quickly before Garrett could give a biased version of events. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to... Shit. If you didn't do it, they'll figure it out, Garrett said. They'll let you go before too long. You'll be okay. No. I shook my head, drumming a finger on my temple. It was too much. I can't afford to go away for a month. I'm going to lose everything. It's my civic duty to turn you over, Garrett said. I didn't realize there was a warrant out for your arrest. I've got no choice but to hold you here until the counselors show up, and then turn you over so they can arrest you. I swallowed. In that case, you leave me no choice. If you don't show me the way out, I'm going to take the gun out of my bag and shoot you. Garrett blinked in surprise. You have a gun? I do. That was enough to make him comply. All right, fine. Since I'm under duress, there's a back way. It'll drop you off behind the church. I'll show you as long as you promise not to hurt us. Saturday, 1:30 p.m. I stared at Murray, watching her expression for any signs of recognition. She looked at the notes, the corner of her mouth turning down in an expression that I read to be disgust. Is that a quote? It's to the best of my memory, I said. Garrett made it clear he was only helping me because he was being threatened. But you didn't have a gun, Murray pointed out. There wasn't one in your bag, and you didn't have one on the bridge. I nodded. I was lying to him. Davis rolled his eyes, sitting forward. This is crap. I gave him my best innocent expression. Why do you say that? Did Garrett tell you something different? You're really going to try and feed us this bullshit? Davis threw up his hands. Do you think we're stupid? I didn't reply to that question, facing Murray instead. It's the truth. Murray was skeptical but didn't press the issue. We can come back to that. For now, just keep going. I nodded. Sure, but it's what really happened. I promise. Friday, 4:35 p.m. The truth this time. If you didn't do it, they'll figure it out, Garrett said. They'll let you go before too long. No. I shook my head, drumming a finger on my temple. It was too much. I can't afford to go away for a month. I'm going to lose everything. While I tried to think of some way out, some way to save myself without imposing on him, Lydia walked up behind me, her tone soft. Garrett? And you think I wouldn't have any trouble at all? He demanded, pacing in little circles. We're not going to throw out our lives because of someone else's issues. Garrett, wait, Lydia said, raising her tone. Think about this. I didn't have anything to say. The world was crashing down around me, and there wasn't anything I could think to fix it. Garrett turned to face her, rambling. We can't risk everything for some guy we barely know. He's turning himself in. It's the only option. Garrett, Lydia snapped. That finally got him to stop talking. What? We're not hanging him out to dry. He didn't mean to cause harm, and we both know how the counselors will treat him. She was referring to me, but I wasn't entirely certain that she was talking about me. Lydia, Garrett implored through clenched teeth, if they decide to give you trouble... No, Lydia cut him off, her voice raising. Don't you dare make this about me. An uncomfortable silence passed as they stared off. I tried to cut through the tension as best I could. You don't have to put yourself in danger for me. I couldn't ask you to do that. Garrett looked like he was going to argue more, but a glare from Lydia shut that down in his throat. Shaking his head, he muttered, God damn it, no. There's a back way. It's hidden and off the record. It'll drop you off behind the church. They won't be able to follow. I'll show you. I looked between him and Lydia. What will you do? He opened his mouth, but Lydia spoke first. We'll figure something out. Maybe tell them I threatened you? She paused for a moment, probably thinking it over. That works. Friday, 4:40 p.m. Lydia stayed in the house while Garrett showed me to the hidden exit on his property. I didn't notice it until it was explicitly pointed out, thanks to a combination of some practical camouflage and an attention-diverting spell. But the dirt path was wide enough for Ben's truck to fit comfortably. Why do you have this? Ben asked Garrett as I got into the cab. That's none of your business, Garrett replied, still upset over the confrontation. Just get out of here, before the counselors arrive. He didn't have to tell us twice. Ben rolled up his windows, stepped on the gas, and we rolled through the backwoods. Fill me in, he asked as we rolled through. I take it from how you reacted that your friend sold you out, but why'd he do it? They, not he, I corrected automatically. Kennedy's non-binary. Ben nodded. Okay, so they sold you out. Kennedy thought I was in too much danger if I didn't get arrested, so they told the counselors where I am, I explained. I don't know how close we cut it, but I can't imagine they were far behind us. So we keep running? We? I asked. This is the most exciting thing to happen to me since the Slayer farewell tour came through town. We. Running works for now, I said quietly. But Kennedy's right. It's going to get too hot if we don't get this problem solved by sunset. That's a tight deadline, Ben said, which felt a bit obvious. I bit down a sarcastic comment, letting him finish the thought. What's going to happen at sunset that's so bad? They send a vampire after me, I explained, deadpan. I wasn't sure if Ben believed me until he looked at my expression. You're shitting me. Holy water, steaks, garlic, that kind of vampire. I don't know. They're at least weakened in the daytime, so there's probably some truth to the sunlight bit, I said. Everything else, it's a crapshoot. A lot of the legend is probably based in some sort of truth, but I couldn't tell you what. Crosses might work, or maybe just holy symbols, or maybe that part's all made up. Either way, I'm not really interested in finding out. So you surrender at sunset, one way or the other, Ben finished. I'm sure we can find enough answers to save your hide by then. If we're lucky, this Mariah woman did it, and we'll have it wrapped up in half an hour, I pointed out. I gave him a quick summary of what Garrett had told me, focusing mostly on the brewery owner's apparent grudge. What are you going to do if it is her and she doesn't take the confrontation well? Ben asked. I hadn't thought about that. We'll be in a public place. She probably won't want to attack us while we are in full view of everyone. Ben raised an eyebrow at me. And if she does? Then I run away and scream for help. I shrugged. I'll have to play it smart. I'm not just going to say, Hey Mariah, did you kill Andrea because you were blinded by rage and lusting for revenge? Ben smiled a little. That's probably smart. The dirt road came out into a church parking lot just like Garrett had promised. Looking around, Ben pulled onto the street, driving in the direction of the city. Where's it at? West Bottoms, I said, pulling up an address on my phone to get directions. You can just drop me off. You don't want me down there? I shrugged. You've done more than I asked, and I can call a rideshare or something once I get there. He shook his head. I can keep driving you around. It's fine. It seems like you need someone watching your back. Looking at him for a long moment, I shook my head. I couldn't ask you to do that. You didn't have to ask. I'm volunteering. He checked the rear view, then turned towards the highway. We're in this together at this point. Besides, I still haven't gotten to see any real magic. That stuff on the bridge was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I'll be damned if I'm going to come away from this without some solid proof. What about the fear compulsion you felt? I asked, surprised that he'd still be skeptical. Infrasound, maybe, he said. I'm talking real spells, like in the movies. Thinking back to my flight from the counselors earlier, it was my turn to raise an eyebrow. I'm not sure you'll enjoy it as much as you think you will. Ben shrugged a shoulder, settling in for the drive. Maybe not, but it'll make for a good story. Either way, I'm not leaving till this is all through and done, so you can stop asking about it. Sure. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but I was happy to have the help. Chapter 12. Friday, 5 p.m. I didn't need to tell Ben which building to park in front of. The large, stainless steel basins and oak barrels from the distillery were visible through tall exterior windows, marking the location better than any sign. The reading room was an institution. It had been around since the 20s, and if the legends were true, Tom Pendergast had used the place to launder money in the days after Prohibition. It had gone through some changes since those days. A century of different owners, cultures, and changes in laws had gone by, and the speakeasy had kept souvenirs from every era, accrued like scars to show its tenacity. The distillery on the ground floor was a relatively new addition, another change to mark the passage of trends and time. One thing that hadn't changed, though, was the stairs. It was a short walk through the distillery floor, separated from the steel basins and pipes by a glass wall, to get to the proper entrance. The original staircase down into the speakeasy was 20 feet down, steep, and the handrail that brought it up to code was barely sufficient for my tired body. A natural precaution when the place was founded. A speakeasy that was visible from the street wouldn't stay open for long, after all. But now it was just an inconvenience. When I went down, I was worried as much about bumping my head on the low ceiling as tripping, and I couldn't imagine trying to stagger up the stairs to leave while drunk. The design also meant, if the counselors found me here, I wouldn't have any way out. It's fine. They won't find you. The lighting was dim, a bit moody, with a lot of fake candles. The few electrical lights aside from the candles were halogen signs and a couple beer lights, advertising home-brewed potions that could be ordered off a list or brewed specially to order. In a different atmosphere, it would have been pleasant and cozy, but I was too nervous to enjoy all the shadowy corners in the room. Pulling up a seat at the bar, I waited for Ben to sit next to me before getting the bartender's attention. She gave me a nod to indicate, "Just a second," finishing up a cocktail for the person next to me. Once it was mixed, she poured it, slid it across the counter on a paper napkin, and finally turned to us. "Are you two regulars?" I had never been there before, but I knew that she wasn't asking about our patronage at the bar. She wanted to make sure we were in the community. "We're not licensed, but we know what's up," I replied simply. Her demeanor brightened, just barely. "Okay then, dears. What can I get for you? Are you looking for a potion or just something to drink?" I hadn't really looked at the menu. "Just, water, I guess. It's too early for me to be drinking. You're Mariah, right?" "Uh-huh." She glanced at Ben. "And you?" "Something light, I guess. Do you have something that's sweet and not very strong?" She reached over the counter, pointing at the menu. "Try a river curse. I think it'll suit you." He read the listing and nodded. "Sounds good." She started mixing a drink from bottles with labels too dim for me to read, estimating the volume of each pour with a trained eye. "I don't think I've seen you two in here before. Did you come by to ride out the storm?" I looked around uncertainly. "The storm?" "Everyone's talking about it," Mariah explained. "Counselors in town. That troll went on a rampage. They're even going after Faye. Someone's stirring up trouble in the city. Folks are worried about it." Adding a few chunks of ice, she shook it all up. I noted the item on her list that was absent. "I guess you know a lot of what's going on," I said, hedging my words cautiously. She looked up at me, the glance barely visible in the dim light. "I suppose you could say that." I tried to watch her expression, choosing my words carefully. "Did you hear about Andrea?" Something flickered over her face. I couldn't recognize what. Shame, maybe, or anger. Either way, it did nothing to make me think she was less likely as a suspect. Straining Ben's drink into a glass, she asked, "We haven't kept in touch. What's she up to?" I had to play this carefully. "I heard she did the contracting for your renovations before it flooded. The distillery, the brewing, all that." Mariah looked at me for a long pause, before adding a slice of lemon and sliding the drink across the countertop on a napkin. "I'm going to need to see some ID." Ben and I reached for our respective wallets, pulling out a driver's license for her to inspect. Mariah only glanced at Ben's, but she inspected mine carefully, holding up a candle to look between the photo and me. Levi Lawson. I know that name. I needed a lie. Something believable. "I'm thinking about hiring Andrea to do some work for me, but I heard you didn't go back to her after the flood. Why is that?" "What's this about?" Mariah demanded. "Did Andrea put you up to this?" I opened my mouth, but Ben cut in before I could. "Look, ma'am, we just want to know if Andrea screwed you on the work she did. Is she a con?" She looked at my ID one last time, brow furrowing. After a second, it came to her. "You're that reporter." Shrugging, I said, "That's not why I'm—" "Get out of my bar." I hadn't noticed up until then, but the rest of the bar had fallen silent, save for the quiet jazz piped through old, tinny speakers. People were staring. "We haven't paid." She pointed to the stairs. "I don't care. Piss off." "Just answer the question," I said, stubbornly refusing to get up. "Did the flood happen because of Andrea's shoddy work?" "Andrea's work was impeccable. Perfect. The best you could imagine. Now get out, before I cut her off. I was getting answers, and I wasn't going to let go while I had her talking. "Then why didn't you hire her for the repairs?" That was too far. She shut up, reaching for a corded phone. Punching in a couple numbers, she held up the receiver. "I'm calling the cops." There was just one card left to play. "Andrea's dead." I was wrong before. Now, the bar was deathly silent. The phone slipped out of Mariah's hands, clattering on the countertop. Her voice was quiet, small. "What?" I'd caught her completely off guard. She didn't know, or she was a fantastic actress. Shit. She's innocent. I started, mouth opening and closing while I tried to search for words. I'd backed myself into a corner on the assumption I could get confirmation she was the killer, and crammed my foot down my throat in the process. "I'm sorry. I found her body this morning. I'm trying to figure out who killed her." Mariah stared me in the face, confusion fighting with sorrow for the most dominant expression. "And you came here. You thought I did it." I looked around the bar for any source of support. People were glaring. Faces I couldn't recognize in the dim light even if I knew them. "Well, I don't think that now. Get out." Ben leaned in. "If she was your friend, why—" "Get out," she demanded. Seizing the phone, she punched the call button, waiting for the dial tone to ring, her demand echoing in my ears. "Hello? I have 2 unruly men who refuse to leave my bar." I put up my hands, got off the stool, and stepped back. "I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" I shut my mouth. There wasn't anything I could say that would improve the situation. Backing towards the stairs, I turned, hurrying out of the bar. At least I had my answer, but it didn't leave me any closer to figuring out who was really responsible. Catching my wind at the top of the stairs, I waited for Ben to catch up, leaning against the glass wall that separated us from the distillery portion of the building. Ben spoke first. "She's hiding something." "Maybe," I conceded. "But she's not the killer." "Or she's just coy enough to fool you," Ben shrugged. "We still don't know why she and Andrea fell out. That could be important, and we just don't know why yet." "Well, I'm not going to go down there and ask," I said. "I'm not that desperate to get arrested." Straightening, Ben looked over his shoulder. "Who says we need to ask?" I followed his gaze. He was staring at the distilling equipment and the enclosed office visible on the far side. "No way." "The door isn't locked. I checked when we walked in." He flashed me a lopsided grin. "It'd only take a few minutes." Why did you check?" I asked. Ignoring me, he stepped up to the door, pulling firmly on the handle. It was a tight fit in the frame, but it opened without creaking. "You're welcome to wait in the truck." Looking over my shoulder, I checked that nobody was coming up the stairs. We were in the clear. Ducking into the space, I let Ben close the door. "Just a couple minutes," I whispered, "and then we're out of here." "Of course," he replied, walking right in like he owned the place. There wasn't much I could see that was interesting with the distillery proper. A peek behind the stack of keg barrels showed a staircase to the second floor, but checking that out wasn't the top of my priority list, so we crossed quickly to the office space. Like the entrance, the office door was unlocked, and we got in without trouble. "Check her computer. I'll look for paper receipts," Ben suggested, checking the filing cabinets. Sitting down at the desk, I kept an eye on the distillery floor while I booted up the monitor. A login screen popped up, and I frowned. It needs a password. "Is there a hint?" Ben asked, flitting through files. I clicked on the icon. Usual login with an exclamation point at the end. Try password with an exclamation point. I punched it in, with and without capitalization. Nothing. "What's the name of the bar?" I tried the reading room with a few different capitalization patterns and without a "the" at the start. No luck. Ben paused, thinking. "Wait, how's the password hint written?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "Like spaces and stuff," Ben said. "Oh, no spaces, both words are capitalized," I said. He nodded. "Try that." I did, typing "usual login" into the password bar. The computer chirped agreeably and unlocked. Good idea. Tabbing over to emails, I searched Andrea, pulling up all the relevant results. A long string of emails from the original consulting, with schematics and diagrams of the second floor's brewing rig. As far as I could tell, the tone was friendly. Andrea was happy to be doing the work, and Mariah was happy with the work being done. So I scrolled to newer emails. There were a few personal ones, an invitation from Mariah to the grand opening of the reading room's distillery, which Andrea apparently attended, and a correspondence from Andrea asking if Mariah wanted to come to a girls' wine night. The last email chain was from a couple months ago, presumably just after the flooding. There were 6 emails in the thread, all from Andrea. "Mariah, I heard about the cauldron rupture. I'm so sorry. I went over the schematics 3 times and can't figure out what could have happened. I'm happy to come by and inspect it in person to figure out what went wrong and how we can prevent it from happening again. Best and brightest, Andrea." A week later, she'd sent another email. "Mary, not sure if you saw my last email. Just to be clear, I'll take full responsibility if the damage was due to something I overlooked. Let me know when I can come over. Thanks, Andrea." 2 weeks after that. "Mary, I heard you went with another contractor for the repairs. I can't blame you if the mistake was my fault, but I wish you'd at least tell me what went wrong so I can make sure it doesn't happen again. Andrea." Only 2 days later. "Mariah, are you upset with me? I tried calling, but you didn't pick up. Please respond. Andrea." And finally, "Mary, I don't know what I did to make you angry at me, but I honestly want to apologize. If you want space, I'll respect that. I'll stop emailing you after this. Please reach out when you're willing to talk to me. Your friend always, Andrea." I sat back, staring at the screen. Mariah just ghosted Andrea after the flooding, and I can't figure out why. What did you find? Ben looked up from the filing cabinet. "Just a bunch of packing slips. I don't know what's on them, though. Everything's abbreviated. It's from a company called UPM Worldwide." "United Potion Makers," I said. "Or manufacturing. Manufacturers? I can't remember what the M stands for. Probably where she gets her brewing ingredients from. Most magic business isn't conducted digitally since..." "Yeah, They don't want it leaking to the public. You explained on our date, Ben pointed out. So, square one. Let's go look upstairs, I said. Maybe we can see what happened. You think Mariah didn't clear out the broken stuff? If she has the storage space, there's no reason to, I pointed out. Maybe we'll get lucky. He shrugged, and we stepped out of the office, rounding the stack of barrels to get upstairs. They were a little creakier than the ones going down into the speakeasy, but they weren't half so steep, which was a relief. We were lucky. The old brewing rig was immediately visible as soon as we got to the top of the stairs. 3 black 100-gallon cauldrons were set over brass runes on the floor, with further glass piping, plastic tubes, and complicated mobile sets of crystals hanging above them. Tuning forks were set in a wide circle around them, each of a slightly different size, and I could subtly hear them humming just from the vibration of our footsteps. One of the cauldrons was cracked down the middle, and though its contents had been cleaned up, the damage was obvious. Everywhere the half-finished potion fluid had leaked, the runes on the floor were corroded and eaten through, and there was black soot clinging to the crystalline mobiles. This looks fixable, Ben said, scratching his head as he stared at it. The magical energy that got poured into those symbols is the expensive part, I explained. Even if you fixed the damage to the metal, you'd need to redo all the magical workings too. It's probably easier to replace it than to try and salvage and rework everything. Ben's frown deepened. Where is the replacement? Huh? I looked around. My attention had been drawn by the old one, but he was right. There weren't any other brewing rigs visible. Just some cardboard boxes, stacked with a shipping label that had UPM WW clearly written in block letters. Maybe she put it somewhere else? And rent out another floor in this building? Ben asked. I walked over to the boxes, looking at one of the shipping labels. Like I'd guessed, it was from United Potion Manufacturing. Raising an eyebrow, I checked the top, found it unsealed, and opened it. Ben walked up, peering over my shoulder. What's in there? I picked up one of the glistening glass bottles. It was rectangular, the size and shape of a whiskey pint, but the fluid inside was a creamy pale red. It's a potion. Why is she... The stairs creaked loudly as someone started coming up, announcing their presence better than a gong. I slipped the potion into a jacket pocket, stood, and spun to face the intruder. Oh, wait. We're the intruders. She's... Mariah reached the top of the stairs, and her glare fell on me immediately. Hey, I said. Hey, she shot back. Give me one reason why I shouldn't call back the cops and tell them you broke into my office. I tilted my head, more curious than concerned. Why are you ordering in potions from out of state? Chapter 13. Friday, 5:18 p.m. Mariah looked between me, Ben, and the open box. Her face was bright red with what I assumed was anger, but at least for the moment I had her at a loss. Finally, her shoulders slumped and she shook her head. Shit, how much is this going to cost me? I raised an eyebrow. Cost you? She grumbled a little more. Are you too good for that? Tapping a hand to my head, I tried to figure out what she meant. Good for... I don't follow. She's asking if you'll take a bribe to keep from writing about this, Ben supplied. Looking at him, Mariah rolled her eyes. Thanks, buddy. I blinked. Oh, no, that's not what this is about. Under normal circumstances, this would have been an enormous scoop, but at the moment I had bigger fish to fry. Still, if she'd brought the idea up, I could work with it. Okay, I'll make you a deal. She eyed me warily. A deal? You answer all the questions I can think of relating to Andrea Hills, and I promise not to print anything about your business ethics. You'll be an anonymous source. I felt a twinge of guilt for exploiting my advantage over her, but only a twinge. I was offering her something of significant value, a promise not to run a story about what she was doing, and what I was asking in return wouldn't be costly for her. My hide was on the line, and I had to take the advantages I could get. How do I know I can trust you? That was easy. I never reveal a source. She was still suspicious. I couldn't really blame her. Mariah looked at Ben, then back at me and said, "He stays outside. You don't record or write down any of this." Deal. We went down to her office, and Ben waited out by the barrels while Mariah and I took seats across from each other at her desk. "You went through my computer," she noted. "Sorry." I rubbed at the back of my neck, feeling a little guilty. I almost asked if I could record our conversation, but she'd already established I couldn't. My usual pattern of questions didn't apply here, and I had to wing it. So, first question, why are you ordering potions from out of state? You saw my brewing rig. It's totaled. I can't make anything. Mariah crossed her arms. You could have figured that out for yourself. I could have guessed, but that confirms it, I nodded. I guess we should start with the spill. What happened? Glowering, she looked out at the distillery floor. I made a rookie mistake. Mixed up a reagent, and when I left it to bubble till sunrise, it ate through a cauldron and wrecked the whole rig. 50,000 large down the drain because I mislabeled my ingredients. I could sympathize with that frustration. Why didn't you replace it? Do you have $50,000 lying around? She asked. Because I don't. I blew through my savings getting this place put together the first time. Couldn't afford to do it again. Fair point. Why not tell Andrea then? She thought it was her fault. She fumed, slouched in her chair, arms crossed over her chest. Put it together, paperboy. I thought about it. You've still been selling potions, I said, thinking aloud. But you've been saying they're your own when you've really been ordering them from a supplier. If the word got out, your business would take a huge hit. You didn't think you could trust Andrea to keep your secret, so you just cut her out entirely. No, dumbass. She rolled her eyes. I trust Andrea with my life. Then why? I didn't want her to think less of me. Mariah threw up her hands. Do you think I'm proud of this? Barely breaking even, hawking someone else's brews? Hardly. But I can't do anything about it. But Andrea, such an idiot. I should have said something to her. Okay. I processed that. What about Garrett? Oh, I don't trust him to keep my secret. Mariah shrugged casually. Then her eyes widened and she tensed. Wait, did he get hurt too? His workshop got trashed, but he and Lydia are fine. That's why I thought of you, actually. Since he and Andrea were both targeted by someone, we were trying to think of things that they had in common. I shrugged, pulling my jacket closer. Okay, one more question. What does this do? I took the potion out of my pocket, holding it up. You stole that? She asked, raising her eyebrows. Are you kidding? Didn't steal. I wasn't going to leave with it once I realized I didn't need it as evidence, I said. But what does it do? Cologne. Drink it, focus on what you want to smell like. Sandalwood, daisies, a coffee shop, whatever. There's enough in there to last about 6 hours. I eyed the pint skeptically. How much? $40. I didn't really have money to spare, but I was going to need all the advantages I could get moving forward. A little magic, Any magic was good to have in my corner. Do you have a truth serum on hand? She snorted. That's fiction. Nobody makes truth serums. I shrugged, dug in a pocket for my wallet, and passed her a pair of 20s. Sorry for the trouble. Is that all of your questions then? She asked. Yeah, thanks for... Get out of my office. Okay. I hurried out, nodding to Ben. He matched my stride, following me to the exit. Anything? She's innocent, and I'm back at square one, I said, shaking my head. And we're running out of time. We stepped into the hallway and then through the exit. Once we were outside, Ben asked, So, what's next? First, I need to stop and get some supplies. Then we need to go to the crossroads, I explained. I've got a plan. It's not a good plan, but it's all I've got. He pulled out his keys. Okay, where are we going for supplies? Our first stop is just a couple blocks away. Noir Arts and Oddities wasn't a part of the magical community, strictly speaking, but you wouldn't know that if you went inside. About 90% of their stock could be used in some type of spell or another, and anything that couldn't was still pretty cool. And, as I hoped, it had exactly what I needed. Perusing the shelves and looking at price tags, I settled on a vole skull. It was the cheapest bone they had on display that'd work for my purposes. Picking it up gently, I carried it to the cash register, setting it down and reaching for my wallet. Did you find everything you needed? The cashier asked, checking the tag. I frowned, thinking about it. Actually, do you sell, I rubbed the back of my neck, avoiding eye contact with her. Dirt from a grave site? She paused in the middle of ringing in the price of the skull, looking up at me. I'm sorry? Graveyard... Sorry, never mind. Silly question. I felt foolish for asking, but there was a cemetery nearby and I could... She shook her head and pointed. I wasn't sure I'd heard you right. Our charms made with graveyard dirt are on a shelf over there. Oh, right. Noir was pretty awesome. Grabbing the dirt, I paid, got a nice bag to put the skull in, and got Ben's attention. We left, walking back to his truck. Hopping in the driver's seat, he asked, Where to next? Dollar store, I said. I think there's one just south of the crossroads, so we can swing by. Ben eyed me. What kind of spell are you doing exactly? Not a spell, I corrected. And trust me, it's safe. He gave me a side-eye glance, but didn't argue. The rest of the shopping went smoothly. All in all, including the Volskull, dirt, and taxes, I spent $25 on supplies. Everything in tow, we drove down to the crossroads. I had forgotten to take into account what day it was or how long our errands would take. It was a little past 6, and it was the first Friday of the month in mid-spring. The place was packed. Any building that didn't have an art installation was selling food or liquor, and that wasn't including the artists who had little stations set up on sidewalk corners, the food trucks, and the street performers. It was a dozen square blocks of an enormous party. Needless to say, parking was a nightmare. I normally avoided First Fridays like the plague, but it wasn't an option at the moment. I'd have to deal with the crowds. Ben found a spot a half-mile away, parallel parking his truck in a narrow spot. Should you take that gem thing with you? Ben asked, pointing at the cleansing crystal I'd left in the cup holder. I shrugged, then shook my head. I don't think we need it. We had to hoof it the rest of the way into town, shuffling past the wash of crowds. You're going to do magic? Ben asked. Here? Not magic, I said again. And it'll be subtle. Nobody will notice anything weird, don't worry. Right. So, what can I do? Digging in the plastic bag from the dollar store, I passed him one of the 2 items I'd bought. Harmonize. You know the tune to Kansas City? Oklahoma or Wilbert Harrison? Either way, yes. I rolled my eyes. Just play along once I get started. Finding a relatively secluded spot in an alleyway, I sat down and got to work. First order of business. I took out my wallet, retrieving one of my business cards. A small, glossy image of my press headshot was printed on it, and I set it on the ground. Next came the vole skull, which I placed gingerly on top of the business card before sprinkling the whole thing with the dirt. That done, I reached into the dollar store bag, took out the second kazoo that I'd purchased, and began to hum into it. Ben blinked, and it took him a couple seconds before he started humming into his own purple plastic kazoo, going along with the familiar tune. We sounded terrible, but a few people tossed change into the paper bag I'd gotten from Noir anyways, seemingly out of sympathy for what had to look like the worst street-performing duo in the city. We played on, continuing our little harmony. Saturday, 1:43 p.m. Hold it, Davis said, brow furrowing in thought. Kazoos? I needed a song, I explained. You have to play live music to get this ritual to work. My singing would never count as music, and you can get 2 kazoos for $1. I wasn't going to shell out money for a real instrument I can't play. He glowered, piecing it together. Murray, is a vole a predator? Yeah, she said, glaring at me. Predator skull, photograph of the collar, graveyard dirt, music. I nodded sheepishly. And I was in the crossroads. Davis stared, slack-jawed. You're kidding me. Friday, 6:04 p.m. Ben figured it out when I stopped the first song and started playing out the tune of Devil Went Down to Georgia. Hold it. I put down my kazoo. What? Are you summoning a demon? I nodded. Yeah, I need information. He's got it. Ben looked at me like I had grown a second head. Isn't that, I don't know, massive overkill? I'm not going to offer him my soul. If we can't come to a deal, it'll just be a waste of my time. It's fine. And what if he's mad at you for wasting his time? What if he's got a temper and a mean streak? Ben asked. You know, the demon? I shrugged. I think it'll be fine. Demon doesn't mean unreasonable. Yes, thank you. You wouldn't believe how many people think I'm going to be some sort of monster. I jumped in alarm. I hadn't seen the figure approach. She just appeared next to me, leaning against the nearest street pole. She didn't look like I'd expected. Her skin had a shade like she'd suffered an awful sunburn, pale red and sensitive to the touch. A little trilby sat on her head at an odd angle, matched by askew mirrored sunglasses. The headwear did little to distract from her baggy Hawaiian shirt or cargo shorts, and those did little to draw attention away from her sweat socks and Crocs. It was a look. I had to wonder if she really didn't understand human fashion, or if she was going for some sort of dazzle camouflage effect to keep people from noticing her fangs or her bright yellow sclera and narrow-slitted pupils. Are you the demon? I asked, getting to my feet. That's me. Call me Lily. I hear you're looking to make a deal. Friday, 6:17 p.m. We got off the street, moving to a coffee shop that was crowded but at least had an open table with room for 3 people. Only once we were both sitting did I start talking business. How much do you know about my current pickle? She shook her head. That's not how this works. Oh? We're not omniscient. We can learn a lot, way more and way faster than you can, but we have to be trying. I'm not going to keep tabs on every mortal in the city on the off chance they summon me wanting my help. She tapped a long, fake nail on the table, which drew my eye to the way her polish had started to chip. That said, I do know a bit about what you're trying to do. I was expecting you to call me up sooner. I try not to rely on freelancers, I explained. But, okay. Someone murdered a woman named Andrea Hills today. I need to know who it is. Oh, Lily blinked. That's it? Once I know who, I can put the rest of the details together myself, I explained. And if I can point the counselors to the real culprit, then they'll stop trying to lock me up. Ben showed up, holding 3 paper cups which he distributed according to our orders. Black coffee for him, cream and sugar for me, and 10 shots of espresso with 1 pack of Splenda for the demon. Is there anything else you want while I'm here? She asked, showing her pointed teeth in what was probably meant to be a smile as she got a whiff of her coffee. That's a pretty basic retrieval for me. I can do it in a minute or 2. That's all I want. What's it going to cost? I asked. This was the tricky part. She could name something outside of my price range, just to make me negotiate from a place of weakness, or a 50% stake in KCWW LLC, she said quickly. She had that answer ready to go. I tapped a finger to my temple, confused. Why do you want a stake in the paper? I'm not even solvent. Not yet. Showing her teeth in what was definitely a predatory smile, she said, Besides, you've poured your soul into making it, and that makes me more interested than any amount of cash. I frowned. A 50% stake was more than I was willing to part with. What else would you take? Not an IOU, given your lack of capital, she said. Frankly, your only other assets that I'd be interested in are the immortal type, and I wouldn't feel right taking your soul for something this simple. It wouldn't be a fair trade. I wouldn't feel right with that either, I pointed out. I glanced at Ben, wondering if he could front me some cash, but that wouldn't be something I wanted to put on him. How much cash are we talking? Ben asked, without me needing to ask. I might be able to help out. 100,000, she said flatly. Simple for me doesn't mean easy, and cash doesn't give me as much utility as you'd think it would. Well, I can't do that. Ben sat back, sipping his coffee. Sorry. I came up with a number I was more comfortable with. What can I get for a 10% stake? She chuckled. You're going to cheap out on me when your life is on the line? I never said my life is in danger. Smirking, the demon said, I know a little bit about your situation. You caused quite a stir with that troll. I guess word was spreading then. Okay, so yeah. How much is 10% worth to you? She tapped at her chin, thinking about it for a long moment. I'm feeling generous today. For that offer, I will tell you 3 true, meaningful statements about the killer. That was potentially useful, but also potentially worthless. Meaningful was such an ambiguous word. She could give me all the information I needed to find the murderer, or she could tell me their relationship status, favorite sports team, and preferred brand of underwear. How do I know you won't just rip me off? She shrugged. You have my word on that. If I made worthless deals, it'd be bad for business. I'll give you a little insurance, though. If you're not happy, you can change to the other deal, and I won't charge you for the 3 statements. That was fair enough. If I couldn't learn something useful, I'd have to take the 50% offer anyways. I wasn't going to get a better offer. Do we shake on it, or is there some kind of blood ritual? Rolling her eyes, the demon reached into her bra, pulling out a wad of folded papers. She unfolded them, smoothing out the wrinkles with her hands and sliding me the stack. A contract. The paper was a little warm from her body heat. I picked it up, skimming the whole thing, ensuring there were no tricks hidden in the fine print. It was secure, binding, and precise. There didn't seem to be any wiggle room for either of us to get out of our obligations. When I was done reading, I passed it to Ben, who looked it over as well. "Seems fairly airtight," he said. "No caveats about your firstborn or anything." "Fine. Do you have a pen?" Lily produced one from the lapel of her shirt, passing it over. I initialed in 2 places, signed at the bottom, and passed the paper back. "You know," I commented, "now that you've got a stake in the company, it'd be in your best interest to make sure it stays afloat." "I'm aware," she said. "Back in 2 shakes." I expected some fancy magic, but instead, she got up, shuffled to the ladies' room, and went inside. Ben watched her go. "This isn't exactly my idea of a binding magical promise. Next time I'll ask her to add some special effects," I quipped. "It might cost a couple extra % in my company, though." A couple minutes passed before she came out, wiping her hands with a paper towel. She pulled up her seat, wiped her mouth with her arm, and smiled. "All right, I've got your information." "Great." I took out my notebook, getting ready to write all this down. "What'd you learn?" Lily held up a hand, raising her index finger in what was probably supposed to be a dramatic gesture. "First thing, the murder was not planned." That told me a lot. First, she'd used the word murder, not killing. It wasn't accidental then. An impulse decision, but a decision nonetheless. I jotted down her quote, word for word. "What's the second thing?" She raised another finger. "Before the day of the murder, they had never spoken with Andrea." I wrote that down too. It wasn't a friend or a family member. Nobody with a real relationship. Pausing, I asked, "How are you defining spoken to?" The demon smirked. "Any conversation, including over a phone, but not including a written conversation, and not including a situation where one of them was addressing a room of people." Good to know. I wrote that down as well. "What's the third thing?" "The murderer," the demon said, raising a third finger, "is a counselor." I started to write it down, then stopped, looking up at her. Lily flashed her pointed teeth. "Are you satisfied with your answers?" I was barely paying attention to her, reeling with the implications of what she'd just said. Yes." Smiling, she said, "All right. Thank you for your business." With a blink, she was gone. Ben looked at me, and I wasn't sure if he understood the full weight of what I'd just been told. "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "I'm fucked." Chapter 14. Saturday, 1:51 p.m. "Hold it," Marie said, interrupting my explanation of events. "You summoned a demon, made a deal, and she told you a counselor did it?" "That's bullshit," Davis growled. "Total bullshit." "She's a demon," I pointed out. "She promised me literal truth. That doesn't mean she couldn't mislead me. Counselor is a label with more meanings than just..." I gestured with my hand at the two of them. "You. It could be someone who works as a kids' camp counselor or a paralegal or whatever." It was a thin deception. I just needed enough plausible deniability that they wouldn't cut off my story then and there. I wanted to keep talking, and if they thought I was fingering them for the murder directly, story time would probably end right there. So what are you suggesting? That some kid who works at a camp was hired as a hitman to kill her? No, but... Well, I think I was going about this all wrong, I said. I'd worked this lie over a few times in my head, trying to make it sound realistic. I'd assumed the murder was intentional. I definitely thought that for most of the night, but what if it was just a home invasion? A person breaks in looking for cash and accidentally kills her. It would line up with what the demon said, and other than being a coincidence, it makes a lot of sense. I trailed off, letting them get the idea. Davis still had a death glare fixed on me, but Murray was interested. She sat forward, resting her chin on a hand. "What about the call that morning?" she asked. "The hex you keep claiming was put on her phone." "I didn't go through her bathroom cabinets. Maybe she was schizophrenic and just forgot to take her meds that morning." Murray sat back, nodding as she thought about it. "It's possible." "It's a fairy tale," Davis countered. "It'd be a massive coincidence." They were at least listening. That was progress. Getting them to think about suspects beside myself was a step in the right direction, even if I had to fudge things a bit to get her on board. Maybe I could talk my way out of this after all. And if not, I could buy myself enough time to get by. Friday, 6:28 p.m. "A counselor?" Ben asked, his eyebrows raised. "So, the people chasing you?" "Yeah." I slumped in my chair, suddenly feeling very tired in a way that coffee couldn't help. "Same people. It might be one of them from the bridge for all I know." "So if you turn yourself in?" "They kill me and say I was struggling," I said. Putting my fears aside, I started taking deep breaths. "You're okay. Just keep working the problem. Don't get derailed." Or they just fake evidence to make it look like I killed Andrea and use the fact I've been running to back up the story. I wouldn't just lose my paper. I'd get locked up for life. Ben sat back, running his hands through his hair. "Then you have to find out who it was and turn them in," he said. "Clear your name by solving the crime, like we've been trying to do anyways." "Turn them into whom? The counselors? They'll say I was lying or delusional, or they'd just ignore me." I remembered a couple details, and the gravity of my situation sank in even deeper. Someone at the council is pulling strings to keep this secret. They've got connections. Deep connections. Crap. Maybe your friend at the council can help. Kennedy? I thought back to our last conversation, where they'd sold me up the river for my own good. I'm not thrilled about that plan, to put it mildly. Then what do we do? I shrugged. "You're fine. Just keep moving. You're not out of ideas yet." "Keep digging. Figure it out as we go along, and if it's a counselor who's causing all the trouble, then at least I've got a lead on who to talk to. Can I see your cell?" "Yeah." He patted his pockets, came out with the device, and passed it over. "Who are you calling?" I took out my own phone, checking the call history to get the right number. "His name's Manalis." "Okay." Ben nodded. "But who is he?" "The first person to tell me a counselor might be in town. He can tell me what the counselor looks like. That'll clear things up." I punched in the number, holding it up to my ear. In the crowded shop, I had to turn up the volume to hear well as the phone dialed. "Manalis, who's speaking?" "It's Levy," I said. "Calling from a friend's phone. I had a question about our conversation earlier today. He chuckled into the receiver. Paper boy. I didn't know you'd go that above and beyond for me, but damn, I appreciate it. What's your question? I frowned into the receiver. Above and beyond? Getting the counselors to check Maggie out for ripping me off? I guess she tried to attack him or something, which is typical for her type, and I'm not calling about that. I tapped a finger on my temple, recollecting my thoughts. I didn't call the counselors to her place. That was unrelated. Sure. I'm serious. I know you are, he said in a tone that implied we were sharing some sort of in-joke. It's all right, Levy. What's your question? I took a deep breath. You said you saw a counselor in town. Where was that? Did I? He asked, and I heard the receiver bump something as he moved his grip on the phone. I closed my eyes, recalling the question. You said, it's too small for counselors even if one of them is in town. How'd you know one was in town? Oh, yeah. I didn't see him myself. I just heard that from a friend. I could hear a scratchy noise as he thought, probably running his fingers through the beard I imagined he had. Can't remember where. Just heard that someone saw one. You could probably ask around. I'm sure someone will remember better than me. All right. Thanks anyways. Thanks to you too, Levy. Hanging up, I checked the time before passing the phone back. It was already getting late. Sunset was only an hour away, and I was chasing rumors. I tapped my fingers to the side of my head, scowling, thinking about what I knew. There was nobody else to call. All my leads had given dead ends. I'd sold a stake in my company and gotten nothing I could use. I'd scraped the bottom of the barrel so much that I'd hit dirt, and I was still at a loss. I was in serious trouble. I had no leads, I had no motive, I had no time. I didn't even have evidence for the few clues I'd managed to gather. I'd gotten a woman killed, and now I was going to go down for her murder if I didn't die myself. Shit. Too many people were talking. Shit. I couldn't hear my own thoughts, except the ones that were reminding me just how screwed I was. Stupid. Someone nearby was laughing, having a good night. You shouldn't have even tried this. Someone else sounded upset. They were right. It was ridiculous to think you could make it. The milk frother behind the counter was hissing, louder than it should have been. What were you? Something touched my hand. Ben. I blinked, looking up at him. Hey. I'm fine, I said automatically. The side of my head was sore. I hadn't been tapping, I'd been thumping, leaving the spot tender. We'll figure this out, Ben promised, squeezing my hand tightly. He was looking at me, but not looking me in the eye, avoiding any extra stressors. Focus on me. I shook my head, breathing deeply, squeezing back just as hard. I'm fine. A few people were looking my way, casting furtive glances over at our table. I guess they knew it was impolite to stare. I'm fine, I said again. I can't stop. There's no time. I have to keep going. I'm fine. He still didn't disagree. Okay, well, I'm going to get the truck, and we can figure out where to go from there. We need the truck, so it won't waste any time if you stay here while I get it. Do you think you can cool off a bit? I pressed my lips into a line, inhaled through my nostrils, and nodded a few times. He was right. I could take a moment, and it wouldn't cost us anything. Reaching down, I fished my helmet off my backpack, unclipping the carabiner and picking it up. Just give me a minute. Back in 2 shakes. Pushing up from the table, he took his coffee, navigating through the crowd to get to the door. Pulling the helmet over my head, I fumbled for my phone, connecting the Bluetooth and putting on white noise. Quiet. Or not exactly quiet, but it wasn't a wash of chaotic sound. I couldn't see much in my periphery, and with the visor down, it was still dim and safe. It helped, but it didn't solve my problems. Just because panicking wasn't helpful didn't mean that I didn't have a good reason to panic. Reaching for my bag again, I took out my laptop, setting it onto the table in front of me. Increasing screen brightness so I could see it through my helmet, I opened my editing software. While it loaded, I took out my notepad, flipping through it. It's just a story. I spoke out loud so I could hear my own voice. Follow the story, put it together. I started writing it out, beginning with what I knew. Between the hours of 12:45 p.m. and 2 p.m., Andrea had been killed. Probably in the earlier part of that range. She'd been afraid and she'd called for help, and to keep her from getting that help, the call had been scrambled. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. That didn't feel right. A vague cry for help wouldn't warrant a communications hex. I'm worried someone might want to hurt me wasn't specific enough to endanger her killer. I thought about Andrea's office, the papers that had been ripped away, the missing laptop. So, a correction to my assumption. She'd been killed because she knew something and she was going to tell me about it. That gave me a potential motive. The counselor had a secret, and they were willing to kill Andrea to keep her from going to the press with it. It was something. I kept pushing. The killer had left the body, then returned a little later and found me. They probably came back to clean up the crime scene. That begged the question, though, why did they leave in the first place? I wasn't a forensic expert, but I took out my phone, tabbing through the pictures I'd taken, trying to reconstruct how the struggle had gone down. The door hadn't been broken. It had been opened non-violently. Her body wasn't by the door, though. If she'd opened it and been attacked immediately, why would she be so far away from the entrance? Then they'd killed her, taken her computer, her notes, and cleared out, but they'd missed her phone. Putting it together, I started to type. My goal was not to be factually correct. I was telling a story, making it happen in a way that made sense to me. Once I had that, I could start looking for puzzle pieces to fill in the gaps. Andrea paces up and down her living room, afraid. She's always been the friend who got called, the one people lean on, and now that she needs someone, she doesn't know what to do. Her cry for help was ignored, forgotten, brushed aside. Holding her phone, she tries to think of a number, a lifeline, a way to escape the net she's fallen into. Then someone arrives. The counselor, in their white robes, symbolizing law and order and righteousness. They unlock the door with magic, and they come in without warning. Andrea only has time to scream for help before they attack. The counselor kills her, and tries to do it quietly, but her scream comes too soon. Alone with the body, the counselor starts to worry. A neighbor might have heard, might have called the cops, and if they stick around too long, they could get into trouble. They're in a hurry. They think to take her laptop, her notes, but there's no time to look for her phone. The counselor clears out, changes into something less conspicuous, returns when they think the coast is clear. It's only when they see the shattered window that they realize someone else got there first. I skimmed through the summary, getting my bearings. It had a lot of assumptions in it, a lot of editorializing, and some outright fiction. I couldn't rely on it to be factual, not in the slightest, but it felt right. And it reminded me of one advantage I had. I'd taken Andrea's phone before they could. If I could get the screen working, it might give me answers. And finally, the council itself. Someone at the council had to be covering for the killer. That meant whatever I found, I'd need to find some other way to get the truth out. I couldn't rely on the council taking my side, even if I had irrefutable evidence. I had a pretty clear next step then. Get the phone screen fixed. That really should have been my first step, but in my defense, I had been pretty distracted. "Computer," I said, getting the attention of my virtual assistant. "Is there a phone repair store nearby?" A pause, and then the slightly tinny voice responded, "Screensaver's cell phone repair is open until 7:30. Would you like directions?" "Yes." I checked the clock on my phone to see if there'd be enough time to get there before they closed. 20 minutes had gone by as I'd put all this together. That was wrong. The truck was not parked in a spot 20 minutes away. Ben should have been back by now. Closing my laptop, I packed up, removed my helmet, and looked around. The coffee shop was still bustling. I couldn't call him, not unless I put the SIM card back in my phone. Walking out onto the street, I looked around. Cars were still on the road, driving at a slow, jerky pace on account of all the pedestrian traffic. Uncertain what to do, I stood there. I didn't want to leave and go looking for him since he could pull around and then I'd be the one who was gone. But if I stayed put and he'd just left without me, I'd be standing there until the sun went down. And without him, I was going to need a ride. Chapter 15. Friday, 7:12 p.m. I waited for 5 minutes before bailing. I was running out of time, and if Ben had left me hanging out to dry, I wasn't going to let him stop me. Without a vehicle, my choices were limited, but I'd gotten a little lucky. The repair shop was in the River Market, and I could take the streetcar straight to it. It'd take almost 20 minutes, but it was better than walking. That cut my time until sunset in half. I'm cutting it damned close. I didn't have any better ideas. Jogging to the nearest streetcar stop, I got on, taking a handle to keep my balance. It was a straight shot up to the River Market with a few stops along the way. I kept checking the time, watching minutes slip by as the sun got closer to the horizon. Damn it, Ben. I didn't have time for this. At the last stop, I got off, hurrying towards the cell phone shop. It was 2 blocks up, and my jogging speed felt frustratingly slow. I wasn't sure if the daylight was actually getting visibly dimmer or if I was just imagining it, but I knew time was passing. The shop's lights were on. I stepped inside, looking around, finally walking up and hitting the bell. A teenager who probably worked there about 5 hours a week came out, nodding at me. "Hey, how can I need this fixed," I said, tossing Andrea's phone onto the counter. "How much?" He blinked, looking down at it, turning it over in his hand. Let me look it up." "I'm in a hurry," I said, checking my phone for the time. 7:15. When was sunset? 7:33? "Look, we can take it, but we're closing in like 15 minutes, he said, looking at a computer screen as he clicked through a series of menus. "We won't get it done till the morning. Looks like that's $92, $112 if you want the warranty and protection plan. I'll give you..." I reached for my wallet, digging out a wad of 20s. $300 if you can fix it right now." He stared at the money, then looked up at me. "I dunno if I'm allowed to do that." "Is your boss here? Ask him." "Just me. I'm closing tonight," he said, eyeing the wad of cash. He wanted the money. I was sure of it. "Can you call your boss and ask?" I suggested, Or just fix it and meet me on the sidewalk to get your cash. I really need this fixed, like now." Biting his lip, he looked at the money one last time and finally nodded. "Okay, fine, but you'd better leave a 5-star review online. Do you want the protection plan for $15? It's got a recovery system if you lose it, and will cover any repairs for up to a year. I've got to ask that." I checked my dwindling funds. If I did that, I'd have $20 left. Sure, yeah. I passed him the whole bundle, save for the 20, glancing out the window nervously. Just be fast. He followed my gaze, an eyebrow raised. "Geez, man, you got the mafia coming after you or something if you don't get this phone fixed?" Chuckling nervously, I shook my head. "Can I wait in here?" "Yeah, I guess. This shouldn't take super long. What's your email address?" I gave it to him, and the kid noted it down. Scooping up the phone, he disappeared to the back room. I couldn't see the sun on the horizon, but there were some faint rays of daylight still tinting the sky with bright oranges and deep blues. It had to still be up, just behind the buildings on the horizon. If the vampire just needed to avoid direct sun, that meant I was vulnerable. But they might not know that. If it had to track me down, it would be prudent to wait until full sunset so I couldn't run them into daylight and get away. In other words, I was banking on the vampire being calculating, prudent, and methodical. Not a feature I usually hope for my enemies to have. I wondered how it was going to track me. Smell? Would it follow the line left by my aura? If it was the latter, I could use the last cleansing crystal. Right. That's in the truck. Damn it, Ben. Kennedy had compared the vampire to a bloodhound, so I guessed it was smell. The shop wasn't big, but I paced in circles, drumming my temple with a finger, watching the street. "All good." I nearly jumped out of my skin, spinning in response to the teen's call. "Huh?" Your phone's fixed," he said, holding it up so I could see the glowing display. "It wasn't just the screen. The battery got knocked loose and had swelled a bit. I swapped it out for a new battery, no extra charge. And I got the protection app installed. You really should put a password on your device so people can't go through your shit, though." "Thanks," I said, stepping over and grabbing the phone from him. Do I go through it now or run? You're welcome. Thanks for the cash." The streetlights had all come on, and the sky was mostly dark. If I stayed put, I'd be asking for trouble. I would just have to get somewhere crowded. Surely the vampire wouldn't attack me in the middle of a bar. Then I could go through the phone, make more plans, maybe do a little research. It'd last me until the bar closed at least. Standing uncertainly, the teen added, "I really need to lock up now, so..." "Right. Is there a bar around here?" He gave me that stare that meant I'd asked a stupid question. "We're in the river market, bro." "Sorry. Okay. Where's the nearest bar?" "Just up the street. Go left out the door. It's like 2.5 blocks. Can't miss." I was already gone. The sidewalk was fairly busy, but I did my best to watch for danger anyways, rubbernecking as I followed the directions I'd been given. I wasn't sure if I could identify the vampire on sight, but it couldn't hurt to look. Looking turned out to be a good idea. I spotted her right away. 6 feet tall, skin so pale you'd think she'd never seen the sun before, black hair pulled into a ponytail to stay out of her eyes. She wore all black, carried a black satchel, and her gaze was hard and brittle. If I'd ever seen someone with murderous intent on their face, it was her. And she was only a block away, walking right towards me. Don't assume anything. Maybe she's just a pedestrian. A really, really angry pedestrian. Turning the other way, I started walking, trying to go fast enough that she wouldn't catch up without making it obvious that I was running. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw she was still following, staring right at me. I turned a corner, she turned it behind me. I picked up my pace, and she did the same. She was still closing on me. Her legs were simply longer than mine, and the only way I'd be able to get ahead of her fastest walking pace was to break out into a jog. So I broke out into a jog. Behind me, footsteps pounded as she sped up to match and beat my pace. She wasn't just jogging, she was running. Looking over my shoulder, I saw her in a full sprint, gaining on me at a hopeless pace, reaching into her satchel to... I slammed into someone, stumbled, and sprawled onto the pavement. The fall reminded me how much my body hurt. "Crap," I mumbled, trying to get up. "I'm sorry, The woman I'd run into was a bit shorter than me, slender with ashy skin. I wasn't sure how she'd managed to stay upright when I hit her, but she didn't seem that ruffled by it. She was smiling, looking strangely happy, like... As her smile drew into a full, open-mouthed grin, I noticed her teeth were pointed, and her eyes were blood red, and there was a scar on her neck, with 2 little pinpoints that looked like they'd never properly healed. "Get back!" The pale, athletic woman had finally caught up to me, and from her bag she flung out a colorful orb, which wobbled in the air a bit before it slapped the vampire in the face. The water balloon burst, splattered the vampire's skin, and the beast recoiled and shrieked like she'd been hit with boiling acid. In the same moment, a strong arm grabbed me by the shoulder, dragging me bodily up to my feet. Her voice was accented, something Northern European that I didn't have the ear to place. "Can you run?" Yes. Run!" I took off, running the way I'd just come. At top speed, I couldn't look back, but I felt a loud basso rumble as the ground began to tremble, then heard a shriek of pure, pained rage. A few seconds later, something grabbed my hand. I flinched, but it was the pale woman, running faster than I could manage, dragging me along. "That'll only hold her for a moment." "What?" I panted, confused. "No time." She pulled me forward as we ran west, getting ground between us and the vampire. My joints ached, but terror and adrenaline were kicking in, giving me the speed to keep up. The streetcar was pulling up, and she pulled even harder, dragging me up through the doors as soon as they opened. It was the last stop before the car would loop around and head back the way it came, and most of the passengers were getting off. But to the couple who remained, she swiped a hand and shouted, "Go!" Nobody wanted to argue with her on it. The passengers shuffled out, leaving just the 2 of us as the sliding doors hissed shut. Dropping her satchel onto a seat, she unzipped it. "What are you?" I stared, my brain still catching up to the situation at hand. "Huh? Christian, Jewish, I dunno, Scientologist?" She lifted the bag so I could see inside at the jumbled collection of holy icons. Crosses, talismans, Buddha guides, even a metal colander. "What's your faith?" "Oh, I frowned. "I'm an agnostic deist." She looked over her shoulder, staring in wide-eyed exasperation. "Are you kidding?" Okay. How were you raised?" That was easier. "Baptist." She tossed me a plain wooden cross. "Okay, see what that does for you." I mean, it was sort of non-denominational, but did they use a cross? "Yeah." "Then quit asking questions. She's gonna be here any second." For herself, she took out a garland of garlic that went over her neck like jewelry, and a stone with a circle and a crescent moon carved into it, and a wrist strap to keep it handy if she dropped it. As an afterthought, she also took another water balloon. "Vampires are repelled by faith. So, just hold out the cross and try to believe in it. If you can convince yourself it's real for a moment, she'll be that much weaker. What about garlic? I asked. Why does it... She spun, snapping a hand at me. Don't ask me that. Why? Because if I start thinking about it too much, it won't work. Just stop asking questions. I only then noticed the rings she wore as she adjusted each one in turn. By the way, can you throw a punch? I felt a little apologetic, holding the flimsy wooden tee in both hands. No, I don't fight. Good. Then you won't get in my way thinking you can help. Taking out a perfectly round crystal, she tapped it with a finger, and the blue light of an illusion spell filled the streetcar. She didn't want anyone watching what was about to happen then. The streetcar slowed to a stop, ready to take on passengers headed back towards downtown. Only one person got on. Not a person. The vampire's face was mottled with blisters where the water balloon had struck, which were actively swelling, bursting, and sloughing away before my eyes. The wounds gave way to dark, smooth, unbroken skin, with the sort of waxy lifelessness of a corpse that had been made up by a master embalmer. It was perfect, beautiful in its own way, but not something you'd ever mistake for a living human.
Get out of my way, she hissed. That one has an open license on his head. He's mine.
He's yours if you can get to him, the woman said in response, planting herself between me and the vampire. You don't want to fight me, corpse.
If you're threatening me, that's self-defense. I'll get 2 meals tonight, and the council will pat me on the back for it.
She licked her lips, looking at me like I was a juicy steak and she'd been living on nothing but rice. Takes a lot of blood to come back from a beheading, my guardian warned, adjusting her grip on the runestone. You think that's worth it?
I think that's a lot of talk for how much your hands are shaking.
The doors slid shut behind the vampire, sealing us in.
Last chance to back down.
That's funny, she shot back. I was about to say the same thing to you. I looked between them, feeling extremely out of my depth. The streetcar started to move, and the two of them went to war. Chapter 16. Friday, 7:40 p.m. The vampire's movement was inhumanly fast. Taking advantage of the split second while my guardian shifted her balance with the momentum of the car, the vampire lunged, closing so quickly that she appeared as a blur in my vision. My guardian didn't have the vampire's speed, but she had the practiced precision of muscle memory that came with doing something 100 times a day till it was unconsciously perfect. She flung out the hand holding the runestone, repelling the vampire's advance while, with her other hand, she threw the water balloon, flinging it towards the monster. This time, the vampire was too quick, and she slapped the balloon aside with a backhand. It burst, splattering the burning liquid over the vampire's hand and arm, but missing her face. Her other hand raked forward, razor-sharp nails slashing at her target's body. I did my best to stay out of the way, stumbling back and grabbing one of the handbars for stability. The last thing I wanted to do was fall and leave myself as an even easier target, so I clung to the metal post, hoping to stay upright. A heavy kick from the vampire sent the warrior flying backwards, twisting in the air and landing on all fours, coming up in a crouch and lunging back into the melee. She ducked another heavy swipe, threw a fist at the vampire, and at the last second pulled her fist back, sending a surge of magical power through one of her rings. The tiny gemstone shattered as sonic power lashed out, deafeningly loud in the enclosed space. The vampire pawed at her own face, ripping at something outside my spectrum of vision, then dismissed the effort and charged in a bloody frenzy. With the vampire momentarily disabled, the warrior turned and ran towards me. Yelping, I ducked back, falling clumsily into one of the chairs. She dropped her runestone, grabbed the metal post, spun around it like an acrobat, and drove a flying kick at the half-blind vampire's face. Her foot struck home with a crunchy sound, flattening the vampire's nose and leaving a dusty boot print on her face. Coming to her feet gracefully, she reached back and, with a display of incredible strength, broke the aluminum post out of its frame and spun it like a quarterstaff. It hit the vampire's leg, swept her off her feet, and sent the monster to the ground. Raising the pole, she struck down, hitting hard enough to bend the metal over the vampire's back, then dodged back as a hand lashed out at her legs. The vampire only seemed annoyed by the injuries and lunged up, diving at my protector with more speed than she'd had a moment before. She raised the bent pole defensively, and the vampire grabbed it, forcing them both down the streetcar's length, moving past me and up towards the head of the car. That gave me an opportunity. Scrambling, I jumped on the satchel, digging through it for weapons. Mostly it was more holy symbols, some for faiths I didn't recognize, but there were 2 more water balloons. The other weapons would be useless in my hands, but I could throw a water balloon all right. Picking up one of them, I turned, flinging it at the struggling vampire. It splashed on her back, water soaking her clothes, and nothing. The vampire barely seemed to react. "Damn it!" my guardian yelled, her back pressed against the far door, the vampire pushing the bar up to her throat. "If you don't believe..." Right. Stepping a little closer, I tossed the other balloon in a gentle lob towards her hand, praying she'd get the idea. She did. Letting go of her grip on the pole, she caught the balloon, hand blurring as she burst it across the vampire's face. That broke the vampire's grip. The monster fell back, roaring in pain as her assailant didn't relent. She snapped her hand, bringing the runestone back into her grip. The vampire staggered even further, stumbling away. I thought she was doubling over from pain until she seized one of the bolted-down rows of chairs, heaved, and ripped it away, flinging the whole rack with startling speed. The warrior's eyes went wide, and she dove to evade the massive projectile, getting underneath the rack of seats but losing her balance. The vampire took that moment to lunge on her, raking sharp nails across her back that cut through both clothing and skin, drawing lines of pale blood that splattered onto the floor. I stepped forward, holding up the cross. This will work. This will work. The vampire shot me a glare, rolled her eyes, and returned her attention to the real fight. So much for that. Dropping the cross, I threw myself at the vampire. Not so much in a tackle or a charge, more just a flailing assault that used my body as a blunt distraction. I didn't take the vampire to the ground. She was too steady for that, too strong. But it was still hard to fight gracefully with 180 pounds of journalist hanging off her body. The vampire spun, shoving me away with supernatural force. Something in my arm twisted in a way that it wasn't supposed to twist, and I cried out, but it was an effective distraction. My guardian balled her hand into a fist, driving ringed fingers into the back of the vampire's head. Another gemstone exploded with power as the blow landed, supernatural force making the punch hit with an order of magnitude more power. The vampire was flung tail over tea kettle, neck snapping from the weight of the attack, slamming into the floor. The vampire landed, limbs flopping on the ground, her head at an almost 90-degree angle to the rest of her body. Panting, the warrior reached for her belt, drawing a razor-pointed wooden stake. Gripping the handle, she brought it down, pointed at the vampire's back, offset just a bit so it'd pierce the monster's heart with killing force. The vampire rolled, caught the hand holding the stake, and twisted. There was another snap as the hand bent sideways, breaking the wrist, forcing the fingers to go limp. She didn't cry out. She just kicked, breaking the vampire's grip on her hand. Stumbling away, she gathered herself, panting for air. The vampire took the reprieve and got up, her head still bent sharply sideways, face melting with blisters that continued to bubble, eyes completely black. Raising an arm, she cracked her neck back into place manually, a few fleshy pops making me nauseous as her body fixed itself. My guardian had no such luxury. Her broken wrist stayed broken, leaving her with just the hand that held the runestone. The streetcar rolled to a stop, the doors hissing, opening, and a handful of pedestrians shuffled inside, oblivious to the damage, to the blood, the deadly warriors facing off. "Point," my guardian said, the fingers of her broken hand twitching. The doors shut again and the streetcar began to move. "But my illusion won't hold up if we keep at it. Not with the power limits in the city. Not while they're inside the car."
"A fair showing, mortal,"
the vampire said, black fluids draining down her face from her eyes, the whites and reds showing themselves once again.
"But my council bounties have kept me well fed. I'll be whole by the time these sheep depart. Can you say the same?"
"Only need one arm to kick your ass," she spat back. Letting the runestone go slack on its wrist strap, she started moving rings from her right hand to her left, taking the two that still had whole gemstones and putting them on her middle and index fingers. "We both know he's not guilty. The district advisor is ready to clear him."
"That's a problem for the desk sheep,"
the vampire spat. Wiping a hand, she pulled away dead, swollen tissue, revealing whole skin beneath.
"At this moment, he's hostile and resisting arrest. His blood is open for the taking. I can kill you both without ever breaching contract, and the Commonwealth will reward me for it. They love having a monster on their side."
"Hold it," I said. "Are you a counselor?"
"No,"
the vampire said as her nose righted itself, brown mucus and pus spilling out of her nostrils.
"just a paralegal."
"Not asking you," I said, shaking my head, directing my question to the warrior who'd saved me. "I don't know your name." "Agnida," she said. "And yes, I'm a counselor." It was an aside, but I couldn't help but ask. "Where are your robes?" "This isn't exactly official business," she glared at the vampire. "I'm off the clock." I paused. Maybe an obvious question, but could you arrest me? She and the vampire spoke in harmony. "What?" "Well, then I wouldn't be resisting arrest. I don't know how her warrant works, but I can't put you under custody unless I'm on duty," Agnita explained. "Okay." I nodded a couple times. "So, can you get on duty?" Agnita paused, blinked, and reached for her pocket. "Hello? Yes, I can hold, but it's... Okay." While she waited, I peeked into her satchel, looking around for anything else that would be useful. The water balloons were depleted, and the other holy icons weren't anything that would be helpful to me. Someone came on the line, their voice tinny and distant, and Agnita let out a short breath. "Okay, yes? Greg? I need to be authorized for OT immediately." "Yes, I'm aware. It's about the reporter. I don't have a choice." "Yes, I know." "Well, damn it, do the paperwork then." There was a pause, and then she said, "Thank you. Thank you. I'll make this worthwhile, I promise. Got to go." The doors were opening again, and the vampire looked furious.
"This is..."
"Levi, you're under arrest," Agnita snapped. "All right, I am not resisting," I said quickly. "Do you need to cuff me?" "Just stay in your seat," she replied. Facing the vampire, she said, "So, beast, he's off the dinner table." The vampire's expression was furious, even as her face was restored completely whole and undamaged.
I'll kill you for this.
And then you'd get hunted down and obliterated by the council, Agneta pointed out, smiling with saccharine politeness that was probably intended as mockery. Best not jeopardize your contract, sweetie. Just before the doors could close again, she slipped out the door, leaving just me, Agneta, and a couple drunk college kids in the streetcar. Agneta slumped into a seat. Shit. Full disclosure, I said. I'm probably going to try and escape your custody here in a minute. Go ahead. I'm not on the clock. I blinked. What? That was a bluff. None of this is going to end up on official paperwork. That'd defeat the point. She won't find that out until she checks in with her contact in Chicago, though. So, we've got time to get this all cleared up. Hell of a bluff, I said. What if she saw through it? Then I'd have kicked her ass, Agneta shrugged. I nodded, skeptical but seeing no reason to say as much. What's in those water balloons anyways? Blessed water, she explained. Holy water? No, blessed water. It's spring water that I offer to a goddess under the full moon. Holding up the rune for emphasis, she added, Pagan. Right, I panted. Thanks for saving my life. Welcome. She took a couple more breaths to recover before finally sitting up. Now, let's talk about getting you out of this mess. Chapter 17. Friday, 7:45 p.m. We sat across from each other, the streetcar rumbling down the road. I watched out the window, avoiding Agneta's gaze, seeing if I could spot the blue flickers of illusion that were refracting out from the crystal on the ground, hiding the damage that the streetcar's interior had suffered. How's your hand? Hurts. She was wrapping it up using 2 strips of cloth and one of the crosses from her bag as a jury-rigged splint. I watched carefully as she retrieved the items, as though she might draw out a weapon to turn on me. Considering her job, I felt it was fair for me to be a little jumpy around her. I'll get it fixed properly in the morning. I nodded. If it'd be simple to get it patched up with a spell, I didn't feel so bad about her getting injured on my behalf. Looking up at me, she asked, How's your arm? I rotated it. Something had been twisted back the wrong way in my shoulder, and I could feel it ache when I moved. But now that the initial shock was over, it had settled into background noise. Hurts. Brave thing you did, she acknowledged. Stupid, too. I told you not to get involved. You were losing that fight, I pointed out. Before she could retort, I changed topics. So, what's going on? Why's a counselor protecting me from the council? I can't tell you that, she said. It's complicated. Give me the simple version then, I suggested. Short version is you stumbled on council business that's gotten out of hand, Agneta sighed. Andrea was mixed up with some politics, but her death was an unfortunate coincidence. I made a mental note. If you know I didn't kill her and her death was an accident, why is the council still after me? Because that's complicated too. Wincing, she pulled the splint tight, then slumped back. Not everyone is aware of the details of what Andrea was doing. A couple of people who are aware think you're a troublemaker who shouldn't have been put on probation to begin with, and see this as an opportunity to sentence you properly. The streetcar stopped, and the passengers shuffled a bit, a couple coming on, a couple leaving. So, what's the solution? Simple. My boss has the power to call off the counselors, drop the charges against you, and let you off the hook. She sat back, the fingers of her good hand clenching and relaxing. What about the regular cops? She shook her head. That's already taken care of. Another counselor on site did the cleanup on their paperwork. As far as mortal law is concerned, this case has been taken care of. You just need to work with me on this and you'll be free to go. That would be nice, but I sensed a catch. And what do I have to do? Walk away. You can keep publishing your paper, but you don't mention a word of this. Andrea died of natural causes. If anyone asks, you got in trouble over a mix-up with your parole paperwork that got out of hand. She looked me in the eye, and I looked away. That's it? It was a tempting offer. I shook my head. I can't do that. Agneta blinked. Why not? I sighed. People need to know the truth. I need to know the truth. Otherwise, what's the point in running a paper? If you don't take this deal, you'll get convicted for breaking parole, resisting arrest, and assaulting 2 counselors, Agneta pointed out. And possibly Andrea's murder. You won't do much good for the truth from a cell. And what about next time I dig up a story about the council? How long will this hang over my head? I asked. No way. I can't do that. I'll figure something out to protect myself. Her expression grew sharper, and she tried to look me dead in the eye. I deflected, directing my own gaze into the illusion crystal on the ground. Next time the corpse comes after you, I won't be there to protect you. Can I keep the cross, at least? I asked. I saw how that worked out for you before. You'd be better off just running than trying to hold her off with that. She shook her head. I should just take you into custody. At least then you won't cause any more trouble. You're off duty, I pointed out. You can't legally put me in custody, like you said. That only matters to the vampire. Agneta sat forward, flexing her good hand. I had no doubt she could beat me with just one arm. I can still drag you to the office and hand you over personally. The streetcar was starting to slow down, coming to another stop. I had more questions, more information that I wanted to learn, but it didn't look like I'd get an opportunity to ask them. I waited until the car stopped moving and the doors started to hiss open, then lunged. Agneta flinched, moving to respond as if I was going to attack her, but I wasn't going for her. That was a losing proposition whether I got a surprise attack in or not. I went for the crystal on the ground. Grabbing it with both hands, I chucked it as hard as I could out the door and onto the pavement. It shattered, and as it was destroyed, the illusion vanished. The counselor twitched in surprise as the passengers suddenly saw the damaged seats, the blood, and the splattered black fluids from the vampire's wounds. I hurried out the door, and I didn't look back. She could have chased me down pretty easily, but it would mean leaving behind the scene of the fight and the evidence of something paranormal. A good counselor would stay behind and fix what I'd broken before coming after me. And that's exactly what she did. As the streetcar doors shut, Agneta was still on board, hastily raising another illusion in an attempt to put down the confusion before it could build. My escape plan had worked. Saturday, 2:10 p.m. Murray leveled her gaze at me, and I couldn't tell if she was impressed or if she just thought I had gone around the bend. How'd you hear Agneta's name? She rescued me on the streetcar, I explained. I don't understand. Thought you said she rescued you on the sidewalk, Murray pointed out, lifting up a paper to check the previous page of notes. She intercepted the vampire, and only then did you go back to the streetcar. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. I shrugged. If they were looking that hard for contradictions in my story, it meant they were grasping at straws. Davis grunted, the table creaking as he leaned towards me. He was furious, searching my face for something. After a moment, he sat back, his frown less angry, more uncertain. Murray was still on to me like a hound. Agneta is stationed in the Netherlands. You couldn't have picked a more isolated counselor to make up a story around. Check and see if her wrist is broken then, I said. Or was. I guess if there's healing magic that you have access to, check for a record if she used it. Murray stood sharply. I'll do that. Davis, watch him. I think he's thinking about pulling something. Don't let him. Davis grunted, arms crossed, as Murray stepped through the veil of illusion and out into the park at large. I swallowed. I hadn't intended for Davis to be left alone with me. I was going to have to be careful now, to avoid hitting his knuckles with my face. So, I said, turning to glance around. The birthday party was clearing up, and the park had grown less busy as the afternoon heat hit its peak, and the evening visitors hadn't yet come around. Do you want me to continue? We know you really did slip the vampire, Davis said, the furrows on his brow so deep and rigid that they legally qualified as canyons. He wasn't mad, though. He was frustrated. I've seen you in action. You're about as graceful as a paper bag. I nodded, a smile threatening to show on my face. This one wasn't a trick on my part. I really just knew something that Davis and Murray didn't. Someone at Council HQ had sent in Agneta behind their backs, and I got to watch them squirm as they tried to make that make sense without admitting their own guilt. You're right. I'm not good in a fight. Not at all. That's why I needed help from Agneta. Or your convictions are a damned sight deeper than you're letting on, he mused. One time I saw a vampire thrown back 50 feet by an octogenarian with arthritis so bad she couldn't hold a pencil. Just closed her hands in prayer, and the thing got blasted like a cannon. Like it was shot with a cannon, I corrected automatically. Look, I don't have any faith like that. If there is a higher power, good on him, but we're not on speaking terms. Then how'd you chase off the vampire? I shrugged. Want me to continue? Friday, 7:47 p.m. I ran half a block before slowing to catch my breath, turning down an alley and doubling back towards Main Street to catch another car going to the opposite direction. I needed to clear out before Agneta could get off her car and double back, and at the moment, the streetcar was still the fastest way to travel. Watching for trouble, I crossed the street, waiting for the next car, and got on board. Only once I was moving north did I take out my notepad and start writing down everything I'd learned. The council was involved. That had confirmed it. Despite what Agneta said, I knew it wasn't just a coincidence that she'd been killed. The council was, in some way or another, responsible for the murder and its subsequent cover-up. And since they were willing to cut a deal to make me stop looking into it, I knew I was on the right track. I had another lead, too, but I had to wait until I got back to the river market to check it out. So, for the couple minutes it would take to ride back up, I took out my laptop and organized my notes. I had more information about the motive now. Andrea was mixed up in some sort of council business. I had no idea what an architect would be doing with the council that would get her into such trouble, but that was something I would hopefully have more of a clue on shortly. As we approached the final stop on the route, I packed up my computer, got to my feet, and staggered for a moment. The exhaustion was starting to set in properly, and my body didn't like being run this ragged. Steadying myself, I pushed on, walking back to the phone repair shop. I met the teenager on his way out the door, keys in hand. I was lucky it had taken him a while to lock up, or maybe he'd just been slacking. Hey, I called, half jogging the last few steps over to him. He looked up, blinking in surprise. Oh, hey, is everything okay? Yeah, I nodded. I just needed a bit of help with the phone recovery system thingy you told me about. I'm a bit of a klutz. I already lost it. I only had a few bucks left, but hopefully I could bribe him into... Oh, that. He pocketed his keys, nodding. Just check your email. There's a website link and your temporary login so you can set up an account. If the phone's lost, it'll give you a GPS location. Thanks. I took out my own phone, pausing. What's the Wi-Fi password for here? It's, password 2020, the teen admitted. Look, I gotta get going. If you have any more trouble, come back in the morning. Sure, thanks. Connecting to the Wi-Fi, I waited as a barrage of notifications began to load in, watching for the right email. While I waited for the email to refresh, I noticed another notification pop up, with a little icon of a lit match. New message on Matchbook from Ben 15. Raising an eyebrow, I tapped on that, loading the dating app so I could see the full message. Ben 15. Hey, your phone is going straight to busy and my texts were bouncing. That guy from the bridge with the white robes, he was outside my truck with what I guess was another counselor. I don't think they saw me, but I had to duck off down an alley. I'll swing back around your way once the coast is clear. Ben 15. Not sure if you're seeing this. If you are, do not go to my truck. They're having it towed. I'm not sure how they found it. I'm worried they're going to follow me back to you. Ben 15. I'm at the cafe. I don't see you. Crap. Ben hadn't abandoned me. He'd gotten in trouble. Thumbs blurring, I typed back a quick message. Levi L. I took the SIM card out of my phone. I didn't see your calls. Just connected to Wi-Fi. I'm up in the river market. The vampire isn't a problem right now. I'm okay. I started to tab over to my emails, but his response came almost instantly, and I didn't have a chance. Ben 15. I'll meet you. Where are you exactly? I thought about it, then typed my response. Levi L. I'm starving and I need coffee. There's a 24-hour diner down near you. I'll buy you dinner if you meet me there. Ben 15. I know the place. It's a date. Heart emoji. Closing my phone, I hoofed it back to the streetcar to take yet another trip down south. Chapter 18. Friday, 8:02 p.m. Ben beat me to the diner. He was a sight for sore eyes, and not just because he had a cup of coffee waiting for me when I arrived. You're a freaking angel, I commented, draining most of the cup and setting it down. My fingers were buzzing, shaking with the exhaustion I was staving off, and probably more than a little residual panic adrenaline. The guy behind the counter stepped up to refill my coffee, wearing a greasy apron. Can I get you anything? I glanced at the menu. 3 orders of tater tots. He apparently wrote that down and passed it down the line while I turned to Ben. Sorry. He raised an eyebrow. Sorry? You didn't do anything. I assumed you'd abandoned me, I pointed out, and I didn't think to tell you I'd taken the card out of my phone. That's fine, he shrugged. I didn't show up and you didn't have any way of contacting me. I probably would have assumed the same. I nodded. That made sense. My fingers were drumming my head, and I took another swig of coffee. A lot of stuff. Still putting together some of the information. Good news is, we don't have to worry about the V thing for a while. He tilted his head, confused. The what? The thing I was worried about? You know, after sunset? I glanced at the line cook, who was only a couple feet away and could clearly hear everything we were saying. Ben rolled his eyes. We're in a 24-hour diner after dark. I don't think anyone cares. Okay, fine. We don't have to worry about the vampire. Looking around surreptitiously, I expected someone nearby to react. Nobody did. Ben, apparently, was right. I filled him in, emptying another cup of coffee over the course of the retelling. My tots arrived and I munched on them, feeling my body respond to having real calories to burn. Had I really not eaten anything since lunch? So I smashed the crystal and ran for it, I explained. I guess the vampire will figure out the trick and track down my scent eventually, but we've got time now. You had a chance to get out of all this, Ben said, staring at me with an expression I couldn't read. And you didn't go for it. I shrugged, nodding thankfully at the server as he refilled my coffee. I have to know what happened. The way Ben looked at me, I expected an argument, for him to tell me I was being ridiculous. Something. He sidestepped the issue completely. So we're back at square one? I mean, we know the council's knee-deep in it for sure on this one, but that doesn't give us any leads. Not quite. I flashed my teeth in a broad grin. Do you know the Wi-Fi password? It's on the wall. He pointed to a sign with the login information, and I took out my phone. Connecting to the diner's Wi-Fi, I checked my email, munching on tater tots while they loaded. Just like I'd been promised, there was login info and a link to the phone recovery website. I entered my name, the temporary password I'd been assigned, and waited. A second later, a GPS map of Kansas City popped up, showing a little red dot flashing on the map. I turned it around, showing it off to Ben. That's our clue. He peered at the screen, head tilted, then glanced up at me. What am I looking at exactly? That's the location of Andrea's phone. I got it fixed, like I said, and the repair center added a tracking app. So, he looked down at the screen, hesitating. That's not the diner. No, it isn't. Unless Agneta found it already, the phone is still tucked inside her bag. Saturday, 2:16 p.m. Davis blinked at me. Huh? Oh, didn't I mention? I asked innocently. Sorry, I should explain. Friday, 7:43 p.m. Agneta paused, frowned, and reached for her pocket. Hello? Yes, I can hold, but it's... Okay. While she waited, I peeked into her satchel, looking around for anything else that would be useful. The water balloons were depleted, and the other holy icons weren't anything that would be helpful to me. Just because there wasn't anything helpful to take out, though, doesn't mean I couldn't do anything beneficial. Eyeing Agneta, I slipped Andrea's phone out of my pocket, put it in a side pouch in the bag, and zipped the pouch shut. Someone came on the line, their voice tinny and distant, and Agneta let out a short breath. Okay. Yes, Greg? I need to be authorized for OT immediately. Friday, 8:14 p.m. Ben blinked as I explained to him what I'd done. You're going to follow her? Follow my logic, I said, tossing another tot into my mouth. The council is doing way too much work in the city to be doing it remotely. Something big has to be going on, and they wouldn't just open portals for anyone who needs to travel here. I'm not even sure if that's something they can do, even with their resources. They've got to have a local base somewhere, and that base has to have clues floating around. Did you get a chance to see if there was any useful information on the phone before you stashed it? It's a calculated gamble. If we can track her down, I can get the phone back anyways, and then we can get double the information. I shrugged. Go big or go home, I guess. He chewed on that. All right, makes sense. So what's she doing inside Union Station? I turned the phone to look at the screen. Sure enough, the tracking symbol was coming from somewhere inside Union Station. That's where the streetcar ends, I pointed out. Maybe she stuck around to deal with the fallout. Say, Ben said, chewing on a fry, if you were going to put a portal in Kansas City to get people in and out fast, Would it matter where you put it? That was a good point. I'm not sure, but... Huh. What? I have a book on this. Turning to access my backpack, I reached in, taking out the book on ley lines I'd picked up that morning. Ben leaned in, peering down at the table of contents as I thumbed through it, looking for relevant information. My lips moved as I read, mumbling out the words. Leyline basics, lifelines, astrological lines, wells. Wells? Ben asked. Sources of power, I said, drawing from my fairly basic memory. Ley lines, lifelines, they all carry energy. Wells provide that energy. Nearly all magic comes from a well. It just depends how far the power gets carried first. Like generators, Ben said, following along. And ley lines are like high-voltage wire, and your lifeline is a personal extension cord. Sort of, yeah. I kept skimming the contents until I found the right chapter. Ley lines and travel. Flipping to the page, I speed-read the first couple pages, gleaning the general sense mostly from diagrams and pictures. It looks like, yes, if you want to be efficient or just don't have a lot of power, and we don't have a lot of power in KC, you need to place a portal at a location with a high amount of real-world transit. I guess the act of traveling a certain path repeatedly creates a sort of man-made ley line for power to travel down. So if you did need a place to come into the city, Ben finished, you'd want to put it in something like an airport or a train station. I checked the map again. The pin hadn't moved. I shrugged. Union Station is within walking distance, and they're open to the public till 11. Go there once we're done? He asked. If you still want my help, that is. I picked up my coffee cup, gulped it down, and beamed. It's a date. Friday, 8:48 p.m. It took my last $20 to cover the check at the bar, plus a little fishing in my pockets for change so that the tip wouldn't be pathetically small. In the interest of stealth, Ben and I stopped to get a disguise from an artist on the corner, selling prints of their work on hats, shirts, and other memorabilia. Ben got a t-shirt of a dinosaur, while I got a knight with a cool sword. We both got matching caps. He paid, and I promised to pay him back once I had some more cash on hand. We weren't exactly inconspicuous, but at least I looked different from my previous getup. I'd have to find the money to pay him back somehow, but that was worth it. Union Station was a gorgeous building. They'd restored a lot of the original masonry around the turn of the millennium, and the whole place was done with marble and stone, the sort of architectural wonder that didn't get built anymore. It was also, for our purposes, a dead end. The GPS was beeping around the middle of the grand hall, but there was nothing worth seeing except the monumental design of the building itself. Illusion? Ben suggested, spinning around. I glanced at the security guard who was watching us politely and from a distance. More likely not on this floor, I said. I have a command to make the phone ring, but that seems like a bad idea if it's not nearby. So we look downstairs, Ben said, shrugging. You ever do urban exploring? Hesitating, I stole another look at the security guard, speaking in a low voice. I'm pretty sure we'd get stopped if we tried that. Yeah, if you keep looking back at that guard and acting suspicious. Ben spoke without even looking at the man. Just act like you belong here. Come on, he's already watching us, but we can go around to the east side where he can't see. If you say so. I do. He strode away, confident, like he owned the place. I wasn't sure in what circumstance the owner of Union Station would be wearing a bright dinosaur t-shirt, but if such a situation was possible, Ben convinced me it was happening. We turned the corner and he walked right for a side door. I fought the urge to look around, to check for security guards who might be descending on our position. In the past couple hours, I'd fought a vampire and I'd trespassed on public property. Between those two things, the trespassing made me the most anxious. Mentally, I had no reason to be half so afraid, but the knowledge that we were breaking the rules still niggled at the back of my thoughts. This is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. As we walked into an employees-only area, nobody stopped us, but I was acutely aware that we were in a space that we were not meant to be. Stairs down are probably this way, Ben said, waving me forward. Look, even if we get caught, we'll just say we got lost looking for a bathroom. I doubted that story would work once we were poking around the basement, but I nodded anyways as we reached a stairwell. The door pushed open with a click, and without looking back, we started down towards the lower levels. In stark contrast to the beautiful marble of the public areas, the back stairs were utilitarian cement and metal railings, like the back stairs of office buildings across the world. The lights all worked and it was kept clean, but I still got the vibe that it wasn't well trafficked. Linoleum tiles were arranged in a checkerboard pattern, weathered by time. The stairs had an emptiness to them, a quiet stillness that told me it rarely saw people come through. The basement door wasn't locked either, and with a simple push of the bar, we were on the lower floor. The lights were out, so we both produced our phones and turned on the flashlights, advancing into the dark hallways. Are you getting a Wi-Fi signal down here? He asked, in a low tone. I checked. I'd auto-connected to the station's Wi-Fi. Yeah, but the GPS signal isn't too precise. I think I can get us within 50 feet or so. He paused, lips moving as he considered the different turns we'd take. The basement between the main hall is left, then right, then this way. Are you sure? If I'm wrong, we'll try a different direction. We should keep quiet in case Agneta is still down here. I paused. I haven't thought about what we'll do if we actually run into a counselor down here. Ben frowned as he thought about it. Run? I shrugged, and we continued forward. Keep your voice down. If she's down here... I didn't need to finish that thought. We had to be the ones to find her, not the other way around. Following the directions towards the right part of the basement, I watched my phone as we got closer and closer until the dots were close enough to be overlapping. I held up my hand, pointed at the phone, and whispered, "It's got to be here." A long stretch of hallway was ahead of us. It had to be somewhere along that corridor, in one of the side rooms we could see. Ben took my hand, holding it in his, and turned out his light. I pressed my light against my body, smothering it so we wouldn't give ourselves away. We crept forward together, moving slowly, keeping our footfalls soft and silent. Coming up to the first door, he turned the handle, opening it slowly. The hinges didn't creak. Poking my head in, I looked around, shining my light inside. Storage. Bits of old exhibits, mostly, that were in good condition but didn't serve much purpose. Replica Egyptian furniture, old model train sets half assembled in boxes. I looked inside, but there wasn't anything to see. Closing the door, we stuck together as we moved forward, repeating the process in the next room. More storage. Filing cabinets, mostly, stacked in rows. As we moved down the hall, Ben stopped, looking down at my feet. I stopped, glancing back at him. Speaking in a barely audible whisper, I asked, "What?" He responded in kind. "Why are you walking funny?" I looked down. I hadn't even been thinking about it, but I'd been stepping around to only plant my feet on the black tiles and not the white ones. I couldn't think of a way to explain this that wouldn't take a lot of time and noise, so I just shook my head. He shrugged, and we kept looking. Tables and chairs stacked on rolling carts blocked access to the freight elevator doors. I peered past, through the little window slot on the front of the heavy metal doors, but it wasn't on our level. Creeping to the end of the hallway, I got to a door that led out towards the train tracks. I checked the map, confirmed that the phone couldn't be in that direction, closed the door, and returned to the rest of the basement. No signs of corrupt wizards or even Andrea's phone. We passed by an old meeting room on the walk back, and Ben paused, pointing to the bathrooms. Those and a broom closet were the only spots we hadn't checked yet. To get it out of the way, I opened the closet door first, but it contained nothing except janitorial supplies. I shut it, and we crept into the men's room. Nothing leapt out at us, but that wasn't a reason to relax. Inching forward, I opened the stall doors one at a time. All empty. We checked the women's room. Same thing. I stepped back into the hallway and let go of his hand, shining my light up and down the corridor. Nothing. Nothing at all. I no longer felt the need for quiet. Maybe it's on a different floor? There's that science museum, I guess, he mused, raising an eyebrow. Peculiar place for a counselor to hide out, though. Well, there's nothing down here, I said, unless there's an illusion we can't see through. I guess walk it again, and we'll check all the rooms more thoroughly, see if we can't find a flaw with their illusions. It was the best thing I could think of. Flashlights waving, we returned to the search. We checked everything twice over. I pushed open every door in both bathrooms, checking to make sure there were no secret passages behind the urinals. I turned on the sinks, let the water run, and shut them off. Ben and I worked together to roll the carts of chairs and tables aside, and even stepped into the freight elevator to look for a way to get to a secret floor. Either it was hidden beyond our ability to find it, or it didn't exist. We took turns walking the hallway and checking the storage rooms, looking at every half-assembled display and moving around boxes of model train parts. I even checked the broom closet next to the meeting room, feeling the back wall for secret panels. Nothing. Rendezvousing back by the stairs, I said, "There's nothing down here. We have to check somewhere else." Maybe the tracks? We didn't look at them too thoroughly, Ben suggested. Can't be there. Maybe Agnita is, but the phone isn't. It's somewhere beneath the main hall, within 100 feet of the stairs, and we've checked everywhere it could be in that radius. I raised my fingers, counting off. 8 storage rooms, we checked them all. 2 bathrooms, a supply closet, the freight elevator. We know it's not by the rails. Ben hesitated. I feel like we're missing something. We're not missing anything. I shook my head. Look, let's walk it one more time and I'll show you. We walked it again. At every door, I counted off on my hand. Storage room, bathroom, storage room. Stepping past the meeting room, I pointed to the next door and a second supply closet. Right. He nodded again, but he looked puzzled. What about the meeting room? It's not in there, I said automatically. Okay. How do we know? Because, I started. Wait, why are you asking? When we were at Garrett's, there was magic messing with our heads, and we didn't even think about it. We just assumed something was true, and then it wasn't. He pointed at the door. Did we look behind that door? I stared between him and the door. Oh. How'd you catch that? I was looking for it. He shrugged, but even in the darkness, I caught his smile before he turned. Now shh. Stepping forward, he pushed open the door. Chapter 19. Friday, 9:01 p.m. It wasn't a meeting room. In fact, I wasn't sure what I'd describe it as exactly. The space was 30 feet across. There were shelves of lumber, steel, and brass, toolboxes and pegboards, and a big shelf of screws and bolts in various sizes. Dominating the center of the room, surrounded by an elaborate rig of crystalline lenses and brass wires, was an enormous pit. It was 10 feet wide and seemed to go straight down. I couldn't see the bottom from where I stood, and as I crept forward, that didn't change. It just went down, deeper than seemed remotely possible. I approached even closer, fascinated, at a loss for what I was even looking at. I almost didn't notice the side door until Ben grabbed my wrist, pulled me behind one of the shelves, and put his other hand over my mouth. I couldn't tab the flashlight on my phone fast enough, but I pressed it against my body, covering the light. Agneta stepped out of the door, stripped out of her tactical clothes and dressed in a comfortable t-shirt and shorts. She'd put a proper brace on her hand, and she had on a wireless headset that covered both her ears. Uh-huh. Yes, we are still on schedule, sir. She paused, listening for a moment, approaching the hole. I recalibrated this morning. It's still set to go in 2 weeks. I held my breath and pushed Ben's hand away, turning so I could slowly look around the room. Her bag was against the wall. She wasn't armed as best I could tell. If she spotted me, I'd have to get to the bag, get out the door, and get upstairs before she could catch up. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, sir. There's a problem with the journalist. I stopped planning. She had my interest. I told him that, yes. He won't give up. A pause as she nodded, stepping up to the pit and looking down. Yeah, I tried that too. He got away. A couple more seconds pause and another nod. No, sir. I haven't contacted them yet. As far as they're aware, it's still just a straightforward case. She paused. I mean, no. I haven't spoken to them about that. It's my assumption. Another pause. Do they know about the well? If I could bring them in, the three of us would have a much easier time coordinating. Sorry, sir. No, I'll keep this internal. She adjusted one of the crystalline lenses, tilting it ever so slightly. Looking at me, Ben mouthed, Well? Well, what? I don't have a plan. I shook my head, shaking off the thought. I didn't have anything to say to him. If she goes back into the side room, we can grab the bag and run for it. Then it struck me what he meant. The well. I looked back at the open pit, the lenses above it. It wasn't a pit. It was a well, and they weren't digging for water. Everything clicked into place. I knew why Andrea had been killed. He has to still be in town. Probably talking to people locally. I'll keep my ear to the ground and figure out where he went. Reaching down, I gently moved my hand on my phone, turning off the flashlight so it wouldn't give us away. Once it was off, I spun the phone around, turned on the camera, turned off the flash, and raised it. Waiting for the device to focus, I held it pointed at the well, adjusted my framing a little, and took a snapshot. Click. The phone made a fake camera shutter noise, and Agneta blinked. Surveying the room, she said, Sir, I need to call you back. Shit. Taking off her headset, Agneta scanned the room. It was dark on our side, and the shelves provided cover. Maybe with luck. Seeing us, her eyes widened. No more reason to keep my thoughts quiet. Shit! Straightening, I got ready to run as Agneta lunged back the way she'd come to the side room. She was going for her weapons. Go! I shouted, and Ben scrambled for the exit while I rushed to get to her bag. There was no time to go through it to get just the phone. I simply grabbed the whole bag, carrying it by the strap and running for the door. Agnita was close behind. As I fled into the hallway, glancing back over my shoulder, she stepped out of the side room holding several feet of a heavy brass chain. It didn't take much thought to guess what that would be used for. Binding magic. If she hit me with a spell channeled through that, I wouldn't so much as be able to run. At least it's not a gun. Scrambling down the hall, still clutching my phone, I ducked into the men's room. I couldn't see where Ben had gone, whether he'd fled straight to the stairs or found another hiding place. I just had to hope he'd gotten out safely, and that Agnita wouldn't guess which door I'd gone through. Out in the hall, she called something out in a language I didn't recognize. Something of an old European flavor and of an unknown purpose. Then, a thin wisp of light began to glow, tracing the path I'd taken when I ran into the bathroom. I stepped away from it, but the light followed, making a direct path to wherever I went. So much for hiding. Unslinging Agnita's bag, I slid it across the room, ducked into the rightmost stall, latched it, then dropped to the ground. I moved on my hands and knees as many doors down as I could go, grateful that this bathroom hadn't been in use in probably years. Footsteps came in behind me as I got to my feet, hopping up onto a toilet as quietly as I could manage so my feet wouldn't be visible. I was still clutching my phone. Silently, I made a wish, hoping that my little delaying tactic would trick Agnita into mistaking which stall I'd gone through. "Give it up," she called, walking into the bathroom. "You can't hide. I don't want you to get hurt in the struggle, but if you fight, I won't hold back." She walked up to the rightmost door, following the tracing spell, her footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. With a heavy shove, she popped the latch. At the same time, I pressed the button on the recovery website. Across the room, Andrea's phone began to ring, getting Agnita's attention. "Huh?" "It's your only chance." Lunging out of the stall, I came out 2 doors further down than Agnita was expecting, with her back turned to me. Jumping frantically forward, I grabbed the chain in her good hand and pulled. In a fair competition, she would have beaten me easily. But I had 2 arms and the element of surprise. The chain came free, and I scrambled away, searching for traction on the tile, scooping up the bag on my way out the door. There was still a trail of light following me, but she was disarmed, and I just needed to stay out of her reach. Easier said than done. I was 2 steps out of the bathroom when she slid out into the hallway behind me, surging forward, her good hand out to grab the back of my backpack. Fingers caught on one of the straps, and my legs went out from under me. I had the sense to throw the chain as far as I could, so she couldn't wrestle it away from me, but I was still on the ground while she was standing. It was no contest. That's when Ben lunged out of a broom closet, waving a mop over his head like a berserk janitor. The tool made for a pitiful weapon. It snapped like a toothpick over Agnita's back, but it served as an excellent distraction. While she turned to face him, I scrambled to my feet, looking around for something to use to distract her so Ben could get away. "Just run," Ben yelled. "I'll hold her off." I wasn't going to argue with that logic. Turning, I sprinted down the hallway, bag slung over my shoulder, my helmet thumping against my leg. As I ran, I scooped up the chain too, weighing myself down with even more luggage as I got to the stairs. Apparently, Agnita thought I was a bigger danger than Ben, because she didn't stop to detain him. With one heavy slug, she dropped him to the floor, then turned and barreled towards me, long legs carrying her far with every step. I need some kind of weapon, some kind of tool I can use to slow her down, trip her up, or... I looked down at the chain in my hands. Oh, right. Other than a couple primer classes, I had no real experience with magic. I didn't know how to cast spells point blank, and I didn't know what magic words or activation was necessary to make this chain function. But it was still a long, heavy length of chain. Trying to pull out the bundle so it wouldn't get tangled, I spun, gauged my throw and tossed the whole thing at her legs. It worked, mostly. She hadn't been ready for a counterattack, and while the chain didn't wrap around her legs like a lasso or anything, it did send her sprawling on the slippery tile floor. While she kicked at the chain, I continued my flight to the exit. I threw open the doors, taking the steps 3 at a time, no longer concerned if I was seen trespassing. I made it to the top of the stairs and 5 paces out into the upstairs hallway. I just had to get to the public area, and she wouldn't be able to grab me. There was a shout and a surge of power in the air, and I could do absolutely nothing about it. Longsum! My ankles went numb. It was as though I'd been sitting on them for hours and had suddenly tried to stand without wiggling my toes to regain sensation first. It wasn't as totally paralyzing as that spell that had been used on me in the garage, but taking out my feet was more than sufficient to stop me. My body dropped, stumbling onto the floor, and Agneta stalked up behind me. "All right, that's enough," she said, panting as she stepped up, wrapping the chain around her good arm so that she could hold onto it and still use that hand. "You're coming with me. No more easy way." I tried to push back, to scramble away, but without control of my feet, my legs found no traction. "Please," I stammered. "You can't hide this. You can't." I blinked, spotting Ben on the stairs behind her, moving slow and silent. Before she could notice my attention slipping, I raised the volume and kept going. "The truth is going to get out. What are you going to do when everyone hears what you did?" "They won't know who, just what," Agneta said, shaking her head. "And by then, it's going to be too late anyways. Now!" Ben lunged, and Agneta spun, her hand shooting out and catching him by the throat. He made a quiet sound as she lifted, holding him up. "I don't know who you are, but you're coming with me too until we sort this out. Anyone mixed up with him is trouble." Clutching at her arm, making the chain rattle, Ben wheezed, trying to stammer something. Look, Longsum?" He said it more like a question than a statement, and the pronunciation was off, too much stress on the vowels. Even so, his hands were on the chain, and it worked. Agneta stumbled. She kept her footing, but she had to drop Ben to do so, and when she did, he shoved forward, a general bull rush of an attack. She tripped backwards, off balance. Ben lunged forward, took my hand, pulled me up. "Can you walk?" I had a little sensation back, but that was all. "Not really." Pulling my arm over his shoulder, he helped me stagger to the door. It was only a few paces away. Behind us, Agneta shouted in frustration as she got to her feet, coming after us with a wobbly, unsteady gait. With one last heave, Ben lunged forward and we crashed through the push doors, landing in a heap of limbs and bags out in the open floor. I stole a look back. Agneta looked furious, almost as mad as she'd been with the vampire, but she'd stopped pursuing. With a snap of her hand, the glowing trail behind me went dead as well, and she shot me a look that was probably intended to say, "You'd better start running." Getting to my feet, standing awkwardly under my own power, I was more than happy to oblige. I turned and ran, about 10 paces. That's when the security guard stopped us. Chapter 20. Saturday, 2:33 p.m. Davis stared at me. I stared back. "So," he said dryly, "you know about the well." "And so do you," I pointed out. "How do you know?" "I work for the council. It's a matter of public security to keep it secret." "And you can't keep it secret if you don't know about it," I finished. "Sure. Does your uncle know?" His brow furrowed, first in confusion, then in anger. "If you're implying..." Not implying anything, I interrupted quickly. Just asking a question. There's going to be a lot of money in KC soon. My uncle's the most upright. He clenched his fists, sitting forward. I don't need to justify anything to you. I never said you did. I paused, glancing over my shoulder to see if Murray was still on the phone. She was. With that in mind, I decided to stop needling him. Can I go on? Friday, 9:07 p.m. I rubbed the back of my neck as the burly guard set out the contents of my 2 bags, his eyebrows raising more and more acutely as he went through the religious icons one at a time. What's this? His thick mustache twitched as he spoke, holding up a carved wooden symbol. I looked at it uncertainly. An operating Thetan, Ben supplied. Glancing at me, he added, a lot of Scientologists live in the city. Tell me again what you were doing down there? He looked between us, eyebrows raised. Ben had told the lie first, and he maintained it confidently. Geocaching. And that is? It's like treasure hunting. People hide boxes around the world, mark their location via GPS, and then other people find them. We always leave behind little symbols and knickknacks. He nodded to the object in the security officer's hand, now the steel colander, and continued. So there's always something to find and something to take. Uh-huh. He crossed his arms, sitting back. And why is there a geocache in my basement? Some people like an extra challenge. I sat forward, sensing that Ben's story wasn't going too well. Look, sir, we're really sorry. We were just goofing off. I know it was irresponsible, and we promise not to do it again. I smiled, trying to gauge it enough to appear genuine without being over the top. Could you let us go with a warning? He looked between us, frowning deeply, lips hidden almost completely by the bushy mustache he wore. Why'd the horseplay? I started to say. Dizzy spell, Ben supplied. He got a little tipsy at first Friday before we came here, and the stairs left him winded. We're old college buddies. We haven't seen each other in ages, and it got a little out of hand. That's ridiculous. My breath doesn't smell like alcohol. The guard nodded, buying it. Fine. If I see you 2 around here again, though, you'd best be model citizens. You could put us in your train display, I joked, chuckling with relief. I don't think he got the joke. Dumping the various icons back into the bag, he pushed it back across the desk. Get out of here. Station's closing. Thank you so much, I said, pushing to my feet and picking up the bag. As soon as we got out of the security office, I was on the lookout for trouble. Watch for Agneta. She's probably waiting for us. Then let's not give her an opportunity, Ben responded quietly. We can find a group, stick with them until we're clear. Why'd you say I'd been drinking? I have no idea why he bought it. Ben scanned the grand hall, watching for trouble. People only see what they're looking for. He wanted an excuse for why 2 guys were acting weird on a night where half the people who pass through here are drunk. I don't see your counselor anywhere. Good. I tried to clear my thoughts. Now we just need to figure out where to go from here. Get back on the streetcar? That's a good way to put some distance down fast. I grimaced. I'd had enough of that streetcar for one day. And besides, Agneta was probably expecting that. Can you call us a rideshare? I'll pay you back. I didn't have the money to pay him back, but I'd figure something out. You don't have to do that, he said, pulling out his phone. Where are we going? I tapped my forehead, going on a hunch. 18th and Vine, the Jazz District. Ben raised an eyebrow but didn't question my reasoning. He punched in the address, requested a driver, and waited for the app to give a little jingle. The driver is 3 minutes away, but there's surge pricing since it's a busy evening. Crap. I frowned, checking my pockets for money I knew wasn't there. I'll figure something out if you can just spot me for now. Ben rolled his eyes. Levy. I know you don't think I'm good for it, but I swear, Levy. He shook his head, stepping closer to me. I've got it. Don't worry about it. I started to say, I'm not going to ask you to bail me out of this. It's my problem, and... He cut me off. I already called the driver. It's on my bill. You've got enough on your plate. I sighed, begrudgingly accepting the help. I didn't want to admit it, but I probably needed it. Thanks. Ben moved on without losing his stride. So then, what's the plan? I know what's going on, I said, looking around the hall, watching for trouble. I need to check something, but I think I know. What's going on? I opened my mouth to explain, then shut it, shaking my head. Once we were in the car, I'm tired. Can't focus on talking and looking at the same time. Sure. We watched, and though I tried to focus, too many thoughts were swirling around in my head. The well, the information I was more and more certain I'd find on Andrea's phone, the reason for the 3 counselors in town. I barely noticed that I was drumming my fingers to my head, and I almost didn't notice Ben's hand on my arm until he gave me a gentle pull to get my attention. Looking at him, I frowned. What? Car's here. Right. I followed him out. He checked the plates to make sure it was the right vehicle, and we got in. Okay, he said once we were in the back. What's going on? I unslung my backpack, digging out the book on ley lines and passing it over. First, I need you to look up everything you can on the creation of wells. I don't want to run my mouth without checking it first. He took the book and turned on the small backseat light, flipping it open. What am I looking for in specific? If it's possible, what it takes to do it, long-term costs, that kind of thing, I said. Reaching into Agnita's bag, I took out Andrea's phone. My fingers were shaking. I chalked that up to lack of sleep. I checked her messages first. She had a text from her mom. The notification was at the top of the screen, and I couldn't help but see what it said. Sweetheart, you said you were going to call. Is everything okay? My hand balled into a fist, and I had to take a few breaths to steady myself. Checking her other messages turned up very little. A few contacts with clients, but nothing relevant. I opened the web browser, scrolling through the history. Not much use there. Moving on, I checked her email. Bingo. At the top of the app, an email thread with more than a dozen responses. I opened the thread and scrolled all the way to the top, which had been sent more than a month ago. Questions regarding the contracting work. Isaac, I noticed some discrepancies with the work you had me do at the Vine Street address, and I wanted to clear things up. You said the cauldron setup you were going for was a Type 4 Philomena brewmaster, but the inspection and recommendation was to install a station with a weight of 8 tons. That's going to be at least a Type 10 brewmaster, if you're even using the Philomena line. Really, at that weight level, you're looking at industrial levels of equipment. Given this, I wanted to make sure that you weren't attempting to install something heavier duty than what we discussed. There's simply no way to get you the raw power you'll need to enchant those potions in Kansas City without an enormously expensive power bounce from Chicago. Andrea Hills, Forest and Trees Contracting. Isaac replied with a simple dismissal, and Andrea simply gave an acknowledgement before moving on. A week later, though, she followed up. Isaac, apologies if this comes off as paranoid, but I'm having some serious concerns. I noticed that 2 other clients of mine had similar requests to your own. Inspections of buildings for construction of a magical production supply with weight and electrical draw requirements that don't match the specs of the equipment you say you're installing. If you're planning on building an industry in KC, I feel like I have to advise that you act prudently. I've run the numbers, and the cost of sending power through long-distance ley lines will quickly outstrip any possible revenue you're considering by an order of magnitude. Additionally, my inspections were for the products and specs that you requested. If you're installing something different, I cannot vouch for the safety rating, and wouldn't feel comfortable signing off on it. If you need to consider alternatives, I'd be happy to help. Andrea Hills, Forest and Trees Contracting. No response from Isaac at all that time. Andrea followed up twice with requests for information, but Isaac had stopped responding entirely. The latest email was sent just a day ago. Isaac, I think I know what you're doing. However you managed to get on the inside of that deal, I can't have my name attached to it. What you're doing is wrong. It's going to destroy local businesses. I'm going to report you to the Bureau of Magical Commerce in the morning unless you give me a good reason not to. Andrea Hills, Forest and Trees Contracting. That was the last email she sent. It was the last email she ever sent. Checking her call history, I saw a handful of phone calls coming in from unlisted numbers. The first outgoing call that had gone to me, then an outgoing call to me at 12:47, and just a minute later there was a call to 911 that had gone out but lasted for 1 second. The counselor had come in to kill her just moments after her call to me ended. I did the math in my head, recalling a circle of stones I'd seen in Andrea's backyard that I'd mistaken for a garden feature. It all made sense. I've got something, Ben said, bent studiously over the book. Making a well is rare, but it's not impossible. You need some sort of relic-type item. Apparently, the last known person who could make them was... Oh, you're kidding me. Merlin. He got all the legends for a reason, I commented idly. So, if you have one of those relic thingies, you can make one? It still takes a lot of juice, and you have to do it at a certain astrological time, in certain well-attuned places. Then you need 13 trained practitioners. It's a whole big thing. He shrugged. Is that what you were looking for? So, expensive, rare items, a lot of power, and a lot of talent. Sort of thing the Commonwealth has, and not many other groups. I drummed the side of my head. Okay, it all fits with the other stuff. The other stuff? Garrett's shop, the pathfinding stones Maggie was selling, even Mariah's cauldrons, I bet. It was all sabotage. I tried to think of how best to put it all. It's a lot of words. Give me a moment. I took out my laptop, opened the writing software I used, waited for it to load properly, and wrote it out like a story. It took me most of the drive to finish. Even that was only possible due to heavy traffic and a lot of lights buying me extra time. It was rough, and it'd need some serious polish, but I knew in my heart that it was right. Andrea Hills was a good person. You can ask anyone. As an architect and a contractor, her performance was impeccable. She worked hard, she didn't cut corners, she saw everything through to the last detail. She had integrity, a business built from real skill and honest work, and an irrational urge to always do the right thing. The same cannot be said for the people who killed her. When contracted by a handful of businesses to survey local buildings, determining their suitability for building magical workstations, she wasn't going to start doing a poor job. She went above and beyond what she was asked to do. When she noticed the specs they were asking for did not line up with the equipment they claimed to be installing, she put in the extra legwork and started to put the pieces together. Through persistence and work, she found out the truth. The Commonwealth of Wizards, the very body meant to protect the integrity of our society, is going to install a well beneath Union Station. Rather than be truly neutral, they'd allowed this information to fall into private hands, and those private hands chose to take advantage of their insider knowledge. Unwilling to compete on a level playing field, these corporations began to sabotage local businesses, all the while building their own competing services, preparing to completely dominate the market once the magical power became available. Garrett's workshop, the brewing abilities of the reading room, and other independent workers were all hit during this time to eliminate the competition. Andrea found all this out, but she couldn't simply go to the public. It would have been against her nature. She had to give the corporate criminals a chance to do the right thing, to come clean. That decision killed her. The Commonwealth couldn't risk their dirty dealings becoming public. When Andrea demanded that they admit their wrongdoing, they doubled down. She was threatened. Unable to use council resources for fear of leaving paperwork, a counselor was sent to hex her phone from her own backyard. And when Andrea tried to contact a journalist to beg for help, that same counselor broke into her house to try and intimidate her into silence. When Andrea tried to call 911, the plan to intimidate her was dropped. The counselor killed her. Her life was stolen to protect corporate interests and council corruption. Before the body had time to cool, the cover-up started. Because she'd tried to contact me and I knew something was amiss, I became a target. An attempt was made to arrest me before I could find the truth, and when that failed, the council instead tried to kill me. The well will be installed during the planetary conjunction in 2 weeks' time. I don't yet know the specific corporations involved in the conspiracy, but watch for large businesses involved in potion brewing, spell work, and rune manufacturing. I added quotes from Andrea's emails for evidence, slid my laptop over to Ben, then pulled up Andrea's phone. While he read, I began scrolling through her emails to look for a specific address. I felt good about it. The article wasn't perfect, not by a long shot. It was more subjective than what I usually wrote, featuring a lot of guesswork and only a little hard facts. If I had more time before publication, and if I wasn't on the run from the council, I would have done more work on it. As it stood, I didn't have the time. The driver parked, glancing back at us. "Is this the place?" "Yeah," I said, glancing between him and Ben. Ben was engrossed in reading, but he looked up for just long enough to say, "Just idle for a minute. I'll double your tip." The driver shrugged. "Sure thing, misters." He adjusted the mirror, sat back, and crossed his arms to wait. When he was done, Ben let out a breath. Wow. I held my breath. Is that a good wow? I think so. He looked up at me. Are you sure about all this? Damned sure, I replied. I just need the evidence to prove it. Chapter 21. Saturday, 2:41 p.m. For once, I interrupted my own story. Don't you think it's odd that Garrett and Mariah both had their businesses randomly destroyed just before the well could be installed? Davis didn't have an answer for that. If anything, he looked almost like he believed me. I doubted that I was reading him correctly. He was too skeptical of the rest of my story. Building new businesses to take advantage of the power is one thing, I continued, even if you weren't supposed to have that information. But undercutting the competition? That's not just unethical, it's downright criminal. He looked past me. I glanced over my shoulder, watching Murray enter the illusion that covered the gazebo. What did I miss? Read the transcript, Davis shot. Murray blinked in surprise, looking between him and me. Davis? He knows a lot. Looking up at his partner, he grimaced. Too much. About the well. Sitting down quickly, Murray started flipping through the most recent notes, skimming what I'd said. Concern entered her expression, plain as day. And my story wasn't finished yet. Friday, 9:55 p.m. Ben paid the driver, tipped him 60%, and we stepped out onto the street. I had my backpack on while Ben carried Agnita's bag. "Where are we?" he asked, looking around at the bright neon signs lighting the block. "At first, it was just a hunch, but then I pulled an address from Andrea's phone," I said. "She had Arthur Bryant's barbecue at her home. It could have been a coincidence, but I guessed that she may have stopped by while she was in the area at work, and I was right." "One of the places she surveyed is in the area?" "It's just a couple blocks this way," I confirmed, pointing as I looked at the phone's GPS map. The address was from one of her contracting emails, and with luck, I'd find all the evidence I needed inside. "A couple blocks up, just past Arthur Bryant's, and it'll be on the right." As late as it was, the 18th and Vine district wasn't as busy as it could have been, but there was still plenty of foot traffic so that we didn't stand out too badly. "Are we expecting trouble when we get there?" Ben asked. "An alarm system or a guard?" "Alarms, probably," I said, steeling myself for the rule breaking that was about to happen. "But we'll be in and out fast, and we're not taking anything. Ben suddenly took my hand, pulled me away from the curb, and kissed me. I made a noise of surprise, and my eyes widened, but it wasn't unpleasant. After a moment of apprehension, I sank into the kiss, pressing my lips into his. It had been a long day, and a little physical comfort was enough to make me melt. He held it for some 20 seconds before pulling away, keeping our faces close. I smiled at him. A good luck kiss before the last hurrah? It was only then that I noticed the fear in his eyes. "Don't turn around." Naturally, that made me want to turn around more than anything, but I resisted the urge. "What is it?" "Two people, white robes, across the street. Man and woman. One of them is the guy from the bridge." He kept his voice low, almost sultry, so that we'd just seem like two people embracing on the sidewalk to anyone not looking too closely. The window behind him was reflective, and I looked into it, watching for the figures he'd described. They weren't hard to spot. "I don't know how they found me," I said, shaking my head. "Maybe they didn't." He pulled away a little. "Maybe they're just here for the same reason we are, to check on the what's-it." "It's an enchanting workshop." I shook my head. "Are they gone?" "A few more moments." We stood there, holding each other, my brain racing. The coincidence seemed too implausible, but that begged the question of how they'd found me. I had an answer, but it wasn't one that I found all too pleasant. "The vampire," I said. "It can track my scent. If it found out that I'm back on the menu, then it could lead them right to you." "It'd make me easier to corner," I said, thinking out loud. "And easier to eat. I never did ask. Are you religious?" He said, pursing his lips. "I don't like the term religious." I understood a little how Agnita had felt on the streetcar. "What holy symbol would you use?" "Is there a Star of David in there?" I nodded, stepping away. "Should be." He fished it out, holding it close to his body as we walked up the road. "What are you going to use?" "Cross didn't work for me," I said, shaking my head. "Could try garlic, I guess, but I don't see how that would be any better. It's something I've got to believe in." "Come on, we should pick up the pace. I don't see the counselors behind us, but watch out for the hellspawn." "Right." He scanned the sidewalk, careful for any ambush. We made it down most of the block, jazz music drifting onto the street from the various bars and showrooms. I kept looking back, which was probably more than a little suspicious, but if the counselors were coming up behind me, I wanted to know. Between the two of us, we had eyes on every corner of the street. I kept my breathing level. The vampire had to have tracked me to this general area, but with all the foot traffic, maybe she was having trouble pinpointing me. As we passed the baseball museum, the protection of the crowd went away. The barbecue restaurant a block ahead was closed, and past that was just warehouses and industrial buildings. We'd be out in the open, vulnerable. I scanned the far parking lots, watching for figures. I spotted a couple, but none that resembled my undead predator. "Which building is it?" Ben asked as we crossed the street. I pointed to a warehouse that was at the end of the next block on the right. "That one, I think." He checked the far sidewalk again. "I don't see it between us and the building. Maybe it's inside?" "She's faster than a human," I said. "So even if she's behind us, she could catch up fast when she catches my scent. I don't know how close the counselors have to be to lay the whammy on me, but I can't imagine that they'll need to get all that close either." "Can it fly?" Ben asked. "I don't know, but..." Feeling an itch on the back of my neck, I looked up. I half expected an ominous silhouette to play against the full moon, but there wasn't anything so obvious. The sky was dark, and if anything was up there, it was hard to make out, but I didn't notice anything. Then Ben tapped my arm and pointed. I followed his gesture to the roof of the barbecue joint across the street. Perched deathly still was a figure watching us. I could only make out her silhouette, but that was enough. The vampire had found me. I swallowed. "Run." She jumped. Her silhouette moved unnaturally through the sky. Farther, faster than a human body should have gone with the propulsion she had. It wasn't truly flying, but it was still superhuman. And when she landed on the sidewalk in front of us, it was with grace and delicacy that betrayed her inhumanity. We stumbled to a stop before running straight into her. I didn't want to be within arm's reach of a creature like her.
"Cattle," she said, regarding Ben. "Leave. You can't stop this."
Ben raised the star, stepping forward to put his body between me and her. "So, you're the corpse." To his credit, she leaned back from the Star of David, but it didn't seem like she was repelled by it. Her reaction was more akin to someone avoiding something rank and foul than someone in pain. Watching him with curiosity, she said,
"Mortals, faith has always been such a rarity amongst you. I don't know why you even bother."
With his other hand, Ben dug into a pocket, producing a pocket knife. Thumbing the blade, he unfolded it. "Step away from Levi, or you'll never see another sunrise." The curiosity vanished, and she raised her eyebrows in amusement.
"You're going to threaten me with a knife?"
"Not at all. I know I can't hurt you." Ben shrugged, stepping back and pointing the knife at his own neck. "But this knife's plenty sharp to hurt me." I took my gaze away from the vampire to stare at him. "Huh?" Ben's pitch changed to something more high, scared, shrill, but his expression stayed neutral. "I don't know what happened. I was just minding my own business, and this goth chick just ran up and bit me. She was in some kind of frenzy. I'm lucky she got scared off by my necklace, or who knows what would have happened." Returning to his normal tone, he added, "I'm not on your hit list. How long do you think it would take for the counselors to hunt you down once you're blacklisted for going feral and attacking me?" No more amusement, and definitely no curiosity. Now she was mad.
"The wounds would look nothing alike. They'd see through the deception in a heartbeat."
Ben raised his eyebrows. "Yeah? Pressing the tip of the knife to his own neck, he drew a little spot of blood. Bet you're not life on it? Her glare deepened, and she spat something dark on the ground in disgust. After a second longer to fume, she leapt into the air, soaring back towards the theater and the bars a block behind us. There was no time for me to compliment Ben on his quick thinking. We ran. Terror fueled our speed, neither of us considering anything beyond getting distance between us and that monster. My body ached to keep going, and even adrenaline could only soothe that so much. But panic added fuel to my speed, and I kept up with Ben despite his height advantage on me. The building was fenced in, but it was an easy climb. Ben gave me a leg up, and I was over in a moment, with him following only a few seconds later. Think the doors will be locked? Don't care, I said, panting. Windows don't have bars. Right. We jogged up, and I put my hand inside my helmet, using it as a glove so I could punch through the window. Glass shattered, and an alarm started blaring, but we had our way in. Like at the fence, Ben helped me up, and I gave him a hand once we were inside. She went to get the counselors, I said. Had to, so there'll be a witness. We don't have long. They'll be here any minute, and then... What? He wasn't looking at me, he was looking into the warehouse, eyes wide. I followed his gaze. I knew what brewing stations looked like from the one I'd seen at the reading room. Next to this, Mariah's setup looked like a child's plastic tea set. Steel cauldrons towered to the ceiling, the logo of United Potions Manufacturing with catwalks to stand over them and observe progress. The glassware was so large and thick that a human could have climbed through if they were flexible enough to make it around the turns. Runes carved into the floor and decorated with golden filigree were so big that I could have laid down on one and not reached from one end to the other. Cardboard boxes full of empty glass jars sat by ready to be filled and labeled. Lining the walls like a server rack were dozens, maybe hundreds of pathfinding stones, all connected with industrial copper wire to the cauldrons. How much do you suppose one of those could hold? Ben asked, staring up at the massive cauldrons. 5,000 gallons, maybe? I said, shrugging. A lot. And how much did that half-pint potion you bought cost? 40, I think? I started to do the math. I didn't have to finish it. This was going to be a center for worldwide distribution. They weren't just preventing local competition. They were building monopolies. And I had an idea. I took out my phone, snapping photos of the cauldrons, the pathfinding stones, the runes. With that done, I took my backpack off my shoulder, unzipping the back. What are you doing? He asked. I swallowed. This was going to be hard. I need you to do something for me. He didn't hesitate. Name it. That took a weight off my shoulders, but I still felt I needed to clarify. I don't have any way to pay you back for it. It'll be dangerous. I wouldn't ask you to, and that's fine. Name it. I stared at him for a moment while my thoughts caught up to my plan. It's two things, really. First, think really, really hard about what I smell like. It was Ben's turn to stare, though he was probably staring for a different reason. Huh? I took out the cologne potion, holding up the label so he could read it. Then drink half of this. He got it. You're going to send the vampire after me. It's the only way to lead them away so I can escape, I said. You're not on the hook for anything, and the vampire can't kill you. They might give you trouble, but I'll make it up. I'll do it. He took the flask, leaned in, and inhaled sharply. I blushed apologetically. I haven't had a chance to shower. Sorry. It's fine. You don't smell bad. Raising the potion to his lips, he swallowed half, passing it back to me. I focused on smelling like nothing at all, pulled back and drank. It tasted like cherry cough syrup and I gagged, but it went down and started to work. The effect, for me, was like returning to your home after being on a long vacation. A smell I didn't realize had been around me vanished, replaced with a true absence, while Ben suddenly shifted from smelling of sweat and some kind of pine shampoo to smelling like sweat, blood, and just a hint of something deep and earthy beneath the less pleasant smells. I worried that Ben was editorializing a bit with the odors and it wouldn't work, but there wasn't enough potion left for another shot. "You need to run," I said. "Get out. I'll follow once the coast is clear." He nodded, looking at the window. "Right. But first..." Stepping forward, he put his hands on my face and kissed me. This time, he meant it. It only lasted a second. There was no time for more, but I could feel the difference between a kiss meant to hide my face and one meant to say something real. Pulling away, his voice was soft. That was for good luck. Momentarily speechless, I could only watch as he shrugged off Agnita's bag so it wouldn't weigh him down, took a running step towards the window, vaulted it, and bolted away. As I watched him go, tearing across the parking lot at a blazing speed, I realized something. When we'd been running before, I hadn't been keeping up with him at all. He'd been slowing down to match me. No time to think about it. I had work to do. Chapter 22. Saturday, 2:44 p.m. The counselors eyed each other uncomfortably. "That was Ben," Davis said, clearing his throat. "The person the vampire brought us to was Ben." "Weird," I pointed out, "that when you talked to him, he said he hadn't seen me yesterday. What did the vampire say, out of curiosity?" "Just that she had the wrong trail," Murray supplied. "Assuming you're telling the truth here, we'll have to have words with her about that." I shrugged. "I guess I'll keep going." Friday, 10:08 p.m. I had no intentions of running. Instead, I found a box to sit on, pulled out my laptop and a cable, and got to work. There was no escape, not in the long term. My only option was to get the truth out. Maybe it would save me, maybe it wouldn't, but either way, all this would be for nothing if I didn't get the message delivered. First, I took the SIM card from the side pocket in my bag, pulled open the side panel on my phone, and popped it in. Plugging in my phone, I dumped the pictures to my computer, groaning as I watched the little loading bar. It only took a couple seconds, but it felt like an eternity watching the bar move. Copied, I opened my editing software. I dumped the images onto the front page, squashing a couple to fit them all in, leaving only room for the headline and the first two paragraphs of my article. The rest was continued on the next page. It was sloppy as hell. There was no time to make anything look pretty. Most of the ad slots were just open paper, save for the one I'd managed to secure with Buck's Books. None of the articles had a final edit for polish. Under any other circumstance, I'd be mortified to publish something in such an ugly, half-finished state. "Desperate times," I muttered, tapping the export button so it would be converted to a file that I could send to the printers. A rendering bar appeared. Estimated time, 2 minutes. My laptop didn't have an internet connection, so once that was done, I'd need to copy it to my phone so I could email it to my editor. I groaned again, watching it move. Outside, I heard a noise. Looking up sharply, I put down the phone, sticking it in my bag. There was still 20 seconds left on the render, but I closed the screen most of the way so the light wouldn't give me away. I got to my feet, stepping away, biting my tongue so I wouldn't call out on reflex. Across the factory floor, I heard footsteps. Did they figure out the stunt with Ben already? Hiding behind one of the cauldrons, I peered around the side, watching. Agneta was dressed in her full counselor uniform. Tactical vest, enchanted robes, wands, Glock, and she looked pissed. Hovering above her unbroken hand was a glittering golden pin, which was pointed vaguely towards the window, towards her bag. She walked up to the messenger bag, nudged it with her foot as the needle stayed hovering above her hand, pointed towards the bag. She'd used a tracking spell, and it had led her right to me. Looking up, her eyes fell on me. Crap. I stepped out from the cauldron, hands raised, eyes darting to my laptop. I surrender. You're damned right you do, she growled. Put your hands behind your head. You're under arrest. Obeying her instructions, I said, Can I ask you a question? Her stare was intense as she took a set of handcuffs off her belt, walking towards me. Anything you say can be used against you, so go ahead. I watched her until I couldn't anymore as she stepped behind me to cuff my hands, grabbing a wrist with her good hand. What happened to Andrea? For just a second, her grip faltered. She recovered, snapping the steel around one wrist and moving to the other, twisting my arms around so that my hands were near the small of my back. I could probably have given her trouble, since she did all this with one arm, but provoking her seemed like a bad idea. What do you mean? You went to confront her because she found out about all this, I said, gesturing with a nod. Something happened and you shot her in the struggle. I just want to know how it went down. With a click, my other wrist was locked into the cuffs, and my arms were stuck uncomfortably behind my back. I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't get into town until just before sunset. She stepped back. Sit down while I call this in. I dropped down to my knees and regretted it when my shins sent up an alarm of pain. I know a counselor did it, and it was an accident. It doesn't matter, I just need to know for myself. Stepping around so she was standing in front of me, her expression was genuinely baffled. Andrea's death was a tragic coincidence. It was a home invasion, we think. I wasn't good at reading people. If she was lying, though, I would have given her an Academy Award for Best Actress. You believe that? Glaring at me, she reached for the radio on her vest, but she stopped before thumbing the button on the side. Wind was whistling through the window that hadn't been there before. She faced the hole in the window, tensing. The wind grew stronger, louder, until a shape vaulted through, landing with grace and poise. Flashing her teeth, the vampire said,
Clever cattle, trading your scent with the other cows. But now your time has come.
He's in my custody, Agneta said quickly. He's off the menu. He's an asshole, but he's not done anything that deserves the death penalty. The vampire's laugh was rich velvet and amber, and it echoed through the warehouse.
You think I'm falling for that again?
It's true. The vampire's eyes narrowed.
My handler says you're not even in town. You don't have jurisdiction here. I think that gives me plausible deniability. Are you going to make me work for it?
She balled her hands into fists, making her knuckles crack.
Because I deeply enjoy that.
More counselors are just behind her, I snapped. Just hold her off. Agneta twitched in acknowledgement, but my shout had ended the standoff. The vampire wasn't going to wait any longer, not now that Agneta knew about the time pressure. She lunged. The counselor still wasn't ready to let me die, but she didn't have the same readiness for battle she'd had that evening. She was tired and hurt, while the vampire seemed as fresh as ever, and the disparity became clear the moment they clashed. Agneta whipped out a wand, spinning it between her fingers to raise a shield. The vampire's claws hit raw power and glanced off. The counselor started to strike out with her other hand, an act of instinct, and she had to convert the attack into an elbow strike that lacked the reach and power to do real damage. The vampire responded with a flick of her wrist, lashing out her nails and drawing blood along Agneta's arm. A glancing blow, but still an ominous sign that she'd drawn first blood. I stopped watching the fight and concentrated on my own predicament. Standing was awkward and wouldn't help me much. I needed my hands to be free, or at least to be in front of my body. Rolling onto my back, I pulled my legs up to my chest, trying to shimmy my wrists down so that I could get them free. I need to stretch more. Agneta had whipped out a wand, and bolts of static power were cascading towards the vampire. But it seemingly had no more effect than to irritate her. There just wasn't enough power for her to draw on. That, or the vampire, was just that strong. That's when I noticed that Agneta didn't have her runestone. There wasn't a holy symbol in play, not from her, and certainly not from me. Nothing to hold back the vampire's preternatural strength. Groaning, I pulled my legs even tighter, wiggling my feet to make room for the cuffs to slip by. It was a narrow thing, but I got them around and I had my hands free. Now, what to do with them? I could go for a holy symbol, but there was nothing in that bag that I believed in. I couldn't help in the fight. I could run, throw myself to the counselor's mercy, but I still had something I needed to do before I was arrested. I dashed over to my laptop, opened the screen, and checked the render. It was done. Taking the file, I dragged it over, copying it to my phone, still connected by a cable to the laptop. That'd only take a few seconds, and then... Look out! I flinched, ducking my head down below my shoulders. It was barely in time. A hand slashed at where my head had been, seizing my hair and pulling back sharply. Gasping, I flailed my arms, a task that was particularly difficult to do with them cuffed. With a hard jerk, the vampire pulled my head to the side, exposing my neck, bending down to sink her teeth into me. She was far stronger, and though I had a little leverage to push back, the difference in our might was just too much. I was helpless. Behind us both, maybe 20 feet away, I heard Agneta shout, "Langsam!" The vampire's balance wobbled, and I reacted with panicked instinct. Kicking back, I pushed my weight into her unsteady body, and we both toppled, falling onto the ground in a heap. Tucking my arms close, I rolled away, getting onto my back and kicking back with my feet. The vampire lashed out at me, growling as she came up on all fours, ready to lunge. "Hey! Corpse!" A bag hit the vampire. It didn't have much weight to it. It was just a floppy piece of canvas that slumped to the floor, but it got her attention. She turned, facing Agneta, just in time to get a face full of raw faith. Agneta had her runestone back, the strap dangling around her bad wrist. With that in tow, she stepped forward in a shooter's stance, squeezing the trigger on her Glock with smooth, practiced rhythm. Slowed by the binding spell, weakened by the power of the faith, the vampire didn't have a chance to dodge. The lead shots ripped holes in her body, splattering dark blood and black ichor onto the pavement behind her. Agneta got off 4 or 5 rounds, hitting with all of them, punching out chunks of flesh on the vampire's arms, body, and even boring a hole right through one of the vampire's dead eyes. Half-blind, shrieking in pain, the vampire left me alone and turned to charge the counselor. The wounds wouldn't be fatal, but the beast reacted to the bullets. Her body continued to function, but it was clear that things weren't working at peak performance. She tried to throw herself forward with the broken arm, and it folded like a broken chair leg. The bone failing to take the weight properly, leaving her with a floppy bit of flesh dangling from the joint. Agneta got off 2 more shots, though I wasn't sure if either hit, and then it was too close for gunplay. She swiped, but came up short with no depth perception to gauge the attack. Agneta drove a heavy kick into the shrieking beast's face, and the vampire dropped, but she was back up in an instant, lunging forward with too much speed for the counselor to dodge. They both went down, grappling for control, letting out shouts and screams that I couldn't distinguish. I looked at my phone, dangling from the cable that connected it to my laptop. The transfer had to be done by now. I just needed to email the printers and the truth would be out. The truth had to get out. My gaze drifted back to the scrap, but there was nothing I could do to help. So I ran to my phone, pulling up my email. I punched in the printer's email address, typed "Final" for Sunday, and added the body of the message. I'm aware that there are formatting errors. Print it as submitted. This is the... Agneta cried out, and I spun to see her flying across the room, limbs flailing for control. She struck the far wall, fell to the ground, and stayed there. I couldn't tell if she was breathing, but she definitely wasn't moving. The vampire faced me. Its face was a mass of black ichor and pus, flesh bubbling and shearing away to uncover more distorted tissue beneath. Its jaw was broken and it hung open, razor teeth visible, tongue mottled and gray. On all fours, one arm bent backwards and twisted around the wrong way. It started shuffling towards me like a grotesque insect. I had nothing. No holy symbol, no weapon, not even the athleticism to try and run. The phone slipped from my fingers, and I fumbled for my pockets, looking for something to defend myself. Maybe a warding crystal or a pocket knife, a submachine gun, a Sherman tank, anything. All I found was my notepad, and the pen slipped through the spiral ring at the top. What do I believe in? The vampire was 10 feet away, approaching fast, and I had no time for any better plan. Taking out the notepad with both hands, I held it between me and her, willing the vampire back. It stopped. That was wrong. It didn't just stop. It glanced away, like it had hit something solid and immovable. I spun, keeping the notepad between myself and it. How? It wailed through its broken mouth, voice disturbing and inhuman. It was circling me, unable to get any closer.
What is that?
I wasn't entirely sure myself, but the answer came to my lips without first filtering through my brain, and it felt right when I spoke it. It's how I find the truth, and I believe in truth. Saying it, I knew it was real, and that solid, perfect rightness filled me with confidence down to my core. The vampire couldn't touch me, not while I was acting in service of the truth. Power thrummed out, invisible to me but tangible to the vampire, and its bubbling wounds began to roil. It roared, spittle flying, and lunged towards me in a desperate attempt to force its way past my belief. "Get the hell away from me!" I shouted, and my voice carried forward, willing it away. The power struck the vampire like a pro bowler on a slow pitch. The vampire was tossed away, body glancing off one of the cauldrons and leaving a dent, careening with only a modicum of control. The far windows shattered as her monstrous body was carried through, howling in helpless rage. I panted, watching to see if it would return, but the beast had learned its lesson. 10 seconds passed. I dropped the notepad, hands starting to shake, and walked back to my phone. The screen had cracked when I dropped it, but it was still functional. I finished the email. Print as submitted. I'm aware of the mistakes. This is the final version. Thank you. Attach the file. Send. I'd done everything I could do. Getting to my feet, I staggered over to where Agneta had fallen. She was gone. I didn't have the time nor the brain power to puzzle out why Agneta was gone. I had to get out of there before the other counselors showed up. Exhausted, I nonetheless picked up my laptop, limping towards the window I'd come in through. I couldn't vault over it like Ben had, not with my hands cuffed, but maybe I could scoot a box over, use that. The door flew open behind me. I turned, raising my hands as two figures in white robes hurried in. I put up my hands, saying, "I surrender." The taller one flicked out a wand, and something black and roiling flew towards my chest fast, and everything went black. Chapter 23. Saturday, 2:59 p.m. I was grateful that they let me sleep. Though, thinking about it, it's entirely possible that they just couldn't wake me up. As hard as I'd been running my body, I was probably in some sort of don't wake up unless there's a tornado siren state of unconsciousness. I didn't dream. I was too tired to dream. I embraced the void of darkness, giving my body a chance to recover. I was finally roused in the early morning, my pockets empty, my backpack nowhere to be seen, cuffed to a table in a park just east of Union Station. It was hot, I was thirsty, and there was a rock in my shoe. Not my most pleasant morning ever. The two counselors were there, looming. They'd asked what had happened, and I told them. They asked again, and I told them again, in greater detail. It went on like that until I gave them the full, unabridged production. While my mouth ran on autopilot, my brain was working. If Agneta wasn't the killer, then it stood to reason that there was either a fourth secret counselor in the city, or it was one of these two. Occam's razor suggested the latter. I just had to play my cards right to figure out which of them it was. So I watched them. I chose my words carefully. During the lulls in the narrative, I tried to get an impression of who they were as people, to give myself an inkling of whom was more likely to cover up a murder. Despite everything, I couldn't pin either of them down. Not yet. But there was still time. More important anyways was ensuring I got out of this situation without first spending a few decades in jail for something that wasn't my fault, just so I couldn't spill the beans. I ended my story, finishing it with the note that I'd gotten the message out. "So," I said, sitting back, hands folded neatly in front of me, "you can make up whatever allegations you want. The truth is out there. By now, everyone knows what the council did, and they'll know I'm innocent." I expected shock, surprise, maybe a bit of anxiety. Instead, both of them were smirking. That wasn't the reaction I'd been hoping for. I looked between them, frowning. "What?" "First." Davis held up one of his meaty hands, raising one finger. "You can publish whatever fiction you want. That doesn't make it true. Whatever you know about the well, that doesn't mean you're innocent of the murder." That was a fair point, though I didn't mention that I was still working on my theory of who the killer really was. "Okay, and second?" Murray leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Do you really think we didn't put a communications hex on your phone the minute it had a signal?" Oh. I opened my mouth, closed it, and swallowed. So you should have run for it when you had the chance, Nosey," Davis chuckled. "You might have made it a couple blocks before we caught up to you." That was troubling, but I wasn't dead in the water just yet. "You still don't have any proof I did it, because I didn't do it." "Besides all your lifelines all over the victim's home, her blood on your clothes, a connection between you and the victim," Davis pointed out. "And the fact that you're full of crap. Story doesn't make any sense." Murray sighed, shaking her head. "Ainsworth?" "We both know he's doing it on purpose. Davis grumbled. We've got an admission of using magic without a license, trespassing, and a couple counts of assaulting a council agent, Murray pointed out. With his parole, that's 10 years easy. It's not a murder charge, Davis growled. Piece of... Let's go over this again. Murray smiled, facing me with a sunny expression that was at odds with my circumstance. I had a few questions about some discrepancies. I could still salvage things. I just had to do it right. All right, what discrepancies? It's hard to know where even to start, but we can take it from the end and work backwards. You said that Agneta cuffed you before the vampire came in, and that's why you had handcuffs on when we found you. That's right? And this was after the vampire came in to attack you both? I shook my head. Before. So she showed up, cuffed you, and then she left before the vampire arrived. No, she disappeared. I sighed. If you're just going to repeat my story with errors to try and make me make a mistake, we'll be here all day. Davis's knuckles popped, but Murray shook her head at him. Fine. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? I shrugged. If that's what you want to do, I assume you mean when I found Andrea's body? Right. The timing is coincidental, to say the least. That was true, but it's not like I'd staged it on purpose. Sometimes coincidences happen. I didn't plan to have the killer find me, it just sort of happened. Murray shook her head, smiling like she'd caught me in some deep lie. Not that. The phone. You expect us to believe that you just came in and found her phone, hidden in some far corner of the room. And there was my ace in the hole. I smiled. It was her turn to be perturbed. What? The corner of the room? Davis asked, looking over at her in surprise. Yeah. Tapping the pen, she stopped the note-taking and flipped back to where I'd talked about finding Andrea's body. Because it wasn't in her pocket. She froze, staring down at the transcript of what I'd said while she was gone. Friday, 2:44 p.m. The truth this time. I pumped out hand soap from a dispenser shaped like a squirrel, running hot water up to my elbows, trying to get them clean. There was so much blood. But I had a task to focus on, and that kept me steady. Using a roll of paper towels to dry off, I focused my attention back on my goals. My phone rang again. I hung up, and instead dialed Andrea's number. It didn't go to voicemail. It wasn't off. It just wasn't ringing. It wasn't in her pocket, I would have noticed, but it was probably close by. Shutting my eyes, I listened. I could hear the sound of the HVAC, the whir of the fridge, a few birds outside, and bzz, bzz, bzz. There it was, almost inaudible, coming from by the wall. Turning, I faced it, approaching slowly so I could listen for the sound. It was coming from the vent. The metal grate covering the air intake was old, and the gaps were big enough to allow a slender phone to slide right through. There were no screws on the grate, it was just held in place by friction, and I was able to pop it right off. Squinting down the vent, I saw the phone, screen lit but showing only a patchwork of cracks and color bars. Lying on my side, I stuck my arm down the hole, pulled out the phone, and inspected it. The screen was broken beyond the point of functionality, but it was something. I slipped it in my pocket, then started taking photos with my own phone. Saturday, 3:02 p.m. Murray was staring at me as though her gaze might bore a hole through my skull. I ignored her as best I could, focusing my attention on Davis. I may have perjured myself when I said I found the phone in her pocket. He looked at me, a bushy eyebrow raised in confusion. You lied? I wanted to see if you'd notice, I conceded, and then I finally let the penny drop. Makes you wonder how Murray knew the truth when I'd made up where the phone was, doesn't it? There it was, out in the open, so blunt and obvious that no amount of denial could cover it up. Catherine Murray knew something she couldn't have. She'd been to the crime scene before me, and there was only one reason why that might be the case. She was the killer. The burly counselor stood, took a couple steps back, hands running through his hair. He paced, spun, and turned to face his partner, something like horror in his expression. Cat, I know he's wrong. Tell me why he's wrong. Murray had her eyes locked on me. I wasn't sure what she was feeling. Anger that I'd tricked her? Frustration at falling for it? Fear, maybe, now that she'd been caught out. She turned to face her partner, looking up at him. I was making sure she wouldn't breach Commonwealth confidentiality. There was a hex set up in her backyard. I had to check on it hourly. She saw me and tried to call that journalist. I confronted her and she reached down and I thought she was going for a weapon. I reacted. I thought Davis might be sick. Shit. He resumed pacing, hands clenching and unclenching as he worked through it. It was a mistake. Murray looked down and it seemed like genuine regret. I reacted on instinct. You know how these things can turn in a split second. Rubbing a hand at the back of his neck, Davis shook his head. Cat, why didn't you tell me? She frowned. I thought you'd be safer if you didn't know. In case this got to the wrong ears, you wouldn't be culpable. So how much is bullshit? Was Agneta really in town this whole time? If she was, I'm going to have strong words with some people about this. They shouldn't have sent in another counselor without consulting me. I don't think she'll cause trouble, though. She'd be implicated, too. Davis looked back at me, defeated. I don't know what to say. I stared between them. Is he going to do anything? Sighing, he added, I wish you'd trusted me on this. I've got your back, Murray, obviously. I knew you wouldn't do anything without a good reason. Oh. They faced me, looking more resigned than upset, and Murray sighed. I tried it my way. I swallowed. Are you going to beat a confession out of me? Davis glanced at Murray. You think there's a point to that? Murray shook her head. We can put him away for a decade, just on what we've got. We've just got to keep this internal. Murder 1 might get too much publicity anyways. Anything he says in lockup will just sound like bitter conspiracy theories. I cleared my throat, getting their attention. There's something else I didn't tell you. It was time for my second ace in the hole. Chapter 24. Friday, 10:10 p.m. A rendering bar appeared. Estimated time, 2 minutes. Once that was done, I'd need to copy it to my phone and email it to my printer. I groaned again, watching it move, then took out Andrea's phone. A sleepy voice answered. Hello? Who is this? Buck, it's me, Levi. I need your help. He groaned. Levi, it's almost midnight. Is this about the ad? I'm wanted for murder. I need your help. A couple seconds of silence passed. What? Just listen. I need you to listen. I stared at the render bar ticking slowly by. All right, I'm listening, Levi. Andrea Hills is a contractor who's in the community. She was murdered this morning. I'm being framed for it, but I'm innocent and I can prove it. The real murderer is a counselor who was in town in secret trying to cover up a financial conspiracy. The council is installing a well beneath Union Station in 2 weeks, and someone on the inside is working to sabotage local businesses so they can take over the market. We're talking billions of dollars here. Money worth killing for. Buck started to say. I don't have time for questions. I'll text you evidence. I need you to get the word out. I'm about to be arrested, and I won't have the chance. Tell everyone. You said that people talk, right? That's why you don't need my paper? I bit my lip, flinching with fear every time I heard air whistle through the broken window. So talk. Prove yourself right. I'm hoping to print all the details in tomorrow's paper, but if I can't, you're my only backup plan. Keep it local, but make sure everyone local knows, okay? Please say you can help. A few seconds went by, then he let out a sharp breath. Okay. Levy, whatever you're mixed up in. No time. I'll text you those pictures for evidence. Thank you. I hung up, snapped a photo of the cauldrons, and opened my own phone, pulling up the picture I'd taken of the well. I snapped a photo of it, an ugly thing with a lot of glare, but one that would do the trick. Then I opened Andrea's call history and took a screenshot. 3 texts. One with the pictures of the well and the cauldrons, then one with the screenshot, and a third with an explanation. My alibi. I was at Maggie's shop at 12:45, shortly after Andrea called 911. You can check her security cameras. The call failed because her phone got damaged as she was being killed. Pausing, I added one more text. Thank you. You're literally saving my life. I waited for the messages to send, then powered down Andrea's phone and took out the battery, chucking it across the room. Outside, I heard a noise. Looking up sharply, I put down the phone, sticking it in my bag. There was still 20 seconds left on the render, but I closed the screen most of the way so the light wouldn't give me away. Saturday, 3:06 p.m. I looked out at the horizons as I relayed this, trying to gauge the position of the sun without staring straight at it. What time is it? 3:30? By now, everyone in town has to know. Mirroring Murray's words from a moment before, I asked, Do you really think I didn't expect you to put a communications hex on my phone the minute it had a signal? That got the reaction I was hoping for. Shock, surprise, even a hint of anxiety. They stared, comprehension dawning. Continuing, I said, You can't bury the story, and you can't bury me. If you try to make me disappear, everyone will know why. There will be an outcry. Davis slammed his fist on the table, spilling the cups of lemonade. Damn it! I'd outmaneuvered them and won. It was all out in the open now. They wouldn't be able to bury me in the legal system. People would be looking for me. Even if they drug me through court, I probably had enough pull to get the other charges dropped, given all the extenuating circumstances. I smiled, feeling more than a little smug. Can you uncuff me? Davis shot me a glare, and malice was dancing in his eyes. Bastard's going to get away, he grumbled. You know I'm innocent, I pointed out. I didn't kill her. You damn near killed us, Davis shot back. Facing his partner, he added, How many times has he tried to expose our community just to save his own neck? Murray shrugged. I've lost count. 4, I think. I managed to hold my tongue. I was starting to realize that my mental celebrations had, once again, been a bit premature. Davis rounded on me, his glare growing more intense. You're slime. The kind of trash who thinks he can ignore the rules when it suits him. Murray's worth 1,000 of you. I haven't killed anyone. Talk him down from this. You just need one of them on your side. Yeah, And how many people have you saved?" He stepped up closer to me, towering. There was no point in hitting me to get me to behave. Davis didn't want me to behave. "We're out here every day, trying to keep shit off the street so scumbags like you can go on with your safe little lives. So what? You can stab us in the back when we make one mistake?" I didn't understand why he was doing all the talking. Murray was the one who'd committed the crime, but she'd been all but silent. I looked at her, confused, struggling to work out what exactly was going on. She'd taken out her gun, checking the safety. As Davis heaved in an angry breath, ready to keep shouting, she interrupted him. "Are you okay with this? You can go for a walk, clear your head." "Damn it," he growled. "Damn it, damn it. No, I've got your 6, Cat." She nodded. "I'll need you to hit me, make it look convincing." "I don't think he's even strong enough to leave a mark." Davis looked at me with an expression normally used for dog shit that had just been stepped in. "Still, to justify the threat." "After," Davis said, shaking his head. Finally, after a painful struggle of logic, I put it together. In my defense, I was exhausted. He was protecting his partner. All other things put aside, the council, the well, the conspiracy, that didn't matter anymore. I couldn't say who had killed Andrea if I was dead. They'd be able to make up whatever they wanted, and I'd have no way of contradicting them. "You went to uncuff him, and he went for your wand," Murray said, getting to her feet. "He was going to cast a spell. I had no choice." "Wait," Davis said, holding out his hand. "The other way around. I'll do it." Despite the evidence, I didn't really like exposing the magical community to the public. They had their rules for a reason, and it was a violation of my parole. If I had another option, I would have gone with it, but I was backed into a corner. So it was time for my last ace in the hole. Balling the toes of my right foot, I pressed the sole into the stone that was lodged in my shoe. It wasn't really a stone, though. It was a crystal. Friday, 5:53 p.m. "Should you take that gem thing with you?" Ben asked, pointing at the cleansing crystal I'd left in the cup holder. I shrugged, then nodded, leaning in to grab it. "Yeah, probably." Friday, 10:13 p.m. I didn't have the time nor the brain power to puzzle out why Agneta was gone. I had to get out of there before the other counselors showed up. Exhausted, I nonetheless picked up my laptop, then stopped, digging in my pocket and coming out with the last warding crystal. If they found it in my pocket, they'd definitely take it, but I wanted to have something magic on me in case I needed it. Crouching, I pulled on the side of my shoe, stretching the side a bit so I could hide the crystal under my foot. I stood and began limping towards the window I'd come in through. I couldn't vault over it like Ben had, not with my hands cuffed, but maybe I could scoot a box over, use that. Saturday, 3:08 p.m. I activated the crystal with a bit of will, and instantly the little magic relic went to work purging the air of any organized threads of power. Ley lines, lifelines, and most of all, spells. As Davis raised his gun, taking aim at my chest, the illusion around us shattered. Energy rippled in the air, the purge of power making the cleansing crystal crack with a muffled bell tone. Someone in the park shouted in alarm. A couple others screamed. At first, I thought it was just because their perception had suddenly shifted as whatever innocuous illusion was ripped away, and that had to be disorienting. Then it occurred to me that Davis had out a gun at a children's park. Phones came out. I heard a shudder before Davis had time to react, to put the gun away. No, that was wrong. Davis did have time to put the gun away. It stayed out anyways, pointed at my chest, his finger shaking. "You're being recorded," I said quietly. "You can't hex all those phones, not before the community sees the video. Kill me, that's murder."
"Bastard," Davis rumbled. "I'll—"
A hand touched his shoulder. "Davis, put down the gun." Murray looked furious, but she knew defeat when she saw it. Anything else they did would just get them both into deeper trouble. Davis didn't agree. People in the park were in turmoil. Children screamed and ran, finding cover. Someone was shouting into a phone. Someone else was yelling words at Davis, words that rolled off my ears without being processed. All I could see was the gun. At this range, there was no chance of missing. Barring a miracle, I wouldn't be walking away from this if he decided to fire. I don't know how many seconds passed as he weighed the pros and cons of ending my life. Vengeance for disrupting his career versus a chance at getting out of this with only minimal punishment. "If you shoot me," I said quietly, too low for the cell phone cameras to pick it up, "I get to be a hero." It wasn't much of a speech. I was trusting the ability of a corrupt, enraged counselor to make rational predictions about the outcome of his actions. It was also the only thing I could think of to say. He lowered the gun. "You should let me go," I added. I was too tired to care that I was pressing my luck. "If you try and hold me for the petty stuff, it'll look like you're making things up for revenge." Davis looked like he was going to raise the gun again, but Murray acted before he could. Walking around the table, she took out a handcuff key, letting me go. Turning to her partner, she said, "We need to get the scene contained." Rubbing my wrists, I stood up off the bench. I could get my laptop, my phone, my keys back later. I didn't care right now. I wanted to get out of there. The crystal was still in my shoe, broken. It felt like it had drawn blood, but I couldn't be sure if that was just sweat that had accumulated in my socks. I'd only gone 5 steps away before I felt the magic. Water, spit, pooling in my throat. I tried to turn, but an invisible force was holding me in place. I couldn't see what Davis was doing. His voice came through loud and clear. "I could kill you right now." It was calm, cold, no unconsidered rage at all. "The video wouldn't show anything except you falling over dead." I choked, spit sputtering out of my mouth as I tried to suck in air. He stepped up, close, so close I could feel the cool air from his robes. "Next time you get involved in council business, you're not going to be so lucky. You've screwed with us twice. Try it again. I'll personally be there to make sure you go down for it." The magic holding me up dropped. I'd been pushing against it, so I fell, coughing up fluids and gasping for breath. Davis walked away. So did I. Chapter 25. Tuesday. I slept for 2 days. Not straight, obviously. I got up to pee, to get water, to eat, to feed Worf whenever he started meowing, to change the bandage I'd put on my foot. Sometime on Monday, I spent 2 hours staring at the popcorn ceiling of my apartment, wishing it were smooth. Tuesday morning, I even shook things up by taking a nap on the couch. Victory wasn't very sweet. The paper was going to die. I had no money, and I'd sent out a half-finished issue loaded with gibberish. I didn't have my laptop or phone, so I couldn't check the subscription numbers, but it was going to be a miracle to be in double digits. I thought about going to the library, using their computer to pull up the numbers, but that thought just depressed me. It was better to let it die. Tuesday afternoon, there was a knock on my apartment door. I ignored it. A minute later, another knock. I still ignored it. The third knock, I finally got up, grabbed an old shirt to put on so I wouldn't just be wearing pajama shorts, and answered it. The person in the doorway was about my height, shoulder-length hair, in glasses and office casual apparel. Kennedy was not a person I wanted to see just then. I acknowledged them anyways. Hey. They stepped inside without asking, holding up my backpack. I brought your stuff. Your phone is fixed, your motorcycle is at Maggie's getting fixed up. Grabbed your mail, too. I faced my visitor, half awake, not happy at all to see them in my apartment. Put it on the table. The paperwork's all filled out. I'll just need you to sign one thing to say that they were returned to you. Kennedy continued, unzipping the pack and taking out a folded paper form. Trust me, it was a shitstorm getting it out of impound this quick. They held out the paper and a pen, waiting for me to take it. I looked down at the paper, then back up at Kennedy. I took it and started reading. Kennedy just stood there, clearly uncomfortable. I wasn't about to put them at ease. My cat, at least, noticed the potential source of petting and walked up, rubbing his head against Kennedy's leg. Kennedy bent, supplying the necessary offering of head scratches. What's the cat's name? I looked up from the papers. Worf, son of Meowg. They chuckled, standing straight as Worf decided that scratching up my couch was more interesting than the newcomer and scampered away. A few more seconds passed before I spoke again. You sold me out. They nodded. Well, yeah. I almost died. I know. Apparently they weren't going to say sorry. I glanced back down at the paper. Everything was in order. I just needed to sign the bottom line. That was surprisingly simple, given my dealings with the council in the past. Kennedy shifted from foot to foot, clearly uncomfortable. I took care of your parole paperwork for the month, too. I figured you'd be too busy. I looked up at them, then at the paper again. You did all the paperwork for me. Yes. That was as close to an apology as I was going to get. I looked them in the eye and decided there was no point in starting a fight. Thanks, Kennedy. They paused for a moment longer, ready for the conversation to be over. Right, I've got to, Probably pretty busy at the office, I said. How much of it's falling on you? Oh, it's FUBAR. Kennedy shook their head. I haven't slept in Saturday. I slept on Saturday. It's mostly falling on the regional council directors, but I'm taking a lot of heat, and it's pretty damned ugly. I shrugged and walked to my coffee maker. I was still out of milk, but I needed something with caffeine so I wouldn't just crash back into bed as soon as they were gone. Did you know about the well? I mean, yeah. Kennedy was blunt with me. I appreciated that. We keep that shit secret until it's already in place to prevent meddling, and so nobody can throw a shit fit when they find out somebody else is getting the well and they aren't. That's a great excuse, I said. I'd almost buy it if I didn't know better. I mean, Kennedy shook their head. Yeah. I looked back at them. Am I gonna have to go to court over all this? Probably, but just for some civil charges. It'll make it a pain in the ass if you ever finally decide to get your magic license, but you won't see jail time. They frowned, looking back at the door. I'll talk to you later, Kennedy. They nodded in thanks, backed out the door, and shut it on their way out. The mail they left was just a couple letters, bills, and an alert from the bank, and my own newspaper. I unfolded it, scanning the front page article. Like I'd expected, it was gibberish, ranting and raving about moonmen and cheese production, with crudely rendered sketches of rocket ships replacing the images I'd put there. The only thing I'd actually written on the page was the title. The rest of the paper was as I'd left it. Mostly blank pages, unpolished articles with typos and mistakes. There was only one article that was intact. An opinion piece about the proper way to do full moon sacrifices, with L. Lysander, Esquire of Hell, on the byline. I sighed. No more excuse for not looking into things. Unzipping the bag, I took out my cell phone. Holy shit. 57 voicemails. More than 100 texts. Too much to deal with. I only looked at the messages from contacts that were already saved in my phone. Maggie had my bike fixed and ready to pick up. She didn't say how she was doing after her fight with the counselors, just that it was fixed, along with an attached invoice. I didn't know how I was going to pay her back. I owed her for the crystals I'd taken too, and the sending stone. I'd have to work out some kind of payment plan. 20 of the texts were from Ben. I didn't read them. That was a whole other can of worms. I just texted, "I'm okay, I'm not in magic jail, and I'm not hurt. Fill you in later." No more putting it off. Logging into the self-service portal, I checked my print subscription numbers. As the page loaded, I readied myself for disappointment. You can salvage this. 50, even 20 subscriptions would be enough to build it back up. Don't give up. The number loaded. Holy shit. 3,247 people. 10 times what I'd had before. By my count, nearly every magically inclined individual in this city. In shock, I turned on my voicemail, trying to find some clue what was going on. A voice I didn't recognize. "Hey, is this that newspaper? I heard about you from Buck. What you did was incredible. I just wanted to say thanks." Another random number. "You the reporter? I just subscribed. I wanted to see if you knew about the Sun Festival next month. Figured you could run a story on that." Another. "I heard from a friend about the investigation stuff you did. Way to go, standing up for the little guy. Those council fat cats can suck on my—" I tapped the phone, moving to the next message. Another. "I wanted to inquire about getting an ad in your paper. Are there any slots available for next week's issue?" It kept going. I just listened. People calling in to thank me, to give tips, to inquire about ads. 3 separate people asked if they could write an advice column. The coffee finished brewing, got drank, and was percolating a second time before the voicemails got done. I started on the texts, but it was more of the same. As I was reading them, my phone rang. It was Ben. I answered it. "Levy, are you okay?" I am. I didn't know how I felt, but okay felt right. We did it." "So the truth got out?" he asked. Well, that clears one thing up. I'd suspected, but this confirmed that Murray had just been lying to my face when she said Ben didn't remember me. "Yeah, the truth got out. Sorry, I'm dealing with a lot right now." I had wasted 2 days. I had to get the next issue done by Saturday. With all the new subscribers, it had to be perfect, and I had to go through all the tips I'd gotten and respond to the people writing in and find new stories and— "Tell you what," Ben said. "Meet me for coffee and you can tell me about it." I needed to contact the printer and tell them to expect a lot more volume this week. I'd need to reformat my paper to make more room for the ads. In 2 days, I'd gone through growth that I'd expected to take years, and I had no idea how I'd get all that work done in time. I don't know when I'll have the time. Sunday? Sunday was good. I'd have the paper out by then. Sure, it's a date. See you then. I hung up the phone, letting it drop to the counter. I'm going to need more coffee. I started pouring another mug and took out my laptop so I could start addressing my messages. There was work to be done. The end.
This is M.N. Jolly. Thank you for listening to this production of Accused, Book 1 of the KC Warlock Weekly. I would like to give thanks to Pamela Smith, owner of Noir, beta readers, Laura Register, Cassidy King, Chris and Doris Hertel, S.A. Starling, Nick, Sabrina, Azalyn Clary, Angela Radomi, Joanne Tash, and Lizzie Bolsover. Arc readers, Amber Keenan, Amy Ray Hawks, Ashley Faye Hester, Ben J. Hardman, Brittany Devlin, C. Ryan, Krista Smith Carson, Cindy McNeese, Dennis Langley, Donna Swenson, Elise Tatchen, Aaron Tudor, Haley Moore, Heidi Ann Lindner, Janine Horn, Leslie Etchison Dingman, Lola Verone, Lynn Milligan Prince, Melissa Hall, Monica Montoya, New Hewitt, Phyllis Simpson, Rick Howard, Samantha Sandine, Scott Delecky, Scott Hodgton, Stephanie Durr, Susan Ort, Tegan Groff, T.K. Vincent, Tony Bassell, Vic Mask, Vicky McDonald, and Tavanna Wagoner. My subscribers on Patreon: Amanda Jolly, hi Mom, Miranda Coulter, Tanja G, Ma Regal, Kevin Dillmore. And you.
This has been the KC Warlock Weekly, Book 1, Accused. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Nicola Hamilton. Copyright 2020 by Max N. Jolly. Production copyright by Max N. Jolly.